Alex.
All right.
Mom. No, dude. Because check it out. Watch. You see it's working right now? All right. Click. I'm going to go to Canon what? Canon 2. Send it live. Okay.
And
still working.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, are we streaming?
Canon 1.
Canon. Send it live. Yeah. Still working. Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right. Cool. You got it figured out. Really proud of you.
We're in there, dude.
Right now.
Hey, new link to Instagram.
Mm-hmm. New link to Instagram, dude.
Don't forget
Like
that
what,
Instagram link.
is this
Keep
the
me up
fourth
at
one?
Lot Lizard.
Is this the fourth one?
Me on YouTube.
The fourth link?
Stunts and Blunts.
Stunts and Blunts.
That's my YouTube channel.
Seriously?
Yeah.
All right, so
He's got videos of him stunting and videos of him smoking blunts, dude.
Yeah.
What else do you need, bro?
Absolutely.
So are we working?
I guess. Pull the fucking video.
This is so ridiculous.
Y'all are giving
recording?
Y'all are giving me
I
anxiety.
hit that record over there. Make sure that's working right.
As soon as we hit record. Yeah, it's going.
We're back.
Oh, yeah, there's not keyboard shortcuts. That's gay. Cool.
Cool beans.
Cool.
Beans.
Beans. If you like pina colada
And getting choked.
and getting caught with some strange.
So is the audio still working?
Yes. Start the fucking podcast, dude. It's okay. We got this. It's done.
All right.
See? It's fucking working.
Hey, welcome back to the podcast, guys. We
Chapter
are
3.
back, and we're going to try this again. Hey, Lot Lizard, Zack, how are you doing? Are you a stunt writer? I heard maybe at one point in the time in some previous podcasts you've been on a couple minutes ago.
I thought this was your first podcast. Oh, wait.
I've been on 3 now, so I'm pretty much professional.
Yeah. So your third time, right? So you're not a virgin anymore.
Not at
Actually,
all.
this is the fourth one, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah, this is the
don't know.
fourth one, bro.
This is insane. Anyway, thank you for bearing with us. It's like as I'm looking at this video, we're spending so much more time drinking than actually trying to podcast here.
We've had some problems. We're working through them.
Okay,
Everybody takes a drink.
going sober. All right. Professional.
Can we do it?
This is the worst.
It's awkward. Anyway, all right, man, for real. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. One of the big reasons this fucking dude right here. He comes in here and fucks up all my keys, fucks up the audio. This shit was working great. I'm like, hey, dude, you want to come do the audio for me and like help me do this podcast today and make it all great? And just every time he does, it fucks it up.
Wait, let me do a keyboard shortcut. Fucking audio goes out again. Okay, I'm done. All right, let's go. Podcast for real.
All right, so,
All right.
no, seriously, like one of the things that like I really wanted to have you on the podcast about is like, getting to know you as you've been here working at the shop and, trying to learn the trade and more or less. It's like you've lived this kind of fucking strange life that's I think we all want to live, but we've all made decisions that allow us that hinder us from doing that, right?
For sure.
And so like you've set your whole life up basically to and I'm like fast right now. I'm talking fast. I'm trying to get to my serious part of my life.
Proud of you.
But you set your life up, and it's very inspiring because you literally have a few different skills that you've learned over the years that help make your money. But literally 5 days out of the week, you don't have to do fucking anything.
That's the goal.
Yeah. So tell me, like, what was the idea? Like, how did you get on this wavelength and wanting to try to do that type of stuff?
Well, basically, I just don't really like working, Let's be real. Like everybody else, So the 9-to-5 job, like I said, I've tattooed and worked in the tattoo shops, but that's like, 10, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. So you're talking about 60 hours a week. You're sitting in a tattoo shop So, and most of the time you're not doing anything, you're just sitting around being bored, and everybody else is like, hey, come ride, let's ride. You're like, no, I can't, I gotta be at work all day. And then you go to work all day and you don't make any money. And so that just wasn't really doing it for me. So it was like, you can make good money tattooing, but you're not going to make enough money to get ahead. You're going to just kind of barely get by. And so most people, they're kind of just happy with just getting by, and that's cool for them and great and fine and wonderful if that's what you are into. But I wanted to get like ahead a little bit because I've already done some getting behind in life. And so, just basically I just don't like to work. I don't want to work every day. And so the way that I've kind of designed my life is like I do the minimal amount of work that it takes, but still figure out.
But where does like that whole mind, like have you had any of those kind of jobs that, like, what made you realize that you didn't want to be stuck in a 9 to 5 every day?
Because I've just tried it a few times and I didn't really like it. I worked at a ranch one time when I was like 17.
Oh shit, Yellowstone.
It was a horse ranch. I was at the Lazy W Group stables out in Azle, Texas, and working with the horses every day. And it was all right, but it's like 7 days a week, so it's every day, so you never can do anything. And I just really wasn't liking that. And then I started doing the but then I was maybe like 17, so then I started hustling, and that was kind of a good little addicting.
You got a taste of money is what you got to taste.
Yeah, basically, because whenever I was young, we didn't really have that growing up, and so then I got a taste of making money and not having to really like go to work and bust ass every day for it, and so I just liked that better, to being able to do whatever I wanted to all day, every day, and that's kind of how it is still now. I like to just try to do what I want to,
Yeah, man, I don't know. This is so weird trying to like redo this for the third time. It's like we got like an hour wasted of trying to like get our fucking podcast dialed in so that we can actually do a podcast, and I'm already fucking buzzed out of my mind right now.
Well, I never see you drinking liquor, and you filled that up like twice. So, good job.
I thought that the idea was like I'm gonna drink liquor, and I'm gonna like take it easy and just kind of sip on this all night.
That's a fucking ton of liquor, dude.
Is it? I can't tell.
For you,
to me, that's like 7 or 8 shots.
Yeah, I'm thinking that'll one of those are gonna get.
So
you
guys
up.
are saying I fucked up.
We'll find out.
What's in store for me, basically? No, like there's this weird thing because Jesse as well. Like Jesse, he's been struggling with the idea of wanting to find like this like more freedom idea of life, but also responsible enough to where you're making money and you're living cheap enough to where you can do things. But it's kind of this weird like give and take, because at some point you had to learn all these skills that you've acquired that allows you to work 3 days out of a week or make enough money so that you can start flipping things like bikes, and like you're trying to get into flipping houses now too.
No, so basically, where that kind of came from was just in the tattoos world, you have busy season, which is income tax, and everybody's rich and they all get tattoos. Yeah. But then like once the kids go back to school, it's like they have school supplies, they have uniforms, they have, then it's Halloween, then it's Thanksgiving, then it's Christmas. So people are kind of saving money during that time. And so you're not really making anything in the tattoo season. So either you have two choices. Either you can grind hard during the first year and then save up your money, and then just that holds you over through the winter. That's what everybody always told me. Like, you got to save your money in the beginning of the year so that at the end of the year you'll have it. And it's like, or you can just ball all out and have a good time and vacation and do what you want to all year long, and then at the end of the year you just need something else to supplement your income, and so that's kind of where I wanted it to be at. So if you could just buy a bike, and if you could flip a bike maybe 1 or 2 a month, you could make $1,000-$2,000, so that supplements the income pretty well.
So like with the idea of that, so you have a lot amount of money. So let's say you have $5,000 and you're going to buy a bike with this $5,000. There's still like, if you buy $5,000, then you need to make, let's just say $8,000 on the bike. You're only keeping the $3,000, right? And the rest is going back into the next bike.
Right.
So you can't
or
be like,
maybe you take all 8,000 and go into the bike and get a nicer bike. But with bikes, it really doesn't go that way. You really just need to buy them cheap. You need to get them for $25. Oh shit!
That was live.
Maybe $2,500, $3,000, and then maybe you can do a little bit of shit to them, and make them into $4,000. You make $1,500. If you could do that a couple times a month, you'd be doing good.
It's okay. You're not on the camera anymore, dude. Don't worry.
ridiculous.
I remember my first podcast.
This is my third. I thought I was a pro. You got me saying I'm a pro, and here I am spilling drinks.
No, it's all good, man. But yeah, so like that's the thing about flipping
No, we
bikes.
don't even like this table, dude. It's cool.
Dude,
we just bought it. It's
bought this
whatever.
thing off Facebook Marketplace. This whole room is based out of Facebook Marketplace, man. Straight up.
If I was lowballing those people, you would have got twice the room.
Twice the room, dude.
But no, yeah, like, you know, because I flipped bikes for a little bit. I had pretty good success with it, but being able to custom paint, having lots of takeoff parts all the time in the shop, different seats, different bars, it's like you can throw the shit on there, but you kind of, like, if you're not smart with it, you can tap yourself out with, like, selling all the extra surplus of parts and the bikes and things like that. So,
For sure.
I don't know.
I think that you just buy something that you know's a good deal. Like if somebody wants $5,000 for it, and I offer them $3,000 and they give it to me, well then I just post it for $5,000 and I wait. You know, I'm not in a hurry, so just
You
wait.
do what they should have done.
Right, but
Yeah.
they're in a hurry. They need the money right now, so they'll take $3,000. Screw it. But it's really, you know, it's worth $5,000 because that's what they're going for. You know,
Yeah.
so kind of buy those deals, or you know, just lowball people, just disrespectfully lowball them. That's what I do.
Like, give me an example.
Like the big wheel bagger that I have, it's a 13 Road Glide. He wanted 24 for it, and I told him I'd give him 17, and you know, just $7,000 less than what he wants for it. You know, and it's worth 24. He's got 22,000 in receipts on the bike, and so I'm like, I wasn't even looking for that bike. I was looking for the wheelie bagger, but offered him 17, and he's like, you know, I got 2 weeks. I'm on the oil rig. I said, he's like, if you'll wait, then I'll do it. And I was like, well, if you'll take 16, then I'll wait 2 weeks. So he said, sure. So I ended up getting it for 16. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So $9,000 off? Is that
yeah,
what it was?
exactly.
Wow.
And just kind of that's the same things happened. I had a buddy. That's how I got the wheelie bagger. My buddy, you know, he was. I heard that he was about to lose his bike and get it repoed. They were hiding it because it was going to go to repo. So I asked what he owed on it. You know, he owed 11 on it, I think, and so I paid it off and got a $15,000 bike for 11. So it's a good, you know, just if you can do that enough times in a year, you'd be all right. And then do some tattoos during busy season. And
Yeah. So the other thing that we've already talked about twice that I have to reiterate again is you've apprenticed more than once. Like you're here kind of doing an apprenticeship at the shop, trying to learn the paint thing, but you've done it with the tattoos and in like the weed industry as well.
Absolutely.
So the tattoo thing, like that came after the weed industry, right?
Before. So I was hustling whenever I was younger, ended up getting in some trouble, going to jail, and then whenever I got out, then I was tattooing. I learned how to tattoo in prison. Excuse me. And so I tattooed for 4 years, pretty solid in shops every day, Monday to Friday. I worked all over Fort Worth, and I went to East Texas and worked at Prodigy Inc. for Big Iron. He took me to some conventions. One convention, I won an award. So then I was an award-winning artist. So in my brain, I was like, I'm an award-winning artist now. You know, it doesn't matter. Like I can tattoo wherever, and it doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
You have your credentials, kind of like I guess with what you do. Once you win some awards, it's kind of like if you were doing them in your garage, nobody would care. Not that, you know, but
Look at my trophy rack.
exactly. I don't know. So. But yeah, so then I kind of apprenticed. I didn't really apprentice tattooing. I learned, like I said, when I was incarcerated, and then whenever I got out, I started tattooing at a shop, and I was horrible still. But then a guy, Chucky Holden, took me in and kind of showed me how to tattoo the proper way. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I did that. And then, like I said, it'll get you by, but it wasn't really getting me ahead. And so then I had a buddy who had his helper in Colorado. He ended up quitting on a pot farm out there growing weed, and I'm a stoner, so I was like, that sounds badass. He was like, hey, I need somebody to help at the end of the year if you know anybody. And I was like, I'll come out there right now. So I did. I went out there and helped him. It went pretty good. We went to the end of the year, did all the trimming, and then the next year I stayed and helped him for the next year and got a split. You know, we did a percentage to take care of things.
So you kind of went in first, like just learning the trade and just being a
first I was just helping my buddy, you know, because he needed the help. And then, but it was cool, and I did enjoy it. It was kind of cool being up in the mountains for a little while. I'm more of a people person, so it wasn't good long term.
You the law?
Yeah.
Go on, get.
Exactly. That's kind of how it was. You know, we're on 40 acres and nobody kind of trespasses up in Colorado.
Well, it's kind of weird. Like you think about like the weed in not in California, but fuck, I'm already drunk.
God damn it.
You think of the like weed thing that was taking place in Cali, where there was like massive amounts of people growing still, but it was all illegal, right? But you had medical marijuana everywhere. They had to get weed from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But then Colorado legalizes it, and then all of a sudden there's this business industry taking place in Colorado, and I don't know where I was going with that.
This is.
Yeah, it's a shit show. I'm done. Can I get some water?
Give me that. Give me that.
Waitress.
Give me that.
You want that?
Yeah, I want that. Fucking pussy.
Just ice water. So
You put ice in this. Your first mistake was putting ice in this.
your first mistake was fucking
It's all watered down and shit.
considering. Fuck off, dude. No, well, all my friends in Cali that were growing weed, like just listen to the horror stories that they were dealing with before it became legal. You know what I mean? And then Colorado legalizes it, and just this flood of industry takes place. And it would be fun to learn how to do this shit, but I couldn't imagine how different it is of being in Colorado versus what it was like in Cali. Because in Cali, I heard horror stories. You know, banks wouldn't take the money. You couldn't take the money to the bank. You had to have hire fucking security people and Blackwater fucking people to fucking block your shit, dude.
Crops at the end of the
Yeah,
season.
because dudes were getting robbed because you couldn't put the money in banks. So they criminals knew that so and so had tons and tons of money inside the in their fucking compound or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it happens. And they come at the end of the season and cut your crop down right at the very end.
Wow.
So they come and just take the tops off all the plants and bounce. And you've been watering them and taking care of them all year. And
So they take them off right at the time to cut them, and then they can sell the shit that way.
That's right.
So they would do that shit in Colorado too, or
All over it happens. But the worst that I personally know of was in Oregon, but it's a little more rural. You know, in Colorado, you're up in the mountains, so at least we were. So Oregon's definitely a little more flat, and people kind of are a little more closer, I guess, at least where I was at. And so that happened a lot more there. I never even heard of it until I went to Oregon. But I'm sure California it happens more because you have more criminals.
criminals. It's a little bit harder of a place to live, so people tend to do more crime.
Yeah, it's expensive in California.
What was it like? What was it like being in So you're from here in the DFW area, and did you travel much growing up at all?
Never. No, I never traveled hardly ever. You know, I had a single mom with 3 kids growing up, so we didn't have money to do much. We'd travel in the state, go to the caverns or
Galveston.
Yeah, go to the fabulous beaches of Galveston. You know,
Galveston's like the '80s party mom destination for their kids. Because they can go down there and still get some drugs, but then we can go to the beach.
That could be good. That could work.
Drugs on the beach.
That could be good times for them. But yeah, they it's not like California. But yeah, I never traveled really growing up. We didn't have the money to do that, and I didn't even care about traveling really until we went to Colorado, and then to Washington. And after Washington, you know, then it was kind of like, that was cool, driving all the way from Texas to Washington. It was like 30-something hours. So
What'd you go to Washington for?
we just had some buddies with a farm up there that we went and helped out. And
So did you go to Colorado first or Washington?
Colorado first, then Washington, then Oregon, then California.
Nice.
And now I'm back in Texas.
What made you want to come back here, though?
California was where in my head, I always wanted to be there. That's like I needed to go there for, I don't even know why. I just felt like that's where I needed to go and belonged, where it would be good for me at least. And it was really good for me, actually. But I just didn't like the people there that I was around, maybe. I felt like the people were very superficial. It was kind of, at least the people that I hung out with and around, it seemed like it was just more like a, what can you do for me or what do you have to offer type place. So I don't know. I like the Southern hospitality, and
Hell yeah, bro.
I like when you're, you just like here, you go to the gas station. If you need to go across the road, like people stop and come on in, and like California, they're like, fuck you, so it's just a completely different feel. And I think, not that there's not shady people everywhere, but I feel like people are a little more genuine here than anywhere else that I've been so far.
Yeah.
Besides maybe the mountains. Colorado, I like that. People really mind their own business up there, and they seem to have pretty good. They're pretty well.
Yeah, Colorado seems like there's a lot of shit going on, so people have something to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there's all the there's such a different culture up there with hiking and just
there's free entertainment. Whereas I always say that a lot. In California, if you want entertained, you can go to the beach, you can take your family to the beach, it's free. You can go to the mountains, you can go hiking, you can go climbing, you can do all kinds of things that are free. Whereas in Texas, there's nothing that's free.
Mm-hmm.
I was in St. Louis, and the zoo there is free. Like, but in Texas, the zoo's $40, and I don't know. It's just in Texas, it's pay to play.
We got free water.
What?
Where?
Not Taco Bell.
Yeah, nothing's free in Texas. I don't
Yeah.
know. But yeah, California it was cool. It's expensive, Diesel's $4.50 a gallon, which that's not cool. I get 13 miles a gallon in the truck.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, that wasn't cool. Trying to park a diesel in California sucks.
Oh yeah, dude, they don't fucking make any kind of places for you to park.
No,
there.
the only cool thing about California, the beach, the weather.
So when you were in jail, like, what was the kind of things it was? Like you said, you used to get a lot of magazines and subscriptions. Like, what were you really like fixated on to where when you got out, you wanted to experience?
Tattooing. I always drew in there, and I never would have tattooed. I don't think if I would have never went to prison, but I just used to draw a lot, and people would always be like, "Man, do a tattoo on me, do a tattoo on me," and like, "Nah, hell no! Like I ain't gonna be the one to fuck your tattoo up." And then eventually, one of my buddies, he was just like, "Dude, look at my arm." He's like, "It's shit, the whole thing," He's like, "Just try it, man. You can't fuck it up any worse." And I was like, "All right." So I tried it, and obviously I sucked and screwed his arm. Huh?
Wasn't that? Oh well, was it in jail when you did it? Or
Yeah.
what?
Oh yeah.
So were y'all doing like the little fucking?
No, we had like a spinner, like a homemade tattoo machine, and used a wire brush out of some cable from the weight machines. Used some burnt baby oil. You burn some baby oil and it makes soot, and use that with some VO5 shampoo to thicken it up to turn it into a liquid.
Is this chemistry class?
Yeah, man.
It's like watching Breaking Bad right now.
Yeah, except for tattoo version. Yeah, and so, but yeah, we tattooed in there, and I'm one of those people, like, once I do something, I want to try to like master it kind of. But once I master it, it's not like I want to continue mastering it. Like once I master it, I'm kind of like, okay, I did that, and like next.
So like once you're satisfied with the progress you made or like where you're at with it, you're just like,
because
right,
I have like goals kind of with and like with the stunt riding, I was like, man, I'd always wish I could do some shows with Patrick Stevens, because that's who I originally saw, and I was like, that'd be badass. He travels all over the world doing shows, and
I remember watching those DVDs because Jace had them, and then I watched them.
Which ones?
And it was badass, They were there humping bombs, and I wanted.
The one I watched, he was like, he fucking was doing like wheelies through some store, went to an elevator with it.
Yeah,
some crazy shit, dude.
It was just that was a camera trick, maybe, unless it was.
Oh, he had the mini bike.
No, he had the mini bike. Yeah,
okay,
he did it on like a 50 or a 120 or some shit.
Gotcha, totally possible.
Yeah,
at the golf course, he's a fool with it. But yeah, so I wanted to do that, and so I got to do shows with him. And after that, after I did the shows with Pat, kind of, I was kind of like, I traveled. Excuse me, I wanted to go to ROC, and did that for 4 or 5 years, and hit tons of states and rides. And I feel like with the sport bike thing, kind of, it's its own little world. But I feel like I kind of did what I wanted to do with that. Wait, did we lose sound?
No, we're good.
And so I just feel like maybe like the last 6 months or maybe a year, the sport bike thing, ever since I got hit by the car and I had knee surgery, I guess maybe, the sport bike thing kind of has lost its spark for me.
Yeah, it's yeah. Well, what is, like, we're kind of jumping way ahead, and so this podcast is going to be kind of all over the fucking place. But
that's cool. I like that. I'm all over the place, so it's cool.
Yeah. Well, for me, like, as a spectator for the stunt scene, like, I was never even anywhere close to being able to consider myself a stunt rider, just doing a fucking power wheelie down the highway, right? So, but being around Patrick Stevens and Brando and Is that what his name? Brandex.
Yeah.
Tripping. Marlo Brando is the kind of thing. Fucking whiskey, man. But just being around those guys and like so many other people that I grew up with in the sport bike world back, 10, 15 years ago, it just, if you don't do it, like you get real bored of it real quick. Like to me, like I'm so fucking bored seeing people do a wheelie, but I get the draw. I get how when people don't see it very often, how amazing it looks, especially on a Harley now.
For
right?
Sure. It does take skill, and it's.
It does, yeah. 100%.
To do it, it's not. I mean, like anybody, like you said, not anybody, but most anybody can go ride an 80-mile-an-hour wheelie down the highway, and people are like, "Oh, my friend does them at 100." Everybody does. Oh, my friend, he does wheelies 120 down the highway. You're like, well, yeah, because he sucks.
Remember we went to Valley Customs and they were out fucking doing a stunt show in front of there, out in L.A.
Yeah, like right in front of the shop.
Yeah, we just like me and Jesse was like going through Cali when we first kind of started the podcast. And we showed up at Valley Custom Spot, and there was like a bunch of people in there wrenching on bikes and hanging out. And the next thing you know, there's a full-on fucking wheelie fest out front.
Yeah, there was like 3 of them out there doing wheelies and shit.
And it's like at that point, I had seen people do wheelies here in Texas on Harleys and shit, but at that point I was like, okay, now this is fucking everywhere. It's not like 5 dudes doing wheelies on Harleys now, and it's really fucking spectacular. It ain't like Jason Pullen is running around the States.
Right.
I mean, I thought it was pretty chill. So.
I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. It was dope as fuck. But from an industry standpoint, like I looked at it like, okay, now it's becoming way more mainstream. There's more people jumping on it or doing it. And then at the same time, there was some cats here in Dallas doing it probably 2 years ago.
Right.
Because I remember going to the Fuel City, and I'm on my gold FXR, and this dude was on a Dyna, and who also rode sport bikes. I've met the dude a million times. I suck
Tony
at names.
Santos.
Probably.
Toaster Tony. That's whose Dyna I own.
Yeah.
Now.
You own that one now?
Yeah, the purple one.
And so I mean it became a big deal, but like I don't know, like where do you go with stunning? Like what's the
You go broke.
like what's
you go to the hospital, you go broke, and you go to the parts store, you go to the mechanic shop.
Yeah.
That's where you go, like in the parking lots. That's pretty much there's maybe like there's a couple guys out there maybe doing it. Like Jason Pullen is obviously getting paid, but he's like the greatest Harley stunt rider ever to live, probably.
Yeah. I mean, he was
even
doing
more
that shit.
so than Evil Knievel, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean,
which is saying a lot, but he's like a real deal. He's not really scamming folks. I think Evil could have maybe been scamming folks. I didn't think so, but then when I saw the documentary, I was like, ooh, he might have been scamming folks, kind of.
There's a documentary on Evil Knievel.
I had no idea.
Being Evil, Johnny Knoxville put it out.
Serious?
Yep.
Dude, I feel like not a biker because I don't know about this.
Yeah, you're definitely not a real biker. No, but once I seen the documentary, I'm like, he might have been kind of scamming folks. But, I mean, whatever, I guess. But, yeah, there's really nowhere you go with it. It's just a hobby, and that's kind of something that maybe everybody originally wants to be Patrick Stevens and travel the world and get paid to do it, or be Jason Pullen and do shows every weekend, or, there's a bunch of guys that do it. But most of us, it's just a hobby. It's kind of like skateboarding. Like when you were a kid and you were skateboarding, and you go out there and he can do a kick flip, and then he does a hill flip, so then you learn how to do hill flips, and then you see he did a 360 flip, so you're like, I want to do that. So then you just practice and fall, and eventually you can do it. And it's just like you're kind of like hanging out with your homies and just stoked on learning new tricks and pushing each other to do more and different. It's like that exactly, but on motorcycles. Somebody does something that they can't do, and it's you're a pussy, you can't scrape through the bike, and then it's just kind of it's kind of like that. It's like a bunch of skateboard kids that kind of grew up and got more expensive skateboards.
That's a good analogy for it, though.
And that's it, though. Like I'm not going anywhere with it. I've probably made maybe $1,000 doing shows and shit in my 8 years of doing it. And
yeah.
That doesn't pay for the tires I went through last year, basically. So it's really just a thing to push yourself, And originally I saw Patrick do that wheelie, and I was like, man, that would be awesome if I could do that. And like now I can ride a wheelie for 15 miles, no problem. And it's like, I don't know, it's just kind of.
The weird thing is like I've legit had dreams that I could ride a wheelie like that. Just like, it's kind of like the same feeling. Like if you're a biker or someone that rides bikes and just in general, like being able to ride a slow, controlled wheelie just wherever you want is almost like flying. Like, it's really it's this weird fucking, like, freedom of, like, I can do something nobody else can really do.
Pretty much.
You know what I mean?
It is.
And so, like, I've had dreams in my fucking adult life where I'm like, this is, like, something I just do, bro. I just fucking jump on one wheel and go to fucking McDonald's and get some fucking, you know, double cheeseburgers and shit on one wheel. Like, that's just something I do every day. And I've had dreams like this, and I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I can't do it. You know what I mean?
And, you know, it takes a lot to learn how to do it slow and controlled. And so most people, they're like, ooh, I want to learn how to do that. So they get one, and then they wreck it, and they're like, oh, fuck that. Or they maybe break a leg or something. And they're like, nah, I'm over that shit. You know?
I like how you put break a leg, like, on the end of it. Like, that's not the hard part. Like, the bike sucks, you know, but the leg breaking is the one that fucking...
Well, it is, because, you know, the bike breaking costs you, you know, $2-3 grand max, where the leg breaking costs, you know, $60,000. So it's kind of a... The bike breaking you can handle, you know, but the leg breaking, you can't do that too many times.
That's a weird thing, because, like, a lot
Try
of...
me.
Exactly. That's the stunt rider's mentality.
Well, what do you think the real draw is to, like, wheelie bikes? Do you think it is... You think is it just...
Pussy.
True, but
I feel like most dudes
right.
who do that are like
Being
trying to
real,
get laid.
Yeah, being completely real and honest. At first, I was like, dude, if I could ride a wheelie like that, I would get the most ass in town. Like, the ass would be chasing me, you know?
It would literally be raining pussy.
Basically. Yeah. But then you learn how to do wheelies like that, and you don't really
it doesn't happen.
It rains
because,
because you're busy out learning how to wheelie.
Because 4 or 5 days a week, you're in a parking lot at some industrial warehouse. You know, there's not a bunch of pussy hanging out there. Like, so, and you're out with like 15.
Well, maybe
at least not the kind of pussy you want.
Some lot lizards out there, though.
Yeah, which that's kind of the nickname. That's the Instagram name, because the joke is sort of I spend more time in a parking lot than most lot lizards do. So I'm the lot lizard, and it's kind of catchy. You'll remember that for sure. So
it works.
Yeah, lot lizard.
The lizard of lots.
Little parking lot slut.
Parking lot slut.
I mean, I remember when I first started learning how to just pull up wheelies and shit, like on sport bikes. Like, all my boys who weren't on bikes yet, but they used to. It was weird because, like, I was on a bike and my other friends weren't, but we were still doing the same shit we used to do when I was still driving cars. But I rode the bike everywhere we went. And it was kind of weird because, like, when you first ride a bike, you ride that motherfucker everywhere for any
Rain,
reason.
sleet, snow.
Yeah. Taco Bueno? I got it.
Yeah. You want a 72 pack of tacos? I got you.
Yeah.
You're on the bike.
Yeah.
And so, like, I remember, like, driving from, like, Dallas to Fort Worth or riding, and my buddies were going, and there was another seat in the car, but for some reason I'm on the bike.
Dude,
I just
I'm
had to
badass.
be. I had to be the guy on the bike. Like, you know, like, fuck it, I'm doing everything on my life on the bike. And at this point in time, like, I could pull a wheelie up. I could nowhere near balance point, but I could ride out a power band and maybe click to another gear and do that shit. And literally, I would spend all of I-20 from, like, Duncanville to fucking 820.
I already know where this is going.
Yeah, traffic hates you, slowing way down to click it up, and they're honking and flipping you off.
Yeah,
that's how you
but
start.
I felt cool as shit, though.
You were the coolest motherfucker on the road.
Yeah. Every light you leave, you click first gear.
Yeah, you have
That's
to.
right, bitch.
If there's kids, that's my thing. If there's any kid ever, no matter if it doesn't matter.
You're
if
fucking you're throwing a wheelie,
President
bro.
Trump is there. If kid says pop a wheelie, like
you're like
you're at a wheelie.
Don't do
I'm like
this.
the trucker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do a wheelie.
Yeah. If they say pop a wheelie, you got to, you know, because.
Throw that shit in the air, dog.
How many girls flash you while you do wheelies?
Oh my god!
I've never had a female flash me on a motorcycle.
Wow, dude, I've had girls flash me just because I was on a bike.
Yeah, because it was probably painted all candy and sexy as hell.
No, it's because he's fucking lying to you.
They're like,
no, I'm serious.
He's probably got money.
I've had 5
titties.
sets of titties shown to me because I was riding a bike somewhere. In my lifetime.
I believe you.
I had none.
I just haven't.
0.
I wish I had. Like, it'd be cool.
And if I did, I don't recall it. You know.
No, like I remember one time.
When did this happen?
All right.
I remember that.
So the first predominant time it took place, right? We were going to this thing they used to do in Seagoville, Texas. It was a truck show called Turkey Drags or some shit like that.
You're going to a truck show.
Yeah, we were going to a mini truck show, right?
Okay.
And I was on the sport bike. Dude, any mini truck show ever in the 2000, like, in the prime of famous Stars and Straps t-shirts. in mini trucks.
Oh, I forgot about those.
In mini trucks, and there's always like 8 nerds on sport bikes doing wheelies on the strip somewhere. The entrance, the exit somewhere. Anywhere a long strip was, I was that guy one time. And so we were going to Seagoville, and I was working at Other Side Customs at the time. We left his shop, and Gary's son was following in like one of Gary's cars or some shit. Mm-hmm. And we were on 75. Some chick with some big old titties, man. Just like, I didn't even do anything. You're never doing anything, dude.
I don't know, man. I just fell into it, bro.
You're on the bike.
You're just on a bike, and like it's usually a chick and another chick, and that chick is. We were just talking about it. I think like.
I wasn't in this conversation.
It's like, yeah, you weren't there, and I'm trying to remember it, and I'm drunk, so I'm trying to like recollect, but. It's like some chick is in a car and she's the wild one. She's in the passenger seats. Male or female are always the wild motherfuckers. You got to watch out for those guys, right? So she like jumps out the car, pulls her tits out, and I don't remember what they look like. It's been like fucking 10 years, 15 years probably.
Is that what you tell your wife?
I don't even remember what they look like.
I don't even remember what they look like, babe.
Well, I mean,
he's like
he remembers the whole memory, but
they were like
in his head.
Circles,
the titties are blurred out.
They
bro.
were like that, but it was like,
I don't remember what they look like.
Well, I don't remember any distinctive like shapes and scars and if they had hair around the nipples or anything like that. But I just remember they were actual tits. You know what I mean? On a female.
Dope, dude.
wow.
You sure was.
Yeah.
But so that was one time, and I mean there was plenty of other times like riding around, just like especially like riding around in the city from different club areas to the next, like hanging out with the boys and shit. That used to be a thing because
cracking up on a cold one, man.
One of the things to do on bikes back in the day was after the bike night you were talking about that we used to do in Dallas, the Sonic, which everybody went to. After that shit was over, like you either went to go race and do wheelies down the highway, which we all did that, and then after those were done at like 11 p.m., 12 p.m., guess what was happening right after that? The clubs started letting out. Guess what every chick at a club that's drunk likes? Fucking motorcycles. So you go hang out in front of the clubs and just chill with your boys, shoot the shit. Girls walk out. Hey, babe, want to ride? It used to work, dude. It used to be a thing to like get chicks to do it.
I have a friend that that's his go-to. He says, "Hey, we should go ride sometime," and it works for him like 18 out of 20 times, probably.
He's really shooting some shots, bro.
I say 18 out of 20, not 3 out of 4.
Yeah, 18 out of 20 shots. He's literally every day 4 different chicks, dude.
I've seen it work wonders for him, and I'm like, man, that's the golden goose right there, you know.
I don't know about that.
It works for him.
So what does he do?
What does he do?
Yeah. For the single people out there.
He does construction.
No, like what's his like game plan with this?
Oh, he just asked him, "Hey, we should go ride sometime." You know, the little waitress at wherever, and either they say yes or no, but for some reason,
does that not feel like the biggest douchiest thing to do as a motorcyclist?
That absolutely is the biggest douchiest thing to do as a motorcyclist.
For me personally, I don't believe in harassing the females at the restaurants, at their work. That's not. I don't
because
do
they get it all fucking day already anyway. Yeah, like Hooters in Twin Peaks and shit like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm not
like
drunk.
restaurants. Yeah,
That's real shit. Yeah.
Okay,
but no, I don't ever hit.
You're
on
wasting
the
your
waitress,
time,
the
dude.
bartender, any female ever at work. I don't do it because one time I heard a chick. She was like, "I hate getting hit on at work. Like I'm at my fucking job trying to make money."
Right.
I was like, that's a good point.
It makes sense.
I don't want to be that jackass.
I'm over here sanding.
I don't do it, but
Over here sanding bikes. I don't want some dude coming up. Hey, sugar tits.
yeah, exactly. You know?
Here's a fucking $20 tip. Keep sanding that bike, slut.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
man. So yeah, that's just not me. I don't do it, but it works for him though. So different strokes for different folks, you know.
They don't fucking start fucking with keys again.
He's got the shortcuts in. We're done.
Dude, no, you're fine. You're good.
I'm like sketched out by him. Like I can't do this for the 8th time.
What are you talking about, bro? We're fucking 38 minutes in.
Holy shit.
We're
dude.
only 38 minutes in. Oh, it's fucking over for us, dude. What the fuck?
So basically, that's my life story. I I've got a good 38 minutes of
God
content. That's
damn
all I'm
it,
good
dude.
for.
No, we're not allowed to do that, dude. It has to be at least an hour, bro. We've never put some 38 minutes shit out, bro.
I'm just talking shit. I'm good. We got plenty more to go. What do we need?
We should have started this thing out a lot more sober than I actually kicked it off.
Well, you fucking...
Well, the first time you were pretty sober.
Here you go. You want some of that?
No, dude. Like, I don't know where your mouth's been.
What does it matter?
Dude, I will drink after my son after he ate dirt before I'll drink after you, motherfucker.
I'm sorry. You ever had herpes before?
I don't think so. No one's called me back. So
I heard that once you catch them, you don't have to worry about catching them anymore, and it kind of takes the whole
man.
scare part away. You can't catch them twice, So
It's a good opener at a restaurant. Hey, sugar tits, you got herpes?
hey, it's kind of like what's that Dallas Buyers Club? Like when he finally meets a chick that has the same AIDS as him.
Oh, the same type? Did you guys know there's different types of AIDS? Yeah. There's like 3 different strands.
They call it like
it's
schedule.
hepatitis.
Like it's Schedule 1 AIDS.
I didn't know.
The worst part is like there's like
what the fuck are we talking about?
There's like like you it's live. So when you're like I'm trying to think how to word this.
You remember?
Disclaimer: I do not have STDs.
Yeah, me neither. But when you're live, you gotta think of how to,
dude,
how to say it so that people don't think I have.
You
STDs.
remember our first drunk cast, and you fucking fell out of your chair.
Yeah,
that's what I feel like is gonna happen tonight, man.
Do it.
All right, cool.
So,
all right.
So when you like HPV,
they got
human
people
papilloma
virus.
Right?
Dude,
it's
nobody's getting that anymore. There's a vaccine.
Oh, there's a vaccine?
I've been saving that.
Hell yeah. Okay, well, I mean, for
He's like, fuck, I still haven't been having a vaccine.
Well, I just talked
well,
to
if you have it, you're fucked.
Every time
but
I
if
go
you
to the
go,
doctor, he tells me I have something else. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I'm not coming back.
if you have it already, you're fucked. But if you don't, you go to the doctor and it's 3 rounds, and they give you the vaccine 3 different times. And then
so it's not a fucking
no,
vaccine.
it's no, yeah, I have I've got the vaccine.
So it's not a vaccine if you have it and it's not curable. It's like only preventable.
No, that would be a cure. A vaccine is just like it's fucking supposed to like build your immune system up to it, so that way you won't.
That's some bullshit.
Get infected.
I don't know if I have it or not, but I heard it because I got this new car and I don't have like the ability to listen to my phone yet.
Yeah. That's terrible.
I'm listening to like ads on radio stations and they scare the fuck out of me because I haven't heard them in like 2 years. So there was one about HPV and like people need to find cures for it. And I'm like, do I have that? I don't think I do.
You literally are having. You sound like me right now.
Dude, I had sex in the 90s and in the 2000s and there was not a lot of technology being put into humans.
Look, man. If you had anything, that shit would be showing up.
How does HPV
once you're 20
show?
years of no signs, I don't think you're...
Yeah, dude. If you got HPV, you'd have fucking warts and shit on your dick, bro.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
So shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm good.
Or am I?
Are you supposed to be podcasting right now?
Dude, you fucked it all up with your goddamn show.
Dude. Since we got cameras though, like check out these movies, bro. Fucking fly, bro. Oh.
That is literally the gayest shit that's ever taken place on the Fast Life podcast.
Just wanted to talk about them.
Hell yeah.
I mean, what do you do to that? Like, what do you even say?
This is the worst podcast we have ever podcasted in our lives. No, not your fault.
No, that's my fault. It's
Just
cool.
our fault.
No, you're good.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
The funniest part about it is like he's just holding a glass to his face. He's not actually drinking anything. He's got a cigarette that's not lit.
It's not lit.
He's got
looking like a
boots.
full-blown
He looks like Johnny Cash one night of his life, and it's just like he's not actually doing any of it. He's just acting it out in this motion that's like
It says the dude with warts on his dick.
I have no warts on my dick, though.
What are you talking about?
I think
Homie.
you might just be sipping it. Like that's what you're supposed
I'm
to do.
sipping it, bro.
you've been
You
gulping
fucking. He
it.
was drinking it like it's beer.
And so I think
Is
that's
it not?
No,
Mom made a racist little bitch. She a racist little
we
bitch.
have the same mom.
chug the bottle in
Should I break it out?
on the podcast.
Oh, dude, the chiladas.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Grab me
No.
a beer.
I can't even drink out of my own cup anymore. Like, I'm gonna give you this fucking glorious.
No, I
fucking
want a beer. You
delicious
just
thing.
fill that up for yourself.
We're almost out of beers. You're gonna have to go get some more.
Drink it.
Anyway. No, move it over there.
Okay,
I wanna
cool.
get-
I'll just
get
take
some
them both.
disease.
Like,
Hop and top again.
So what?
so what?
This is worse than a drunk ass.
I'm never doing a podcast again.
You shouldn't. You're fucking it up for me.
Don't you have a script or something?
He asked me that already. I told him no
It
because I'm.
sounds like a professional thing to do, right?
Well, I was wondering. I was like, man, do I need to study for this? Or he kind of popped it on me at the spot. He was like, hey, yeah, somebody's coming tonight. You check it out. And then he's like, oh, hey, you want to do a podcast right now? And I was like,
Well, it was one of those deals like
no, it's totally
Adam
cool.
and all the homies from Houston were supposed to come up, and then they had some shit pop up today where they couldn't make it. So I was like, well, fuck it. Like, might as well do it now. The problem is that you come to the shop every day and we talk every day. So all the shit you're telling me,
Yeah, you already know.
I'm like, yo, like this is some shit that I think people would love to hear, which I'm doing the worst job possible right now of being the host for that kind of content. But
Yeah, dude, you're still.
trust me, guys, it's there. No, but so
I'm like a bad paint job. There's something good under there.
Dirty mouth.
but
Chew it over with orbits.
nah, man, like there's too much shit going on. This is annoying.
Say a fucking sentence.
Help me the fuck out, bro.
I gave up on you when we started. As soon as I saw you were drinking liquor.
Well, I'm fucking drunk now, so help me out, dude. Like, are you my brother or what? Come on,
Really?
brother.
Come on, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. No, but seriously, like I like was really interested in like all the stuff you were telling me about, which we kind of talked about, where you would you set up your whole life to where you're able to travel, able to live, able to do like have the free time every day of the week to try new shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which a lot of people they do that. They don't do that, but they want the free time. They want to learn how to paint. They want to learn how to wrench on bikes or tattoo, or they want to travel. They want to do all these things, but they set their lives up in a way that won't allow them to do anything but go to work and then watch YouTube videos when they get off.
Yeah, they're like part of the machine, you know. Like,
Yeah.
it's like because people tell you, you measure success on like you have to have the house with the picket fence, and you have to have a Mercedes, or that's what those people have, and so everybody needs to have that too, and so you have to, you know, get married whenever you're in your 20s. You got to have kids by the time you're 30. You got to have a house by the time you're 35. Like it's just
Yeah.
you're in the rat race of like just having some shit, but which is cool, but you're not living life. You know what I mean? Like you're just doing the go to work, come home, go to sleep, which that's cool for a lot of people, and people are happy with it, and that's cool. If that's makes you happy, then great. But for me personally, it's like that don't make me happy. Like there's all kinds of shit that I want to do. You know, I don't want to just like tattooing's cool. I got the award. Because when I was incarcerated, I seen them in the magazine. And I was like, man, I'd like to go to a tattoo convention and win. And I went to one, and I just so happened to win the first thing I entered. And after that, I was like, now what? You know?
Yeah.
Kind of
After he won an award, he immediately quit tattooing.
No, I just slowed way down because I just kind of like. Then it was like the 12-hour days and 60-hour weeks was cool working up because that was my goal, you know. But then once I reached it, now it's like, well, I don't want to do this forever, 60 hours a week,
Yeah.
5 days a week. Like, you're never going to do anything in that. If you live like that, then you're never going to do anything, you know.
Well, you gotta
Right.
create like these little like achievements to where when you get to them, if you can't find another thing to set the next bar, then it becomes kind of mundane.
Yeah, you just keep doing the same thing and go
Yeah.
to work and you come home, go to sleep, and you go to work and come home, go to sleep, and then yeah, you know. And then people get married, you know. So a lot of people get married. stayed clear. I've avoided my first divorce.
Do you have any advice for?
Yeah.
Are you pointing at me right now?
It just depends. Like, if you want to be free and do what you want to, then it's very like, look at everybody. So what I do is I try to look at everybody around me, my friends, and so like all of my married friends, and I mean all of them. I have tons of them, and acquaintances. Maybe they're better than friends, but they can't go do whatever they want, whenever they want. They can't travel when they want. They can't buy motorcycles if they want. They can't invest their money in this if they want. Like, they kind of can only do 50% of that, maybe, or less, depending on how they barter their
relationship
and stuff. Yeah, and so I had a girlfriend whenever I was tattooing, and I was wanting to travel and tattoo, and she like didn't want me to go to conventions. She didn't want me to do this, so she's like I felt like she was holding me back, and so. And even with the stunt riding, I've had females that I was dating in the stunt world, and like they don't want you to go out of town to this ride.
Well, I mean, if you found a chick who gave you freedom, though, would it be different?
Maybe in that aspect, but I'm a hard person to like. I really like to do whatever I want, whenever I want.
Yeah, and so do I, and so does everybody in this fucking room.
So maybe if.
So what we're really talking about here is selfishness.
Yeah, really, yeah.
No,
you need to be selfish. You need to be selfish.
So for me personally, like growing up, I didn't really have the money to do what I wanted to do. I played sports and all that, but really I wanted to ride dirt bikes and stuff, and we didn't have that kind of money. And so then I hustled and did have the kind of money, but then I went to prison, and then they told you what to do, when to do, where to do, how to do. And I lived that life for 6 years, and by the time I was sick of that shit,
Right.
And then I started getting in these relationships with girls, and then to me personally, just based off of my own experience, that's what it was like. It was like being in jail.
It was like being in prison. Fuck.
Kind of.
I'm gonna get more beer. Y'all carry that shit on.
Kind of though, because I was like, I was going to work 60 hours a week in a tattoo shop, so that was like its own jail. And then I get out of that and I go home, and it's like then I can't go do what I want to when I get off of work because I'm in that jail.
Do you think maybe you were just in shitty relationships?
Yeah, it's very possible.
Because I've been in shitty relationships just like that before.
Yeah. And so
I feel like, dude, there's some chicks out there that are pretty like laid back, like do whatever the fuck you want as long as you fucking
yeah, maybe
don't fuck around.
I just haven't ran into those, or maybe those are like the
maybe
beater ones. I was really going for superficial things.
See, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
That is 100% the problem. You get these fucking way fucking hot chicks. It's like sometimes you do get lucky and you find girls that are like super hot that actually have like a real fucking personality and like can put their pride aside and actually do shit.
For sure.
But most of them are real fucking pieces of shit, dude. And you're not gonna find any kind of good anything, especially like with the whole like I don't even want to put that kind of shit on blast, but like superficial shit.
Well, I've experienced it for sure.
Yeah, if you're just looking for. If you're judging people based off their looks and like, okay, I guess I'll deal with their shit because they're super fucking hot, you're never going to be happy.
You're going to be miserable as fuck.
Yeah, you're going to be miserable as fuck, dude. And that's the same shit that I did, growing up. And I don't know, man. It's not a good idea.
No, you're right. And so for me, that's how it felt like. It was kind of like the jail when I was home. And so like, I want to do a whole bunch of things. And the things that I want to do, I feel like it's harder to do them with a female. For the fact that if I want to go travel and shit, then I have to have two people travel.
You also feel you do feel the burden. You do feel like the guilt. Or the guilt for leaving or
being gone or spending the money.
And then you kind of get frustrated with yourself because you're like, man, I know they really don't care, but I still feel bad about it. Like it's just. I get it.
Or
so
you're gone and you have an insecure partner.
So this is exactly an insecure shit. So that's when you literally have to stop and say like, all right, is this chick that I'm with cool enough to actually deal with her shit? Because everybody's got shit, everybody's got problems, and it's always gonna be a burden, bro. So if you're right, until you find one that you think is cool enough to deal with, and fuck that shit.
Yeah, and that's pretty much where I've been.
Yeah.
Which not, this ain't the He-Man Woman Hater Club, but for me personally, just. Everybody, not everybody, but a lot of my friends that are married and doing the house and the wife and the kids and that shit, that lifestyle, they envy the way that my life is, you know what I mean? And they're like, don't you envy the way that our life is? I'm like, like absolutely not. Yeah. Which, for instance, my little brother, he has 6 kids, and he's married.
God damn, how old is he?
He's a year younger than me, and so I'm 34, he's 33.
Fuck.
Yeah,
6 kids.
4 of his own and 2 with his or his wife.
Sounds like Brad.
Yeah.
Why you gonna do
So
that?
what do they not have?
Why you gotta do
They
that
don't
to-
have cable,
why you gotta do that to
know?
our boy?
Yeah, he didn't have cable growing up. So
Yeah.
but
Didn't have cable, so he just put his dick and everything.
he did, and so
Somebody should get into a DVD player.
exactly.
You ever heard of porn?
You ever heard of like Monopoly? Like, fucking do something else.
Do you
with
have
that shit.
any hobbies other than pussy?
Yeah, this pull-out game's super weak. But
Probably just doesn't pull out.
yeah, exactly.
No, there's for sure that part of like getting in a relationship, because I've had all the freedom in the world, and there's parts of it that I enjoy a lot, but there's also the parts of it when you're with somebody that it kind of like it ropes you in and gets you on a path that's a little bit more understandable. Like complete freedom to me, probably I would be a piece of shit. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't do well. I wouldn't be able to focus on anything, go down the right path.
When you were young, when I was younger,
Fuck.
that's exactly how I was. I was
You're fine.
I was selling drugs. I was in the club every weekend. We were popping bottles and spending money and acting a fool. But when you're older and you have the freedom, like, well, maybe not everybody, but for me personally, I had a time out from life, which most people don't get. And for 6 years, you don't have a whole lot to do in there. You can read books and do whatever, tattoo, but like you do spend a lot of time thinking and self-looking inside, and just like. This girl sent me this little book one time, and it had like things to do to make your life better or some shit. And it was like to like basically write down what's important to you now, and then what's not important to you, and then look at it later on. And so I was like, at that time, when I got arrested, I was in the hustling, going to the club every weekend. It's like once I was there, I realized like that shit wasn't important to me. That was on my not important, like going to the club, doing all that drinking, partying, like. That was on my not important list. And my important list was like making money, like getting a productive member of society, I guess, or whatever. And so the whole time, like that's kind of like what I was focused on, I guess. And maybe that helped out a lot with now. I just really am trying to enjoy my life. That's really what I'm trying to do mostly. Like I want to enjoy it and have good times. And so another reason why no relationships for me is I don't like somebody else having control of my happiness. And that's what a relationship is. Whether you like it or not.
I like how you said that though, like because that is a true thing that like me and Jesse talk about, and we try to understand as well. But like, I'm a firm believer that like true happiness in a relationship is two happy people coming together,
Has to be.
one person that's happy and one person that needs help.
You can't rely on somebody else to make you happy. You have to be happy yourself.
So what gave you that? What gave you that?
Why did you come to that conclusion?
Yeah.
Well, just because I was in relationships and I would be in a good mood. I'm up in the morning. I wake up at 5, 6, maybe 3:30, 4. I don't know. I wake up crazy hour. Once I'm up, like I'm up. So I wake up and I'm like, smoking some weed, drinking coffee.
And you're
chilling, having a great day.
Yeah.
Sometimes till 10 in the morning, and then like my ex would wake up, and she wakes up, she's like, "Can't you hear the fucking dog barking in the backyard?" I'm like,
yeah, she wakes up in a shit mood.
Dang, like and now I'm like. Don't fucking talk. And so now like I like have been in a great mood all day, but because you're in my life, and just when I'm single,
he's mad right now. Dude.
But basically when
you're conscious now.
Now
that you're awake and you had a shit dream.
now I'm in a bad mood.
Yeah, so fuck my mood, right?
Yeah, and so attitudes are contagious,
Yeah.
And, I don't know. Just when I'm single, I'm happy 365 days a year, and people are like, "What's impossible?" Like, no, like literally, I'm happy.
I mean,
pretty
yeah,
much
I get
every
that. I'm
fucking
the same
day.
way. Dude, I'm so level-headed when I'm single and shit.
But put me in a
Jay,
relationship,
I'm
and
lying.
like literally, no matter who it is, 1 or 2 or 4 days a week, I'm arguing, whether it be over some stupid shit or some shit that matters. And it's like, it's not worth it for me. People are like, "Oh, that's a relationship." It's just struggle. It's a lot of work. It takes work.
Well, it does.
Like,
It
I
does.
don't want
Yeah.
to struggle to be happy. Like I don't ever struggle to be happy single. Like I'm happy every fucking day. Like no matter what I'm doing, I'm in here fucking sanding motorcycle parts for free all day. Like I'm happy. I'm loving it. You know what I'm saying?
We'll
like
throw that
for the no, for the knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Help me.
That's not free at all. Like
No, it's all good.
The game, like I said, the game's to be sold, not told, and that's what I asked for. you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
And it's not something that somebody made me do. I wanted to learn, and like if I just believe, like basically from watching some Gary V or his channel and stuff, he just says, and that's exactly what I did, which was his motto. If you want to learn how to do something, like he tells you, like DM 50 people, DM 10 people, that do something that you want to learn how to do, and ask them. But don't ask them for a favor. Provide them with something, you know, and then let them help you if that's what they want to do. And so that's what I make a you can't refuse. Like, hey, will you let me come help you for free and just teach me how to do some shit while I'm doing it?
Perfect timing.
Right. And, you know, so, like, it's hard to say no to that. You get a free employee, like, as long as he's not stealing or fucking shit up. And, like, I'm not doing that. So I really want to learn, you know, and it's different than somebody you pay, like I say, I'm not an $8 an hour help. Like, I want to learn, you know. It's not. I'm not doing it. I'm not giving you $8 an hour worth of my effort.
When it comes to like a relationship, though, like going forward, like that could be that's a very contagious lifestyle because I mean, just being really, really honest, like when I met my wife, who you know was perfect for everything I need, and at the time when I met her, and still to this day, but like as I evolve and the things that I want to do in my life become more and more grand. And not necessarily involving her. Like some people get in a relationship and they think about, oh man, one day me and my wife are going to go to Italy. I want to go to Italy. And I don't necessarily, I'm not going to say that I don't want my wife to be there, but I want to do it on a bike. Right? Like the bike is.
This is what I'm talking about.
So it's not so much that like, I totally want my wife to be a part of that with me. But when you're a woman and you're dealing with a guy with a bike like what we deal with, I cannot understand. I can't imagine what they deal with when they see this machine in the garage that has so much power over us.
It's like the ring.
It's like
rings.
Yeah. I'm sure they're like, okay, I'll just fly out there and meet you there.
Well, I mean, that's the case. But, I mean, here's the deal. You go there. She flies out. You come there. And she wants to go do this. She's like, let's go to Venice. I'm like, there's no roads there, bro.
There's no roads, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we got to go check it out from the docks.
So, that's kind of like, I guess, maybe I didn't have control of my time for a long time. And so, like, I'm just being extra selfish with my time right now, you know, and I'm just doing what I want to do.
Well, I mean, any good relationship, you both give each other time to be selfish and do what you want to do, man.
No, for sure.
So
I just
and if you're in a relationship where you guys can't give each other time to do what you want to do, then it's not a good fucking relationship.
For sure, I would agree with that. I just I don't know, man. It's not good for me right now. Maybe I don't know. You know, maybe one day. And everybody asks me all the time. I'm 34 years old. And I'm single, no kids, never been married, never been engaged. You know, it's like people ask. You know, like, well, don't you ever want to get in a relationship? No, definitely not.
Do you like buttholes, dude?
No, I'm trying to quit.
I'm trying to quit the butthole, man.
You know,
it's hard out here,
bro.
So
you have to quit 2 weeks before you get out, or it's gay. You know, and so I'm not trying to be gay, so I quit. Yeah, you know, it's not gay.
I used to fuck pussies like you in prison.
Exactly.
Our uncle said that once.
Yeah, real quote that I will never let die.
I will never. I don't know if I said this on the podcast, but my uncle, you know,
it's fucking hardcore,
great dude, but he spent the majority of his life in and out of prison. And I remember the last time he got out. He's been out for over 10 years. He's on a straight and narrow, great life he's got now. I remember he got a sport bike. We were doing the sport bike thing, and we were going to Sonic Bike Night one night. And I don't know how to say it. Like, so we're riding. Oh, this is a different time. It's 2 times.
That's why I was laughing.
Yeah. So no, we're at a bar. This is this little bar in not too far from here called the Armadillo, right? It is a shithole. But it's a great place to get some cheap beer and at least see a fight or two. This night, we happen to be the ones in the fight. So, this dude, we're all sitting there out there having a good time. We were all on baggers out there and, riding. And this is when I had my bigger shop over in the other side of town. And this dude came in and just fucking, like, straight sucker punched my uncle, right? And then I saw red. Like, I didn't care what was – that is the weirdest thing about getting into a bar fight. Like, I am a very rational dude. I'm not going to make stupid decisions like that to go fucking, like, shoot somebody somewhere. You know what I mean? Not that I have a gun or anything, but, like, if I –
Look what Brad just sent me.
What the fuck? So, we're sitting there at the bar. This dude walks in, and I'm kind of hanging out with the people I'm with, and this dude comes in. I'm like, that dude's about to fight somebody. And then he comes up to the chick that my uncle was talking to, and then he points at my uncle, and it all happened in slow motion. I'm like, oh shit, he's about to hit somebody. And it didn't register until he fucking sucker punched my uncle in the back of the head that he was hitting my uncle. And then at that point, like, just fucking red. Like, I saw nothing but, like, rip this dude apart for whatever reason necessarily, right? Me and my uncle and the other dude that I was with, we chased this dude out the bar into a car. My uncle broke the window. We pulled this dude out, and I fucking felt like, you know, what was it like? Don't Be a Menace, where they were like stomping this dude in the fucking parking lot and shit.
Yeah.
And fucking, I think it was Don't Be a Menace while drinking your juice in the hood.
Drinking your juice in the hood.
When they were like fucking ringing around the posy on this motherfucker or some shit. And my uncle yells out, I used to fuck pussies like you in prison. And I was like, yeah, what? Wait. And
I'm co-signing.
I was like, okay, yeah, like, that's kind of hardcore, you know?
That's actually really fucking hardcore, dude.
That was the hardest thing I've ever heard another man say.
Yeah, dude.
There's no comeback from that. Yeah. Ever. Like, if you're the dude that somebody tells you that shit, you're like, well, this is not my establishment. I'm leaving.
I'm out. Yeah.
It's obviously, I'm not welcome here.
I don't want no part of that.
I don't know why we started talking about that.
Because I said I used to fuck pussies like you in prison.
Oh, anyway.
You did it.
No, I think it's when the hardest thing about dealing with relationships, especially like as you start getting older and you start like evolving the things that you want to do and see and experience in life, it becomes this game of selfishness, right? Like you're trying to be very coherent to like the woman and what she wants to do in life and where she wants to go and the things she wants to experience. But now like you're this team who has to do it as well. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And it's kind of stressful because there's also this pride you get in being with somebody where you want to help them achieve their goals and live the life that they've always dreamed about. Like that, when you provide or you help provide them to that accomplishment of feeling like, fuck, I always wanted to do this and thank you, you helped me get there, right?
Yeah.
But then, there's this selfishness that goes on where you're like, well, you know what, I think I want to ride a bike around the world, so I'm going to be gone for 6 months, and I need to take all our money out of our 401k to make it happen. Yeah.
But today, if I wanted to go do that, I'm out. Like, see y'all.
So it's a trade-off, man. It's a weird one. You know what I mean?
To me, I'm not going to put myself in a hole. No, but I don't really, like, to me, it's just the juice isn't worth the squeeze for me. I guess, like, sometimes it's like, oh, I meant, when you know, you know.
Yeah.
That's what people say. And, like, I haven't ever known yet. So, I guess, maybe whatever.
Well, I think you would, like, probably meet people or, like, have an idea of this perfect relationship or woman, right? Do you think you ever, like, you have that in your head and then, like, if you find her or meet her, then it's like, you know what I mean?
Do I think that I do or people?
No, you do. Like, do you have an idea of, like, what would be the ideal chick?
I think that they don't exist for me. Ideal for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's because, like, because I have noticed, like, with my guy friends that I was incarcerated with that I still keep in contact with, they have, like, very hard times in relationships. And I think maybe, I don't know, but I have thought about it a lot, but I think maybe potentially it's when you go through something like that and you're all by yourself and you really don't have, like, and you don't really rely on anybody else, it's like you don't have no choice. Like, it's you are there and you have to live with those consequences. Mm-hmm. And then I think it's once you make it through that with no help really necessarily, you know what I mean, on your own, then it's kind of like, well, what do I need? Because then you got here to the world, and, like, in my opinion, people's problems out here in the world, they're not life or death situations. You know, people are, like, upset because they cracked their phone screen and shit. You know what I mean? Or, like, I don't know, like, that's a horrible example, but people are just very worried about shit that just doesn't even matter, you know, and they spend a lot of time worrying about that. And for me personally, I'm like, who gives a shit? Like, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, say, for instance, my wife, like, she deals with a lot of struggles because she works at her job, like, where she cuts people's hair, and she has to absorb, like, she does men's hair, right? So she has to absorb each dude's energy.
Right.
Right.
For sure.
Sounds
no,
not
it's
right.
Same as tattooing.
But like she's sitting there. That this dude's in the chair. She's cutting his hair. She's trying to make him look his best. And be naturally,
his counselor also.
Exactly, and that's what happens. Like she's like, dude, like the shit that I hear from guys is fucking like, it's weird because like some dude can come in and give her what was like an insecurity with me, and I wasn't even there. I didn't even do anything
because he was a piece of shit.
Yeah,
and the 3 that were in here before him today were pieces of shit. Then you probably could be a piece of shit too.
Yeah, or like I like gray, and so does this other dude. So like now,
so
I'm
you're definitely a whore.
I'm definitely
or whatever,
a bad dude by proxy and shit. So
no, that's for sure. It's the same thing with tattooing. Is you just when you're around a customer, like especially with like hairdressing, you maybe with guys cuts, you might be there an hour. Whereas tattooing, you might be there 8 hours, being somebody's counselor, and so
I would feel like the people getting tattoos probably have way worse problems. Because they're so shitty people.
Because they're degenerates.
Yeah, they're just so bad.
Because they're going to hell.
They're just the worst people in the world.
Yeah, they're basically scum.
There's one coming up the stairs right now.
Yeah, total low
The
life.
worst type of people get tattoos.
Absolutely.
So I've heard.
Yeah, but they... For me, though, I just feel like, if you don't like your job, like, fucking quit that shit and go do something else.
Yeah.
People are stuck in the... But most people are in debt, because they're trying to keep up with the Joneses, so they get in a whole bunch of debt. And so they have to have that fucking job. Like, they don't have a choice to, I'm going to quit and say, screw it, I'm going to wait until I find something else. Like, they don't have that option because they have a truck payment, a house payment, a car payment, a boat payment,
Yeah, like the worst thing is when they start buying a bunch of shit that's going to help their relationship be better. I remember I knew a dude. Hold on. They had some money. He had his shit together. And, like, he had a relationship, though, that was horrible. And he kept buying shit to try to make his life better. This dude ended up spending, like, $100,000 on a boat. And then his wife was banging some dude from the boat slip on his boat.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm like, dude, like, so be selfish. Like, okay, this is the worst advice I could ever give somebody, but when you're selfish and you do what you want, you're making yourself happy and you're living a life that makes you happy, I feel like you're in a much more powerful position in a relationship.
I am, because the reason why I believe that you're completely right is because they aren't competing with, whenever I'm dating girls or whatever, if I do, they think that they're competing with these other hot girls on the internet. And it's never about that at all. Like, now, whenever I was 21, you were competing with every hot piece of ass that was around.
Yeah.
But now that I'm 34, like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? So, like, I've been there, kind of done that. I got the T-shirt. They're all...
Got the T-shirt?
Sold it, bought it back in a garage sale later on. Whatever. And so now it's more... They're really competing with my peace of mind, you know what I mean? And my happiness of being single. Like, that's more... like. If it's not happier with them than it is without them, well, then I'm not going to have it with them because I'm trying to be happy. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't want to struggle to be happy, because I don't have to. And so, some people choose to be in a relationship knowing that it's a struggle to make it work and to be happy. And for me,
sometimes I would imagine that some people that's the only struggle they're ever going to deal with in their life.
Yeah.
Is this the Fast Life Love Cast?
It is.
Hey, you want to get in on it?
Dr. Love. What you got for us, dude?
The conversation is basically like
freedom in life, and
it's about like how, like when you
look,
you
man.
ride bikes.
Here's the point: is all right. You find a fucking chick, and if you can deal with their shit, deal with their shit. All right. All the semantics and everything else does not fucking matter.
That's what everybody says that has chicks. That's
because it's not gonna be great all the time.
Yeah,
it's gonna suck fucking bad sometimes.
But if you're single, it's great.
And we can all sit around and complain about and we can complain about this shit, right here at a table with a bunch of dudes, and then go home, and then everything's cool. All right, so
and then bang our old ladies.
Dude.
I don't have one. So.
Probably not, but
shit happens. Things suck.
She probably have a headache.
But shit gets better, and then it gets better, and da-da-da. So. Wednesday. Fuck it.
The real thing...
If you find somebody you want to be with, just fucking be with them, dude.
Totally cool.
The conversation is not so much about that simplicity. The conversation is like, as a guy, or if you're a female that it's like finding your love and passion for different things in life other than another person. Like,
well, I mean,
you find this passion for motorcycles or music or like some kind of art or something that you want to pursue. And what we're talking about is how sometimes relationships can get in the way of that.
Well, then you find a woman who's like, okay, I'm stoked that you're a badass musician. Go play a fucking show. Dope. I'm happy for you. And if you can't find a woman,
what we were talking about, how a lot of people
sound like you found a good one. High five to her. That's good though, because that's cool. Most girls can't do that. Most girls aren't going to be maybe they are, but the ones that I've experienced in life, they're not about that. They're like, oh, well, go ride, take off, be gone a week.
And then no,
they're gonna call you like every
5 minutes.
Hey. And you're like, oh, hey,
every gas station stop.
Exactly.
Why didn't you text me? You made a stop. You posted on Instagram, but you didn't call me. Like,
but also you got to think, dude. We all have problems too. We have our insecurities, our issues. We get jealous sometimes. We have our problems.
I don't.
Well, I fucking do. I have my issues.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I
try not to either, but
sure.
that's what I'm saying.
When
I'm sure they try not to as well. So the point is, people are fucking human. If you find somebody you love, be with them. All right.
So
I'm with it.
I agree.
But if you love being single,
and
exactly,
and if you okay, so put being single as like another person. Like, say that's a person. So you love that person. You love being single. So fucking be single.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, dude, do you, bro? Fuck it.
I just want to see how many people get divorced off this podcast.
Oh, yeah, they're all getting divorced.
Yeah, fuck your old lady, man.
Like, you have a high side life hat on. You must be a piece of shit too, just like that guy.
Well, what I was trying to like say is like, when you, like I said, for like we were talking about last night, like me and Jesse are very passionate people about the things that we're into. He's really into music. I'm really into the paint work, the bikes, the riding, and the high I get off of being out on the open road, right? So that shit really fucking makes me feel the most alive. And the problem is that I can't have that conversation with my wife because, in a sense, my wife makes me feel amazing in a way that I don't know how to describe. But that bike is much different. That being on the road is much different than like when I'm with my wife. I love my wife to death. I don't want to live without her. But I don't also want to live without that feeling of being on the open road on my motorcycle. You know what I mean? And what happens is, like, when a man has a passion outside of his family, it tends to be a problem with the family.
Do you think that women don't have passions that they enjoy that just like you do outside of you?
Listen to this. Very few. There are women that have passions, no doubt about it. But
some of them have them. They're just not pursuing them.
Right. For sure. I think, do you think women have hobbies that they do for fun? The majority of them have one?
No, but they know what they want to do. They just don't do it.
Why?
What's an idea?
Because, for one, a lot of women don't have fucking self-confidence for whatever reason. And we know this. So we should help them fucking go towards their thing.
No, I like it. I always try to encourage the females.
So if they're like, oh, I kind of think I want to start. I kind of think I want to start drawing. So be like, fuck, go buy them a fucking notebook or a notepad. Be like, fucking start. And if they don't, then that's not what they want to do, dude.
He's making it to 50 years. When he makes it to 1.
When he makes it to 1, yeah, dude.
If you can make it to 1, you make it to
I've
50.
had a string of just shit relationships, all right?
You're still super optimistic, though, and I like that.
And I'm always going to be that way because like,
I got like 75 bad ones, and I was like, dude, fuck this shit. I'm just going to be happy and single.
Dude, I have been through some fucked up shit because of women, bro. But at the same time, man, everybody's different. Every human is different. Every girl is different. Every dude's different. Every person as a fucking human being has issues, flaws, problems, all kinds of shit. Absolutely. All right, so when you come together and like his whole theory about, hey, let's be happy and let's be our own happiness and bring it together, that's totally true. But also, like, it's not always going to be that way. Sometimes it's 70, 70-30, and sometimes it's not.
Most people are truly not happy with themselves. Like we were talking about your 20s, right? In my 20s, I was a fucking lost piece of shit.
Yeah.
There's no way I could ever provide another woman happiness in life when I didn't understand myself enough to be happy with who I was in my own skin.
No,
right.
And I've still struggled with that shit in my 30s now. So, and I say 30s, late 30s, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's like
he's like 40.
there's this it's a struggle trying to really be content with the thing that bothered me the most was like growing up in high school, kind of a little bit more on the poor side of things, and the people that the girls I dated and their families and the friends I had and their families were the people that had their shit together when I was a kid. My family was kind of strong, like mom was here, dad was there, you know.
Yeah.
It was a fucking mess. I'm not complaining about it, saying I wouldn't love to have it again. Like, I love the life that I've had, but in comparison, if you're comparing like my life to other kids I went to high school with, I'm like, yo, like, I'm glad I was good at playing basketball, because other than that, I would have been just a fucking piece of shit kid from the other side of the tracks that didn't have much, you know?
Yeah.
And so after MySpace came out and I rekindled with some of the girls, or one of the girls that I dated that was the most successful family, great money, this, that, and the other. And I'm hanging out with her and her mom at the fucking VFW, and her mom's a fucking wreck because of all this fronting she did through her late 20s and 30s to provide this life for this kid. And then it all bottled up and bulled up and became this fucking explosion of everything that she bottled up for years to be something for her kids. And so now when I talk about like parents making themselves happy throughout their lives so they can transfer to their kids rather than bottling up all their fucking deals and just to be like this face value great parent, it's not the best, because this chick in her mid to late 20s had to deal with a mom who could not provide for herself, do anything for herself, because she spent her whole life trying to make her childhood great, right? And now that she's an adult, trying to struggle like we all have to be an adult and pay our bills and become productive members of society and shit. Now you got a piece of shit mom that's at the VFW getting railed by old dudes that used to fucking fight in wars and shit.
What's her name?
Dude, so have you ever thought about families this way? So, like, what is that, a baton race? You know?
Yeah.
Okay, so families are kind of the same thing. Life is a race. So your mother starts at the fucking beginning line. You know, she's running, doing what she can to get as far as she can. And then it comes to your turn. She passes the baton to wherever she is. So whatever concrete ground that they have placed before you, it's up to you now to finish building what.
Get your nails done, dude. That's just horrible.
It's grunge as fuck,
No,
dude.
you're right,
Sorry.
though.
Yeah, so now it's up to you now to continue either building on what they were building or going in a completely different direction.
Yeah, some
you know
people
what I'm saying?
start off on level
And that's-
74 and some start off on 5.
And exactly, and that's how some families are just like dirt fucking poor, but then they can, you know, their children pull them shit everything out. You know, they pull everybody out. And, you know, generation to generation, it may take 4 or 5 generations, but, you know, next thing you know, they're like, oh, great-great-grandma fucking, you know, they were eating fucking mayonnaise and, and sandwiches, you know, but here we are in our fucking, you know, $100,000 or $800,000 fucking house, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's just life, dude.
No, I agree. I mean,
and the mom being at the VFW and not dealing with her shit, man, that is legitimately her fault. She's gonna fuck her kids up by doing that, because she never learned how to communicate or how to express her emotions, because she probably never found a hobby or a passion to put that shit into.
True.
She has no fucking outlet. So honestly, she's almost like, you can't say that it's yes, it's her fault.
What she did was,
but nobody was there to
had money. Right?
Yeah.
She met a dude that had money, and her meal ticket was to be this dude's wife and then take care of the kids that obviously weren't her kids, weren't the guy's kids. This situation, right? But what I'm saying, one thing I encourage my wife is that, like, I want her to have her own career. I want her to have that, because the confidence of her knowing that she has her own talents and her own, like, identity in our relationship, and especially for our relationship where, you know, as cool as it is on face value, I feel like my wife probably deals with it, which she doesn't say, but like, I know my wife doesn't always be Mrs. Fast Life. You know what I mean? She wants to be Britta. She wants to be Britta that built her own career and built her own self up. And like, it sucks when, like, at the same time, being Mrs. Fast Life can help that go further. But it's just a fucked up situation.
Every single fucking woman like, when it comes to relationships, man, every single woman wants that and deserves that. And they like, if you're in a relationship with a chick and she wants her own fucking life, she wants her own friends, she wants all of her own shit, then like she deserves it, dude. She's her own fucking human. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of dudes who shut that shit down because they're insecure or they're jealous or whatever, and they're like, no, just stay at home and fucking clean up and I'll just take care of us and da-da-da-da. And it's like,
I think the worst thing in the world is where like some dude like catches his chick cheating or talking to some other dude and she's like, he like makes all these ultimatums that she has to follow to stay with him.
Yeah, it's his fucking fault.
I'm like, dude, like just fucking leave.
Yeah, it's his fucking fault. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, the worst part is like when people don't like, you know, I was telling you, know, before we started this podcast, you asked me, it's like, you know, hey, have you done one with yourself? And I'm like, yeah, like I did a fucking two-part
episode
on myself.
So here's how fucking cool my life has been.
But no, like the thing, what I was telling them was like, I took the initiative to be as open and honest as possible about my shortcomings as a man or human growing up in that thing. And one of the things that I've learned to value in people that I meet, and also I try to instill that value into my wife, my kids, is self-awareness. Like that is the most important characteristic, or one of the most important characteristics to have as an adult, to where you can realize, hey, you know what? I was going on a path. I was being a little bit more extra that I shouldn't have been. And you have to be able to catch yourself, because it's an impossible game for us all to think that we're all going to be perfect through our whole life. Yeah. Not everybody's going to fuck us over. Sometimes we fucking fucked ourselves.
Or we fucked other people over on accident.
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's a struggle, you know.
That's what I'm saying, dude. All this shit is semantics, dude. At the end of the day,
it's a big word. What does that mean? That sounds like a fucking like computer.
You guys really don't know what semantics means?
What does it mean? No, seriously, I'm like, I don't know how to look more confused. What does semantics mean? It sounds like something that's like past tense, though.
It's small trivial details.
Is there a better word for that?
Semantics.
Did you know what that meant?
I understand it.
You've heard
context.
It? Yeah.
But see, this guy probably passed English class.
For sure.
Yeah. Cheers to that, brother.
Yeah.
Did you graduate from high school?
Of course.
Yeah. I didn't. I dropped the fuck out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Look at you now.
Senior year.
He's got a women's coat on.
Women's rights, bro.
Hell yes.
He's pro-gay.
I'm pro-gay. If you want to suck a dick, do it.
Hell yeah.
But no,
how did this turn into the love cast, anyways?
We don't know.
No, we were talking about
because I'm single.
Oh, because are we trying to talk him into a relationship?
Y'all are. What's up? Who y'all got? Let's see.
I have no great holes for you, Brody.
Brody?
Bresto? What?
So how was prison?
That's really what people want to know.
I'm sure somebody wants to hear that shit.
No, they probably
Make
do.
his face on
It was like daycare, except for
adults.
Mom and dad never came and picked you up. You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome.
Fuck! You're just in there.
Just in there.
Yeah.
Mom? What? I want to go home.
Essentially, you know. No, I mean, it's like anything else.
Mom and dad never came. Oh, fuck, man.
It's as good as I can have it off the top of the
I
head.
fucked up.
Yeah, basically. Hey, but for real, though, like, everybody that's ever been in there has thought at one point, like, damn, I fucked up.
Yeah.
You did. And
what's, like, your daily routine there? Like, how does that shit go down?
just, it depends on how you want to do your time, man. Like, you know, that's the whole key in there is, you know, you just figure out how to do your time and make the best of it.
Did you have
and so for me personally, that's kind of like what I've transferred into the world maybe is like this is my life, and so I've tried to figure out a way to make it as good as possible for me.
Right.
And so that's kind of like what you're doing there. So for me, I'm an artist. I draw. Like, so I don't like the loud commotion, the day room, the young guys in prison. It's like, you know,
they're like proud to be there,
constantly getting in wrecks, and like so it's better to just avoid that situation if you can. And so for me, that's kind of, I guess, maybe how I started waking up in the morning. I'd wake up like 3:30 or 4 in the morning. Start drinking coffee by 5 for sure. And I would just go. They have like a day room, the table. So I'd go out there and just set my drawing shit on the whole table. That way nobody could bother me. And just drink coffee and draw till pretty much till lunchtime. And then because the younger guys, they stay up till 3 and 4 and 5 in the morning, but then they sleep till lunch.
Yeah,
so that's how they pass their day. And so since they're on that
sounds
routine,
like a fucking party.
I know. I'm like, this actually doesn't sound that bad.
it is for them. But for me, like, I don't like that shit. So for me, I want to go eat breakfast because breakfast is one of the only good meals. Lunchtime, you're eating some bullshit. So so I do the morning thing, and then I avoid them mostly. So like they don't get up till noon. By noon, I've already had my day. I go to lunch, and then I come back and I just tattoo till whatever.
Just whenever the fuck o'clock.
Rack time.
How did that work with because tattooing wasn't really allowed in prisons a lot.
Yeah, you just sneak it.
We're not tattooing in
He's
here.
like, what's going on in here? You're like, I don't know.
Where I was at when I was tattooing,
Grandmama, no.
It was like a three tiers, and so like the guards have to come from the bottom. They go up the stairs. So you have time. So you obviously have somebody watch out.
Did you know like the schedule of the guards?
No, they're like in the picket. They call it. It's like clear window. So like you can see them. It's like when they come to go into they're not in the dorm with you. It's like so you can like see them. They gotta wait by the door for him to let them in the door. The door goes open slow. Like they come in here, they gotta walk up 3 flights of stairs all the way to the end where you're at, like tattooing, because you always tattoo on the 3rd floor.
Those dudes got swole ass legs or what?
Maybe some of them. Then there's also like 80-year-old grandmas. Like
what?
Like old ladies. They call them GG. Usually that's every prison unit in America probably has a GG. That's gangster granny is what it stands for. Which
That's
is like
crazy.
Basically like like your 70 or 80-year-old grandma, she's already retired and she's just in there because she's fucking bored and she don't give a shit about nothing.
I want to see some shit.
No, she don't give a shit about nothing, Huh?
Yeah.
Some prison dick or what?
She probably fades a little. I don't know, but
it's got a term for it.
They don't care at all. They wear like the big moo. We call them kill shields, because you can't see none of their bodies. So they wear those. But I don't know. It was just for me, just draw, tattoo, play handball.
Yeah.
Stay busy, but just you play.
Dude, you know how
games.
like
a lot.
There's like games that like I played in like 5th and 6th grade that if I got to play that shit professionally in prison, like wall ball.
Yeah,
and,
we do have that. Handball is what it's called.
Like Foursquare and shit.
We don't have Foursquare. We have handball, which is like wall ball, but you have like the racket ball, and you just hit it against the wall, and then it hits the wall, and it can bounce once or not, and then you hit it, and it bounces twice. It's the other teams, back and forth.
So how much violent shit did you see in a day?
Not in a day necessarily, but somewhere in the state of Texas, somebody's getting stabbed.
Yeah.
And killed. Maybe not killed. Probably that happens a lot less.
Did you have to join a gang?
You don't have to. No. So people think you have to join a gang to survive.
Right.
And
that's why I'm asking
totally
these
not
questions.
true. Like, you just have to be a man to not have a hard time.
Right.
It's just like the real world. If I could go, basically in there, it's kind of you could go try to take that guy's lunch or whatever he has, knowing he's going to fight you, or you could just go over there and take those people's shit that are not going to fight you at all.
Right. So you're going to go fuck with the dudes who are pussies.
Yeah. I mean, even the guy that can kind of fight can knock your tooth out or break your nose, So
yeah, he still poses a threat.
They just play on the weak, and that's just what it is. So, if you're weak, just you can't go to prison, kind of.
If you're weak, dude, don't go to prison, you fucking dumb shit.
Yeah. Otherwise, you might be wearing makeup and being
and you'll be my uncle's bitch.
But that happens, I mean, that's real life scenarios. But violence, it happens, I mean,
I assume
you're in a gang, and it's like being in the hood, basically, You're kind of in there, and
so you just have to be on the block at like the right times.
How does that shape your mindset coming out? I mean, we've kind of touched on that, but I feel like I'm sobering up, so the questions are a little.
Yeah,
bit
you're
more
getting
clear.
way better right now.
So
you're on a roll.
You're on a roll.
So you said before in this podcast, which we're trying to fix right now, but so all this type of living in this place shaped you for getting out. And what was the first thing you did once you got out of prison?
I went to Cinnabon.
That's some real prison shit. He's in there for 6 years.
Hey,
I want a Cinnabon.
Maybe 3 years before I got out, I was sitting there one morning and it was early and a Cinnabon commercial came on, and I don't know if you know how they do the commercials.
Yeah.
Like, they made that shit look like
Everything looks fucking
sauce.
delicious.
It's like peeled it apart, and the cinnamon and the icing and shit. And I was just like, oh man, like that's the first thing I'm doing when I get out. Is I'm going to get a Cinnabon. So we went to Schlotzsky's and they had a Cinnabon, and I smashed 2 of them bad boys.
I just smashed like 5 or 6, bro. You ain't even living.
Well, you're eating.
What's a better question would be like, what is the mindset after you like realize, fuck, I'm going to jail?
Prison.
Like what is like you know what? There's no mulligans. There's nothing
for me,
I can
there was
say
always mulligans, and so that's what ended up probably happening. Is when I was a youngster, I was an idiot, and I'd be fucking up doing stupid shit, and getting in trouble. But they put me on probation, and so then I got in more trouble, and they put me on probation again. Like, so there's really like no
repercussions.
Yeah,
basically.
like as long as you had enough money to get a lawyer, like they put you on probation. And so that's what happened until eventually I got arrested with a good bit of drugs whenever I was 21, and everybody was like, oh, it's you're in here for your sentencing range is 5 years minimum, maximum 99, so you're 599. So no matter what, you're gonna get 5 years. That's the least they could ever give you. And so everybody was like, oh, it's your first time, you're gonna get 5 years, no problem. Just go down there and sign it. And so I went to court the first time, and they offered me 25 years, and I was like, I was 21 years old, so I was just like,
it's longer than you've been alive,
what?
bro.
He's like, you're not prepared to sign for 25 today, are you? I was like, dude, I haven't even been alive that long. Like, I don't even know how long that really is. Like, I can't even comprehend that amount of time. Hell no. I was like, I'll get a different lawyer. And so that was like the reality check moment for me, because then you go back to your cell and you're like, fuck, like they're talking about it. Because everybody else is telling you, oh, 5-year sentence, you'll go down there for like 12 months and you'll be home next year.
Yeah.
That's
like the worst thing. Like my comparison to you is like being in a holding tank for a night.
Right. And so
but it's like everybody's got an opinion about what's going to happen. Like, oh man, fucking lawyer seeing more, you're gone, dude. You're like, okay, cool, I'm going to sleep. Then 2 days later, you're like, what the fuck, man?
I'm freaking the fuck out, bro.
Somebody give me some new information. That's the worst part about being in jail, period, is just like not knowing what is taking place outside of those fucking walls.
For sure. And so once they told me 25.
I say the worst part, like I've been to prison, like.
Yeah, but no, you're right. That's
cultural appropriation.
You get over that. It takes about 8. It depends on the people. Maybe some people never get over it, but for me, it took about 8 to 9 months to get over. Oh, it's Friday night. All my friends are out at the club. I'm not at the club. Like, oh, it's fucking Saturday. I should be, like, that is for a while until eventually you're like, this is my fucking life in here. Like, this.
You're like, yeah, we better just make this shit cool.
This is what it is. There's no more clubs. There's no more motorcycles. There's no more bitches. Like, this is what it is. Like, handball, tattoo.
So,
like, you just make the best of it, and that's it.
So, what about like the books though? Like, did you
books? Tons of books. For me personally,
so because I love reading. Yeah.
Too.
So, I
read hundreds of books.
Do they just have pretty much whatever you want?
Well, they have They have a library, so you can get books, but only like 2. They come by like once a week. You can go to the library and you can get 2 books a week or something like that.
Oh, that's dope.
And they have a good selection because. When people get, or your people can send books. They can go to Barnes and Nobles and send you a book in.
Yeah.
If it's on the approved list, which means it can't have like a rape scene or anything that would entice you to maybe go on like
to like do some
sprees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This book is making me so horny, dude.
Yeah. They denied one of the books that I got in there one time, and they said it because it had rape scenes in it, and it could promote that. And so I've never read books and wanted to go rape men, but I guess some people might. But yeah, cool. But then when you get the book sent in, if it is approved or whatever, they can. Then when you leave, like you're not gonna take it with you. Like you just leave it, and so eventually, when people leave, if the book isn't yours, like when you get it, you have to put your TDC number in the cover of it.
Yeah.
And so when the book's not yours, they take it and they put it in the library. And now it's
just a collection of a bunch of fucking books that people have been sent and shit.
Yeah, which is pretty cool for passing time.
If I could just go to prison for a solid year, I'd probably come out way smart, dude.
You do
mandatory prison for everybody.
I think it would be good for. Statistically, it is pretty much mandatory prison if you're from a fatherless home. Like the statistics, which you pretty much don't realize it until you're in there and you take these classes and they.
They tell you all this shit.
And you're like, fuck. Like on Father's Day, they passed out this paper in this class I was in called Changes. And it's like the statistics.
Sounds like a rap song.
Yeah.
Going through changes.
And it's supposed to
shit's getting strange.
Change your mental pattern and like to learn to say no to whatever, I guess. And I don't know, but there was some good shit in there. And basically on Father's Day, they gave us a statistic of like, what are the statistics of you doing all sorts of shit, like going to prison, dying, joining a gang, doing drugs,
Anal rape,
yeah, all that. And you're like 80-something% more likely to go to prison if you're from a fatherless home than if you're not. Which for me personally, when I was in there, I was like, damn, like I'm here in prison and I'm from a fatherless home. Like maybe
they got me, dude.
Yeah, you know, like
statistic.
It's not my dad's fault, but like maybe it is. Which I kind of, now that I'm a little older, I understand a little better. You just do, like in most homes you have mom and dad, I guess, or most people did, I guess, and mom would tell you no, but dad was like the ultimatum, you know, like he's not going to let you do some hoe ass shit. Like dad's going to cross that out. Like you're not going to think about it because of the threat of dad, if nothing else. But if you don't have the threat of dad, well then you're scared of mom at a certain age, but once mom can't whoop you no more, she can't hold you down and whoop you. Then it's like, well, what are you going to do about it? And now you don't have anything to keep you in check, so to say, maybe. And so you just kind of go until you learn the hard way. At least that's what I did.
Yeah.
And so, they told me 25 years, and I was like, oh, my God.
This is the hard way.
I went back to I was like, oh, shit. You know, because it was always probation before that. Then I went back, and I was like, damn, like 25 years.
Yeah.
You'd have to do at least 6 before you're even eligible for parole, you know? I was like, man, like I really fucked up. You know, that's when you get that moment. And then I was just like, fuck, I guess this is what it is. And then you get on the, then eventually gave me my time. I signed for 8 years.
Signed an 8-year contract.
Yeah, I signed an 8-year contract with the state.
What am I getting paid?
Yeah, nothing. You don't get paid shit. And so then you go to the prison bus and you get in there and I don't care what anybody says, the most scary moment of anyone's life that's ever been in prison is like you're on the bus, you're chained up to other people. Like, and you're headed to the fucking unit. Like, horrible. Pull in, gated, that shit's not what's up. But it puts shit in perspective pretty easily for you. Like, your first thoughts when you get out is like, what the fuck am I going to do to not do that shit no more?
Mm-hmm.
I got to figure out something to make money. That's kind of what you're on. Because, like, for me personally, I did 6 years, and luckily my family was still around. Like, my mom was, my brother, they were still a pretty good support system. So, but some people don't have that.
Do you think that's important?
It's detrimental, I think. There's an 86, I think, % recidivism rate in the state of Texas, which means people that get out of prison 86% of the time go back within the first year.
Damn.
Yeah, and so I believe, like, whenever I was getting out, we were on a bus going down to Huntsville, and there was a guy in there. He was, like, flipping out. Like, we picked him up from the Ellis unit, the Super Seg, and he got arrested in 1986. He was getting out in 2012.
Oh, shit.
Like, he was tripping out about everything. Like, the cars, like, dude, look at that fucking car. Like, man, that fucking car's sick. Like, what the like, dude, tripping,
that's gotta be crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
so
I went in playing Mario, you get out playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, dude, I used to do that shit, man.
I did only 6 years, and just the technology in the 6 years that I was out, like, in that time, we had Motorola Razors. That's
when you went in,
and it was MySpace. Dude, I got out, and it was iPhone 4 just came out. They're like, do you want a smartphone? Like, I didn't even know what a smartphone was. I didn't know how to all this shit that, like, everybody grew up doing it. And so, like, there was no big change. But if you went from flip phone to smartphone, like, your whole, like, it took me forever.
Dude,
almost
6
a
year.
That's fucking crazy.
It took me almost a year to learn how to do it.
You probably went, like, so what year was it when you went in?
06.
06. So, like, yeah, you were at the cusp where Facebook was still something you had to do.
You had to be in college. You had to have a college email address at that time.
So you get out in 2012.
Everybody has Facebook.
Everybody has Facebook.
I asked people, like, what do you do? Like, how do I find chicks? They're like, dude, I get on Facebook. Like,
just get on Facebook.
I was like, okay, cool. So I get on Facebook. I make one, and I don't know how Facebook works. So, like, they're like, oh, you just go to girls' page. You can like message bitches. Like, it's badass. So I'm going to girls' pages not knowing, and I'm posting on their wall. Hey, what's up?
What's up, girl?
I ain't seen you forever. I just got out of prison. Let's kick it, and like, I don't know that everybody can see it. Then eventually, after a few days of that, my brother called me. He was like, bro, like, you have to stop doing that. Like, you're posting on people's wall. Like, everybody in the world can see that. I'm like, what?
Dude, it's weird because, like, the wall used to be a serious part of, like, Facebook. It's kind of not there
useless
anymore.
now.
The wall used to be the timeline, right? And now there's an actual timeline.
Now there's the news feed, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know what Wi-Fi was. Didn't have a clue. when people were explaining to me like what it's free internet, it's just in the air. I was like, dude, you know, I'm like back to the future.
Come out thinking like it's like the actual Marvel Cinematic Universe going on.
Dude, and they're like Bluetooth. They're like, oh well, just Bluetooth it to me, and I'm like,
airdrop
what?
it.
Damn,
Wait.
dude.
Yeah, and then you know I went to the tattoo shop. I got the job at the shop, and I was early. Like I'm always early, try to be for work, and I showed up like 45 minutes early, and nobody was there. So I went to the gas station, and I was sitting there, and this is like the one thing that people laugh about, I guess. So I seen a big red box outside of the gas station, and I seen like it has like a little flap thing, you know. So people like get out of their car and they walk up to it and they put their head in the flap and they're like doing something, and then eventually they come out with like a CD, and like I'm just but like a bunch of, this is in Alvarado, so like a bunch of people are going to this fucking box like they're selling drugs or something in it. And I'm like, what the fuck are they doing in this box? Like, you know, so I get over to the tattoo shop and I'm like, hey, I was like, I know it probably sounds weird to y'all. I was like, but what the fuck is that red box over there at the gas station? I was like, that shit's hopping over there. And, you know, they're like, oh, it's red box. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, you know, what's that?
Exactly how you described it. What's that red box?
What's that red box,
you know,
man?
I'm like, what the hell is that? And they're like, you know, it's a DVD rental. And I'm like, what? And they're like, you know, like
where's Blockbuster?
They're like, you know, like Blockbuster. And I was like, yeah. They're like, it's not here no more. I'm like, what?
Damn, you missed all that shit too.
Yeah. And so Redbox, they told me like, dude, you can go rent a movie for $1 a day. I was like, $1? You know, because Blockbuster's like $3 or $4 or $5.
Yeah.
It was, and you know, $37 a day if you didn't bring it back or whatever.
Dude,
like,
so
yeah, it's just $1 a day.
So when you first get like booked into prison and shit, and like they put you in your cell, does anybody just like try to fuck with you, like check you or whatever?
No, usually what'll happen is
It's like Jesse's asking because he feels he's about to go to prison.
At some point in time.
no, but basically what ends up happening is usually like there's usually speakers for the buildings or dorms or rooms or whatever you're in, and so that usually whoever the speaker is for, like if you're white, it's gonna be like the Woods will come lace you up on these are the building. They'll come talk to you like, hey, we're gonna let you get your shit settled in or whatever. But after that, come holler at us. We're gonna tell you like the building rules. So like they just tell you how not to get killed, basically. You know, they give you the building rules and like they basically like, are you like solo? Are you family? Are you gang related? Are you what? Kind of figure out who you are, what you're not, and I'm just riding solo. I'm just doing my own time, whatever. And cool. Here's the rules. Like if you have some problems and you want to fight somebody, come get us, and we'll go make sure that you don't get jumped or whatever.
Right.
And then that's that. Like, or maybe they can kind of they already know, kind of who's who and not. I guess as far as. Basically, like if you're a Wood, I'm like was independent Peckerwood. Wood, like that basically just means that you're white and like you're gonna stand up for yourself. And like you're not gonna be letting people take your shit and stuff, And so people think like, is it a gang? I guess or whatever. But there's no rules. There's no laws. Like nobody can make me do something, But so.
Well,
it's more of like a category. It's like, okay, here's all the solo white people, and then it's like, okay, if this one solo white person gets into some shit, then the other solo white person has to get into that shit with them.
Into some shit, then they could come. Like if he's having issues with some guy, let's say whatever, Hispanic guy, and he's in a different gang or whatever. He just go come talk to the speaker for the Woods. The Woods will go in there with him. If he's willing to fight for himself, then they would be willing to stand in there for him also. And make sure that it's a one-on-one fair fight.
Right.
In prison, at least in Texas where I was, it's all fist fight, toe-to-toe. Like, if you knock him down, you got to let him get up. Like, if it takes you 10 minutes to get up, you got to let him get up. But once he says he's done, like, that's it. And if once they say that's it for today, if this guy doesn't feel like he's
over it,
then call him back tomorrow and every day forever until.
So he could just beat your ass until the end of the
forever, but not twice a day ever. No.
Okay.
So that's kind of, and it's just toe to toe fighting.
Well,
so
that's some fucking Texas hospitality, right? There. I like that. I respect
people
that.
Say fighting don't solve anything, but
no, that shit solves shit.
Everything.
It solves everything.
Yeah, like if you know that, like, so what ends up happening is, you're in there and you're like being loud and slamming dominoes and people are sleeping. Like, that's cool if you can really, really fucking fight. But even if you can fight,
can he swing though?
Really, really well, and you're being disrespectful and loud. Like somebody in there that doesn't know that you can fight yet is going to say something.
And you're just going to keep getting into it all
everybody
the time.
Keeps each other
in check.
Respectful, yeah. And, so it's kind of nice. in there, but then you get out here and, you know, like in there, fighting does solve everything. You know, it's like if you don't like anything going on, like you can go fight somebody right now. Like they can't say no. Like they will make them fight or they make them leave the building and go to protective custody.
Right.
Like in there, like you will fight always, you know. And so, or we make you leave. Like that's the way.
Yeah, what is it like getting out here and like dealing with the
out here? It's weird because when you're a kid, like I was before I went in there, like you could get in fights and it was cool. Like you could go to the bar, the stockyards,
and they're just like,
fist
"Fucking
fight,
leave,
and
bro!
it's cool.
Just get out of here,
Get the fuck
bro!"
out of here, y'all.
Yeah.
When I got out, if you get in a fight, like if you lose, it's fine.
Like the loser wins.
If you lose, it's cool. Like you can get in a million fights and get your ass whooped, and nobody's ever gonna care.
Yeah.
But if you get in a fight, most people out here are not experienced in fighting, but when you've been somewhere where you are more, you're just a little better at it than they are because you've done it more, you know,
Yeah.
anything. And so when you whoop somebody's ass out here, they want to call the cops. Like, once I got out. And so now the cops are involved, you know, like and you're on parole, like you can't fight people. So like the way that you've been used to solving problems for 6 years is no longer a solution. Like, now you have to just basically be a bitch is how you feel like.
You're like
I gotta just
choking on your pride, man.
Yeah, I gotta let this dude call me a bitch, and as long as you don't put his hands on me, he can pretty much do whatever he wants to, and I just have to be like, fuck it, who cares?
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's a adjustment period.
Until he puts his hands on you, and then it's done.
That's actually a real interesting point because I mean, hell, even me in my lifetime, like fighting has never been something that I've had to do to solve issues or figure out problems. You know what I mean? And and there's been plenty of times where I wish it would have been. You know what I mean? But like you just said, like if you don't do it a lot, you probably suck at it, even if you might potentially be the best ever that's done it.
Right.
You're gonna suck the first couple of times you throw blows. You know what I'm saying?
So, like my first time painting, you know, fucking horrible.
Yeah, it was
Oh, did he do that here?
I let him like primer some shit. It was like
that was the first time priming shit.
You're just running down, look like some
full blast,
horrible graffiti.
Yeah, full blast. Like, yeah,
good.
Trigger that.
I could have got a primer spray can and then a lot better.
Yeah. Hey man, first time, dude.
You know, so, but yeah, it is an adjustment. I think a lot of people don't adjust not because of that, but because.
Would you say it's easier to stay in that lifestyle than being on the outside?
Yeah, hell yeah, of course. Fuck yeah. In there, the only thing that you're missing is sex, and that's it. Like, I mean, you're getting fed 3 times a day. You have a rec yard. Like, for a lot of people, it's an upgrade compared to what they're living out here. Like, you don't have a gym membership here. Like, out there, you got all day long, go out there 3 times a day and rec. You know, you got getting like tattoos for a ramen noodle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it's free. There's no, it's almost like living as a bum on the streets.
Yeah.
But except for you have like clean laundry, you're getting your laundry done, they furnish you with everything you need to survive. You know, it's like you're just living in there. Like, yeah, you don't have sex, but other than that, like you have a job. If you want to, you go work, and if the better you act and the better you are, the better your job is. So like, you know, some guys are, you know, the best job in my opinion is like, you know, they train the dogs. And so those guys can roam the whole unit. They got the little puppies. They raise them from puppies all the way up to the dogs.
That's dope.
Yeah, so my buddy had that job, and that's cool. Like the guards bring them fishing poles onto the unit and stuff, and let them go fish and shit. Like they're not supposed to, but they're just cool. They're trustees, so they let them. You know, the guards do it. One of my buddies, he caught a 12-pound bass in a pond in a prison farm. Like biggest bass he ever caught in his life.
God damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they, you know, some of the guards let them ride horseback. Like just depends on how cool you are with them, you know. But so really, it's kind of like a whole other world in there. You just have to accept that that's what it is. Like, you know, if you're gonna be in there for 20 years, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna sit and cry, be miserable that you're not at the club all weekend, like, or that your baby mama's fucking somebody, like.
Yeah.
No, like make the best of it.
Yeah,
you know,
get over that shit, bro.
My baby mama don't matter no more. Like, I mean, yeah, I write them letters, visit them when they can, but like, you can't be stressing about that shit every day. So you just make the best of it. Do what you do. Yeah.
So how, like, once you got out, like, what was it like jumping into, you know, how did you transition? Like, what was the next couple of months?
Well, I went and stayed with my parent. I stayed at my parents' house, my mom's house. She was married at the time, so I went to stay with her for probably, I don't know, 6 months or so. And so first started going to the tattoo shops and trying to get a tattoo job based off of tattoos that I did in prison. We had cell phones where I was at, and so I literally, when I would do a tattoo, if I could ever get a picture, if like I would be like, hey, come up here. I'd get a picture, send it home, and is this incriminating myself?
No, that's weird. I got a buddy in prison, and every once in a while he'll send me a text. I'm like, this isn't right.
Yeah,
This isn't
exactly.
right.
So you're not supposed to have them, but
I feel weird. Like, you know what? Like, I'm stoked that you're still there, but like
don't text me.
the like the sad feeling of feeling like, oh fuck, man, you're in prison. Like, goes
I can't
away
be like, hey man, let's grab a
when
beer.
you're posting on fucking Instagram. Like,
I know who you're talking about too.
Mondo,
yeah.
I gotta go ahead.
Yeah. So.
You need a beer?
Dude, I need to piss. Hurry up.
Yeah, I need to piss too.
So yeah, that's kind of the
Fucking
life in there.
rookies.
I don't know how to. What was I saying about it? But yeah, you just make the best of it. That's all you can do. Just like out here, though. But you know, so then you get out here, and it's like the problems that you have in there is like sometimes they're life and death, literally. Like
Yeah.
300 Bloods and Crips are trying to come jump 21 of y'all,
Mm-hmm.
and like that there's a chance you could die. And so once you live through those things for 6 years, then it's like you get out here and people are like, oh my God, my electricity got shut off. You're like, like the world is ending for some people because their AC went out, and you're like, bitch, I just had 6 years with no air conditioning, like in El Paso.
I mean, it's
So your problems, most people's problems when you get out, you're like, that ain't shit. It's like for me now, like I don't stress about almost nothing. And like when I see my life, I'm happy. Like I really am because it's all like I take it like a great. Because that's
I mean,
what it is.
you already
like,
went through some shit, so
yeah. And so like if I walk outside this morning, my tire's flat. Like I'm like, oh well. In my head, I have to try to like. Of course, at first you're pissed, but then I'm like, at least I have a tire to be flat. So it makes you because at one time I didn't. So it kind of gives you like a good perspective, at least if you use it that way. And a lot of people, they're like, oh, well, I don't just understand why they keep going back. Like a lot of people don't have it like I did, where they got out and they had a house to go to and they could like.
yeah. So
live
like
there,
you said
eating.
before, it's almost like an upgrade from the life that they were living outside.
Right. And then, some people, you do 10 years in prison, like, dude, go 10 years without talking to your family and your friends. You probably don't have family and friends anymore. Like,
Right.
they don't know you anyways. And so you get out and like, you want to crash their couch. Well, some people, they don't let them. So now that guy is starting off on like literally day one. He's
already
30
getting
years old.
fucked
He's been
over.
without technology for 6 or 8 years. And he has to start over at square one. He has like 3 pairs of socks, a T-shirt, and a pair of shorts. Like that's what he owns.
Yeah.
And his Bible and some addresses. Like
Bible and addresses.
for real. Like that's what they walk out of there with. And they're supposed, and they give you when you get out, they give you $100 check, $100 check when you get out, and then $100. I think it's and $100 when you go to parole. So you like $200. Like it's a good joke. People say like. They only give you enough to go buy a cheap throwaway gun and a ski mask is about what they give you to start your life, Like, dude, you just gotta,
Hey, bro, here's the fucking untracked. Yeah.
Like, go start your life back over. You've been locked up since '86. Like, you don't even know what the internet is. Like,
Yeah.
how do you go apply? I was trying to apply for jobs, and you're just like,
You walk into the place.
and they're like, no, you got to do it online. And you're like, what? Like, online?
So I need a computer now.
Yeah, so then you're like trying to
Go to the
get a ride
library
to the
and
library
shit,
'cause you don't
yeah.
have a car because you've been locked up. So it's like, it's a hassle, It's really.
And you don't know about Uber yet.
Yeah, you have no clue about that. You don't even know about smartphones, So
Yeah.
it is a struggle, and so then what ends up happening is like people just can't make it. Like they don't have the money, so what do? They start doing what they know how to do to get on their feet. Like they start hustling, they start selling fucking drugs, and then that's how they get on their feet. And either they get caught or they don't, or whatever, So, but that's kind of how it happens.
But I mean, like once you got out and you adjusted, basically, like.
I got a job. I got lucky, man. I got a job at a tattoo shop. I was going around. First, I started in Dallas because I didn't live there, and I knew that I probably wasn't going to work there. But I understood that I'm going to suck because I don't know anything about the tattoo world besides what people have told me in there. That who knows if they're real or not. So, I went to Dallas because I was like, the more you do it, the better you're going to get it. The interview process, and I don't know what are they going to ask me. What do I need to know? So I went to Dallas because I wasn't going to get a job there anyways. And then I kind of went to like 6 or 8, 10 shops, and they all kicked me out, told me I sucked, whatever. And then I kind of knew what to. So then I started going to the ones in Fort Worth, and then I went to Alvarado. And luckily, where I went was Twisted Ink, and he was like, man, he's like, you could, if you could do with a real tattoo machine what you did in there with that, like doing portraits and stuff, like you'd be making good money and you could make a career out of it. And he's like, I told him, like, well, either way, he's like, we can't give you a job right now. We don't have any openings. And I was like, well, either way, I'm going to do tattoos. He's like, well, if you're going to do tattoos anyways, at least you should learn how to do them sterile. He's like, so if you pay me $100 I'll give you an hour lesson on how to set up a station and break it down sterile. And I was like, okay, I'll be here tomorrow. So I went up there the next day with $100 and I learned. He kind of taught me, and then I left. Maybe I had a bike only for transportation, and so it got to the point to where I didn't have any money, and I was trying to get out of my parents' house just because like I didn't like that shit. I was 31, and I was just about to the point where I was like, man, fuck this shit. Like, I'm going to start hustling again. You know what I mean? Like, at least long enough to get on my feet. Like, just to where I can, because I didn't have shit, you know? And so I was just literally thinking that that's what was about to just happen. Like, man, I'll go get 100 pills, go to the club on a weekend. I can make $1,500 profit, and then at least I'll be on my feet. Yeah. And get a place and shit. And literally, like, the Thursday was bike night. I went to bike night. I came back home. I got home at like midnight. And then I got a number call, and I answered it, and it was that guy from Twisted Ink. He was like, hey, man, what are you doing tomorrow? I was like, nothing. He's like, we just had a guy quit. If you want a job, come in tomorrow, and I'm going to let you tattoo me, and we'll see how you fit. I was like, all right.
Damn.
Yeah, so I went up there, hung out for the day, did a tattoo on him, and he's like, you're good. It took me like 8 or 9 hours. He's like, yeah, you're going to tattoo on me, on the owner of the shop.
Yeah.
I've never done a tattoo with a real tattoo machine ever in my life at that point. I was just like, oh my God, I'm about to fuck this dude. But I did pretty decent, but it took me like 8 hours because I didn't know what I was doing, you know? And so he posted on Facebook and just asked if his customer base would allow me to tattoo on them as an apprentice for half price or whatever. And they said, yeah. So I did it. They didn't really teach me shit there, though. Like, you know, I was just...
He kind of just gave you a spot and was like, all right, figure it out.
Yeah, but that probably gave you some confidence, though.
It did. It was nice to see the people on Facebook. And I'm sure, looking back, I'm sure he messaged people like, hey, can you go comment on old boy's post? Like, you know, maybe he didn't, but in my head, I thought that he probably did. Because, I don't know. But
just being hard on yourself, bro.
Maybe. And so, after that, I just started tattooing. And then eventually this guy, Chucky, he hit me up and he was like, hey, man, you look like you probably have what it takes. He's like, but where you're learning at, like, those guys suck. He's like, you know, I'm not trying to be a dick. He's like, but they suck. Yeah. He was like, you know, if you want to learn how to do real tattoos, you should come hang out sometime and I'll answer any questions you have or whatever. And I was like, for free? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, all right. So then I started messaging him on Facebook. If I had a question, like, what should I do with this? Right. And he would answer everything. Like, he was super cool. He'd get back to me. He's like, man, you really need to come over here and hang out. And I just didn't because I was standoffish, or maybe I was not very comfortable around people at that time just yet. Yeah. And so going into that shop was a little intimidating for me. But then eventually he moved and got his own shop, and I went and worked for him. I was making good money, like $1,200 a week. Fresh out of prison. Yeah, it was income tax season. And he opened a new shop in the stockyards, and I quit where I was making $1,200 a week. I went home. I talked to my mom. I was like, hey, I need your advice. Like, I don't do that in life. And I was just like, I'm making $1,200 a week here, but if I go tattoo at this other shop, it's a brand new shop. I was like, I don't even know what I'll be making, if anything. And he told me that, you know. He's like, but what you won't make in cash at first, you'll learn in skill, and that'll turn into cash later. And my mom was like, fuck it, do it. Like, if that's what you want to do, like, do whatever you need to do to be the best at it, you know? So So I quit, and she's like, I'll help you out however I can financially until you make money. And so I went there, and within, like, I don't know, maybe like 60 days, I was doing, like, the first tattoo I did where I felt like, that's a good fucking tattoo, you know? Which, looking back now, it was a horrible tattoo. But at that time, it was at least, like, I felt like people would be okay to wear that, you know? Yeah. And so I stuck it out there as long as I financially could, but eventually I just had to tell him, I was like, bro, like, I'm literally making like $300 a week. Like, I cannot survive to leave. And so I left, and that was the end of that. But
did you continue to tattoo for quite a while?
Yeah, I did. I tattooed, where'd I go next? I think I moved to Greenville and tattooed for Big Earn out there, and he is awesome, man. He's probably got 20, 30, 40, 50 awards. You know, he's a killer artist, so he helped me a lot. Everything that Chucky didn't know kind of teach me, he taught me, and so he kind of took me a long ways. Took me to my first convention down in Corpus Christi, and I'm sure he swindled the judges to let me win first place. Maybe not, but you know what I'm saying?
Nailed him a favor.
It's kind of like, I don't know about the bike community, but in the tattoo community, when you go to a convention, it's really, to me, it's rigged, you know, like.
It's a popularity contest.
Well, kind of, and sure. The judges are, usually there's like, every tattoo convention.
Do you need a cigarette? Because you're like tweeting over here.
Dude, no, I'm about to have to go, bro. I got. It's late, dog.
Scram.
It's
It's like
9:30.
8:15.
It's 9:30, bro.
I'm just kidding. Hey, you have to wait for 1 minute. I need you to take the mic. I gotta piss.
Let him piss, and then you can go home to your
See?
red flags.
Restricting him from getting doing this podcast.
She didn't say shit. I'm trying to go.
Talking shit, dog.
She said nothing.
Yeah.
I'm about to go home because I'm
You're an adult.
You're an adult. I can make my own decisions. Oh, dude.
It's funny how like
What kind of comments we got going on?
none. I think
Yeah.
people checked out a long time ago, but
Probably.
no, I mean like it's funny because the first half of this podcast is such a shit show. Like, and I've kind of sobered up since then, drinking beer. I
Little
need to
bit.
stop with that.
Yeah. It's
And
great.
then so now I'm getting the shit that I wanted to get out, like the real conversation. So now I'm gonna have to. This live podcast is gonna be long, but the audio version will be condensed
Yeah.
to cut out the bullshit. But
No, you did good. It's going
all right.
Dude, go home, bro. We had enough of your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finna leave, but he's gonna have to.
No, I can handle all this.
You can do this.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I've
all you gotta-
been done did that.
All right. Just letting you know.
You turn him loose.
All right, Jesse. Thanks.
It's cool hearing your story, dude. All right, got it here.
Hey, thanks for fixing the fuck up.
Yeah.
Creative.
Shortcut.
Some would say.
am literally the fuck up, dude.
Hey, Mom said find something you're good at and stick with it. So
Yeah.
Hey, Mom said your podcast sucks.
Now, so like once you got out of jail, you started doing the tattoo thing. Like,
Slides no
fucking dude with his boots, man. Like seriously. But no, so you started doing the, messing with all that stuff. Like how? Like, and you said that you were on the bike that night, riding around. Saw Pat doing the stunt riding. So when did it like hit you that you wanted to pursue the whole stunt riding thing as well as doing the tattoo? Because those are two very passionate, different worlds.
I felt like the stunt riding would keep me out of trouble. It gives me something to do in my free time when I'm not at the shop. And so originally it was just kind of like a keep me busy type thing. But then it's like I started doing it. And then there's something about it, I don't know, for me at least, whenever you ride your first wheelie and it's like slow, you can slow it down and it's control.
Yeah, you
like,
have control over it, yeah.
yeah, and that, it's like taming the beast kind of, I don't know. And it just makes me feel the most alive. Like when I'm doing that, when I'm riding wheelies on my motorcycle, it makes me feel more alive than anything else. Like tattooing is awesome whenever like the satisfaction of doing the tattoo. Like I don't really like the tattoo until the very end. When the white highlights, that's when I like it.
Yeah, because a lot of the beginning of it is anxiety. Like
you
dealing
don't know.
with the
like every tattoo, just like paint jobs, I'm sure like
Yeah.
maybe different, but with the tattooing, like you never know if you're gonna fuck it up. And unlike the painting, there is no fixing it. If it's fucked up, like it's kind of fucked up forever. And so, yeah, in the beginning, it's like you said, kind of anxiety. Like you don't know what it's going to turn out like. And then when you're doing the white highlights, it's like, the satisfaction of doing it, and it's nice, and the customer likes it. I like that. And so it's kind of like that with tattooing. At first, the tattooing made me feel the most alive, and then I did a wheelie, and I was like, oh, this is way better,
Yeah.
And I thought in my head, like, just because I was
there's nowhere near the same anxiety I think doing a wheelie versus doing a tattoo, because a tattoo is also going to be determined on that person's like stokedness of that tattoo. Like what if you do this tattoo and it's like something you feel proud about, but their expectation was so through the roof, and then they like, what the fuck is this, dude? It's on my arm. Like, yo, dude, that's like the best work I ever did.
Yeah, I only did really one bad one to where somebody came back, but he came back, which was cool. It was when I first started. He came back he called the shop, and my boss talked to him, and my boss fixed the tattoo whenever I wasn't there one day, and so I wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
But then I found out about it way later on.
Yeah.
And so that was cool of him. Not to kill my spirit, I guess, but I don't know, whenever you're just riding the wheelies, I liked it. At first, like I said, it was just something I was doing because I wanted to. Because I wanted to see if I could do it, kind of, and then I figured out that I could. Well, then once you learn how to at first you're like, oh, if I could just ride a wheelie for like a mile, I would be totally stoked, and that'd be perfect. And then you ride it for a mile, and you're like, well, if I could ride it for like 10 miles, that'd be fucking cool. And then you can ride it forever, And so then you're like, well, now I want to learn to jump to the tank, and then you want to learn this, and so eventually.
How hard was it going from just doing a wheelie to doing like all the fucking extra shit? I mean, because like
once you can ride the wheelie long, then it's all the same thing, because all that a wheelie is like giving it gas to bring it back, clutch it up, bring it gas to balance point, and then touching the brake when it goes too far. And then when it's going low, like you need to give it gas to come back. And so that's all the same. The wheelie is just gas until you brake, and then play the gas and brake zone up there. Like that's the same on every bike, anything, every trick. So once you learn, like for me, first learning, I would just learn the trick all the way till scrape. Like I would do seat stander wheelie and then do it all the way till I could scrape it. And then I'd go to the next trick until I could scrape it. And that way I learned the whole gear sort of. And once you can ride the bike from 2 wheels to 1 wheel to the back to scraping and back to 2 wheels, well, it's all the same. Now it's just a sit down instead of doing it, stand up instead of doing it, but it's still giving it gas until it's great. Like
so the mechanisms are the same.
Yeah, and so that's why you see guys that can, if they're very good on a sport bike, they can jump over a Harley and like within a little bit of time. Like a lot of guys, they will buy the Harley, they'll switch over, and then they go right back to a sport bike because they reached a certain skill level on the sport bike and they forgot how long it took them to get to that level. And since they can't just, like me also, I thought that I would just jump right over and be able to scrape it the first day. I thought that, like, out of arrogance.
You've told me before, but just for the sake of everybody listening, like, what was the main difference between learning how to pull it all the way back on a sport bike versus the Harley?
So the Harley, the wheels are farther apart from each other and the motor is farther forward. So because the wheels are farther apart, it takes more momentum to get it from here all the way up here. And since the motor is so far forward, you have to get the motor to be at balance. The motor needs to be on top of the tire. And so the bike it's way back there and it's heavy. So really the only difference is it's just the bike's super heavy. It's another couple 100 pounds heavier. And I mean, first gear was really short on a Harley compared to a sport bike. So you really have to clutch it up and get it up there super quick. Whereas on the sport bike, it's got so much power all the way through the gear that, it's a long gear. So, you can find balance all the way to the end of it. Whereas on a Harley, like, if it's not up within the first second or two, like, you're not going to chase it out and get it up. Like, you have to get it up.
So you don't like switching gears to the second or anything? Or
people do.
Yeah.
I would clutch it. If I was going to ride a wheelie at 40 miles an hour, then I would just clutch it up in second gear.
That's the weird thing about it, because, like, I've had bikes, especially Harleys, with chain drives and all the power in the world, but I just don't have the clutch. I don't have the ability
technique.
The technique, yeah.
For sure.
I don't have the technique to be able to pull it up in those gears.
Because when you dump the clutch, it spins. The tire breaks loose. That's what happens. And because, like, you can't, on a Harley, it's really about finessing the end of it. Like, it's way more about preloading the suspension and pulling up on the bars than it is giving it gas. Like, you don't need a ton of gas. If you give it a ton of gas and just dump the clutch, it's going to spin the rear tire and no traction, And so it really, even knowing how to clutch up a sport bike, I got on, and, like, not tooting my horn, but, like, really well I can ride a sport bike. But I got over on the Harley just knowing it. I clutched it up probably like 80 times the first day, and it never consistently got up. And so then I changed the rear tire. We use a stickier tire, what we said, the Shinko 777 tires. And once I put that on there, then instantly it started getting traction, And so once, I'd say, like, in the beginning, you need a Shinko tire just so that you can learn how to clutch the bike up, because it's going to get grip every time, even if you don't.
So how do you feel about people, like, wanting to set their bikes up to do all this shit they want to do? Because, like we've talked before, like, you get these guys that want to do the stunt thing on the lot days, but they also want to go, rip and do corners on the fucking weekdays.
Yeah,
and it's hard to have a bike, especially in a Harley, that can do all those things, right? Or would you think?
No, I think if your bike is set up to stunt ride, then your bike is way more than capable to canyon ride, for sure. For the fact that stunt ride, we have Legend suspension front and rear, which, that's what I have personally. And, like, that's what you would need to ride. It's the same thing, same setup, basically. Like, to have your bike set up properly to stunt ride, like, you really do have some of the best products on the market, in my opinion. We run the Lucky Dave seats, like, or Saddleman seats, whatever. But they're both really good seats, I think, made in the same place or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
But, so even the stunt bikes are set up to where they can do pretty much anything. They're performance-built machines. Like my Dyna has the 100-inch motor in it, so it's more power than what your 88 is or whatever it is. Most of them.
Yeah, it seems like that makes sense because, like I said, you're gonna create a platform that's capable of doing the wheelies, and suspension becomes a big part of that, right?
For sure.
And tire stickness and stickiness and things like that. So it makes sense that you could do both with it. But I guess what I was actually wondering is like the mentality of like starting to like build this bike, which, I think we can both agree that a lot of people like get into these fads of motorcycles, right? Like the Dyna or the whatever. And they see these people online like yourself or Seabear or fucking name a stunt rider, right? And they want to do that, but they also kind of want to hit the bars and do the bike nights. And this bike and the amount of time that you've put in and these other people they follow online have put in the countless fucking tore up ass bikes they've built or done and bodies, not to mention that like there's a toll that becomes that's a real factor into being that. Like it's funny because like we know a lot of the same people in the stunt world, and I'm thinking about people that I had much more in contact with like in 10 years ago who are now have been doing the sport bike stunt thing for years, and I kind of lost track of it and attention towards it. But then now, like, they jump on Harleys, and now they're the biggest things in the Harley world. And you're like, oh, shit, fuck, dude, I know that dude. I used to see him do this. And so, but it's kind of like smoke and mirrors thing where, like, I don't remember the last 10 years of this dude's struggle to become that guy that's killing it on Instagram, ripping burnouts.
I think a lot of the guys on the Harleys, it's hard for me to – I come from the sport bike background, so if it sounds like I'm talking shit, like I'm really not. I just don't fully understand the Harley world yet because I'm super new to it. And a lot of it from an outsider just barely getting my feet wet into the industry, it just seems like most people have Harleys so that they have an excuse to get away from the bitchin' old lady at the house and go drink with their buddies at the bar.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the case, but that's what I've experienced so far having Harleys. And they don't really ride them, and so – it's more of like, they ride from bar to bar, 4 miles, 5 miles. They say, oh, we rode all day on Sunday. Like, no, they really rode like 4 bars, drank like 3 beers per bar, and they made like a 30-mile round. They didn't even leave their home county, And so that's not what I thought the Harley world was going to be like, but it just has been so far from me. And so I think, a lot of guys will I personally don't understand spending $50,000 on a Harley or 40 or 30.
Well, because nobody can see it when you're actually riding it.
Yeah, and just riding to the bar and putting on his kickstand and sitting out on the patio looking at it and talking about how.
I'm me personally. I'm a very critical person on when it comes to that stuff, but what I really advocate for more is that people find some kind of happiness in motorcycles and they pursue it, and I had that phase in my career of riding motorcycles where I fucking just was jazzed about being in that parking lot, looking at my bike in the parking lot. But until you really experience the traveling on a bike or you really experience the getting out and doing shit on it, like it changes things. So the way you feel when you're on a wheelie with all these people that are like-minded that you fucking have been growing up with, like guys that you've been stunting with and like you're pushing each other to do tricks, like you use the skateboard analogy at some point. There's some like point of it where like you're like, fuck man, like I'm sitting here fucking rocking this wheelie down 30 with my dude that I started wheeling with and this other dude that's been around for the last 2 or 3 years, and there's just like this part of it that's like this amazing,
it's a brotherhood of sorts, like in all motorcycles. And like just because I'm kind of clowning on the biker bar guys, it's in my head though, still I have to tell my young and arrogant self looks at it from that perspective. But then just being a little bit older, I still understand that, like, I have to be like, that mentality is not going to progress things or keep it alive.
True.
It's a negative outlook on it. And at the end of the day, like Ian Gaines, he's a sport bike rider, and he's really good. He's just very mature.
Ian's from around here.
Yeah, he is. He's a local shredder. He's sponsored by Kawasaki. I mean, he's awesome, man. He's a cool guy too. He's a super talented fellow.
Swole motherfucker.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. But he's like, who cares? As long as people are riding, that's what matters. And like, I guess he said.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying. It's like if you get too wrapped up into thinking about how, that's something I have to check myself. I literally have to check myself into understanding why people want to ride bikes. And for that guy that's at a bar that does that shit, and he finally got his buddies out to ride bikes with him, he finally did. Like, he's been like, bro, let's go hit up fucking Strokers, man. It's fucking sunny finally, and they fucking agree. To him, riding to that bar with those dudes that he's been trying to get out is the same equivalent as you on that one wheel or me on PCH with my boys. We've been playing it for 6 months.
For sure.
It's hard for me to tell that dude that, yo, you're a fag.
No,
you know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
It's hard to say that because
I think the internet makes that happen, though.
It does.
More so. The internet's unfriendly for that because it's like, just like you're driving a wide glide, you're a fag, or a Sportster, it's a bitch's bike or whatever. But like at the end of the day, we're all riding bikes and we all love them. And
true,
who cares,
I think that there's nothing like there's got to be hazing in this thing, right? Like we have to poke fun at it, but at the end of the day, like you have to be man enough to understand that, like, yo, like I bought a bike, you didn't buy it, like I didn't borrow your bike, so why the fuck does your opinion matter? But hopefully they're lighthearted enough to where they can find things that – what I like to say is, like, look, that bar thing is going to pass, right? Your buddies are going to get sick of going to the bar every week because that becomes your life. Mm-hmm. And that's the – I'm too drunk to explain this, but that's the deeper thing is that, like, some people find this one amazing happiness with riding motorcycles, and they don't want to let go of it. And sometimes it's fucking those blue jean cutoff jackets with frilled edges that says like Lone Star Rally 2012. Yeah. And they fucking can't let go of that because they had such a great time because all their friends were there and their wife was cool and she probably let her do anal or some shit like that. Like there's so many things. Let him
go at all.
Yeah. There's so many things that made that shit so great and people want to hold on to that memory and that lifestyle and you see that shit, right? But what I think is like what I hope to do, and I think like any of us are that are trying to be more showing people the ropes, is like, look, man, like you're gonna probably outgrow your little bar hopper friends, because some of the guys that do the bar hopping thing, they're into it because it's fun right now and it's cool. But realistically, like if they could have a boat, they'd probably do a boat instead.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
In Texas, definitely.
Definitely. I mean, dude, California is even worse, man. Like California.
Because what you're going to do is you're going to ride to the bar, and you're not going to get any pussy at the bar on your Harley.
Yeah, that's
most of the guys. But if you had a boat, you would definitely be getting pussy on the boat.
Or you definitely see some pussy.
You at least have it around.
Yeah, like, oh, look, there's pussy right there. I'm not getting to get any, but it's there, because I have a boat.
No, but yeah, so realistically, I've been trying to keep myself in check more of just like, not everybody's going to ride it the way I do. Like I was saying earlier, like not everybody can afford to wreck a $10,000 motorcycle and have kids and shit. And like you were saying, which good point, like you're saying, the guys at the bar, like maybe all week long he works 80 hours this week, did overtime, and his old lady let him have 2 or 3 hours, and all he could do was ride at the bar. And like that's the highlight of his fucking week, He worked all week, and that's what he got to do. So, whereas I have free time, so for me it's like.
Yeah, so some things are a little
I don't want it on my day where I can actually hang out with my boys. Like we go sit at a fucking bar and drink beer, looking at our bikes on the patio. Like that's horrible for me. Like I want to ride them,
Yeah.
Whether it be however.
I agree, man. Like, and it's one of those things. Like you have to find a way to. But here's the thing about like the whole like inspiring people to want to go do more on their bike, right? Like, I have an equal amount of a conversation with people between. Hey, man, like, I want to go to Sturgis, man, but, like, I'm just not going to ride that. That's just – I just want to be fresh when I get to Sturgis so I can ride Sturgis. I'm like – what I try to tell people is, like, well, you missed the point. Like, if you skip that ride to Sturgis, that suck from whatever direction you're going, when you get there and you finally get to this amazing place where it's like you're in the motorcycle purgatory, basically, and you didn't earn it, you didn't suck through Nebraska, you didn't suck through Wyoming, and you get there.
This is good conversation because we're different on this aspect.
Yeah, like you didn't, you just threw it in a trailer and you fucking like got to eat burritos and fucking drink big gulps all the way there. Like, there's a difference between like riding. Like you just look at those black hills differently. And
that's the prize at the end of the road.
yeah, well,
And you get to experience it. It's nice.
I cannot put it into words. I'm sure some Harley marketer can probably find the right kind of terminology to explain this feeling of, hey, me telling you, hey, bro, we're leaving at 3 a.m. We're fucking riding to Wyoming today. It's 1,000 miles from here. We're doing that. And then
Sounds horrible to me.
it does, right? I guarantee you, if you did it, you would.
Oh, I'd love it. I know.
No, like you would literally like. Now, granted, it's who you do it with, right?
For sure.
If you do it with a whiny bitch,
Yeah, anything with a whiny
wife
sucks.
or buddy, like come on, dude. Like this is not supposed to be a perfect thing. It's not a monorail, dude. Yeah. Like this is something that you earn. Like when you're riding across, especially the plains, right?
Yeah,
you have to think about it. Like some brave motherfucker did this shit in a horse.
For sure.
Trailing some bitch in a fucking carriage that she was bitching the whole time. But you're taking me where?
Yeah, no, I do. When I drive across the country, I think the same. But on an interesting, which I want to do that. I'm going to hopefully get on some longer rides with you.
Dude, if you keep hanging out with me, you better do it.
Because I have the bike for it. So for me, I've been debating on next year on Sturgis,
next year.
This year.
That's right.
That's what I meant. But so for me, it's like I want to stunt ride my bike. Like I want to ride wheelies and shit at Sturgis. No doubt around the hills and shit. But on the other hand,
yeah, well, you're not gonna be able to do that.
Why?
Dude, the cops are insane.
Well, maybe not. But I would like to, and maybe you can't. But in my head, I would like to.
I mean, you could definitely go out there and rip and have a good time and probably rip some shit. But the shit that you get away with. Riding.
I understand.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen
through town and shit.
Yeah. Well, there's so many bikes, and the thing is that in the Harley world, it's not. It's more frowned upon.
No, I know people fucking hate it.
Yeah, and the problem is you can't have the cops and the rest of the people hating you. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
But there is like Legends. They do a big event at their compound, like Bell Brawl. Yeah, there's plenty of shit going on in Sturgis where you can ride a stunt bike. Or you can go stunt.
The fear is you ride your stunt bike up there and you break it when you're doing that there. And
that's why you have to. That's I think that's the biggest draw to be more appealing to everybody is because I want to say Seabear rode up there with fucking all the dudes from Thrashing, and then went and fucking ripped it up and down with at the Legends spot.
Yeah.
But I think you just have to be more conscientious of okay, well. Maybe rolling burnouts will fuck up the bike and I won't be able to get it home versus, a couple wheelies here and there.
Yeah, it'll definitely change the way that you would ride it for sure.
I don't know. I'm not a stunt rider. So that's why it's to me, the gist of the event is being there and doing all this shit like I'm saying. And for you, which is out of context for me because I don't ride wheelies. You're well, to me, Sturgis is fucking doing wheelies at the Legend spot or ripping up and down the hills with these guys.
Absolutely.
And I can't, I don't relate to that, but
two totally different
expectations.
And then there's also guys that are literally going to Sturgis, whether they drive it or trailer it, to hang out and drink beer and get fucked up with their friends from Vietnam or whatever. I don't know. I just was thinking of a different crowd.
No, but that's the thing. That's what's great about Sturgis is that you can do all three of these.
And motorcycles you got all kinds of people that, and that just goes to another point, everybody rides it for their own reasons and their own, because the way you like to ride it, if it's not the way I like to ride it, don't make you gay because you like to do it differently,
Well, kind of makes other people gay, but I'm just
if they don't ride wheelies, they're definitely gay.
But no, there's this I think that my biggest push for people is to just get them to do shit, because that's how many you've been riding bikes for a while. How many people do you see all the time that their only going back to maybe our relationship talk earlier, but their only gig every day is getting permission to go ride on a fucking weekend to the bar.
Yeah.
As opposed to me, I'm telling people how amazing it is to be hey babe, I'm going on the bike for 2 weeks across country to do everything I've ever dreamed of, and you're not a part of it, and this has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, it's awesome. I couldn't imagine being that woman, but
yeah,
for her.
Dude, yeah,
that she can and that you can. That's fantastic.
I mean, it's got to be. I mean, the I guess the catch-22 is if my wife came to me and was hey babe, like, you know how much I love doing this, and I'm gonna
cruises. I want to go on a cruise with one of my girlfriends, and we're gonna be gone for 2 weeks, and
like,
that's
I
what
mean,
that is.
like, I don't think I'd have a problem with it at all, but like, I'm also like, I've never used bikes to get pussy.
Right.
It's never been my thing. You know what I mean? And the pussy I've like attracted with bikes has never been the vagina that I would like to keep around.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
I get it. No, but a lot of guys do get bikes because they think they're gonna get all this pussy, but then when they get them, I think that's why they quit. You know, the ones that come in and it's like a fad for them. Like,
yeah,
they're like, oh, I thought I was gonna get attention or laid.
Well, Katana's fucked that up for all of us.
Yeah. But or just whatever it is, and then they get in it and they're kind of like, it isn't what they thought it was gonna be, glamour shots wise. Like the stunt riding, the Harleys, you know, like they get in, they wreck it, and now it's like $1,500 to fix your bike, and you're like, oh, fuck that.
Yeah.
Stop, you know. So I don't know. I think we all do it for our own reasons, but it's easy to judge other people's reasons. It's not like ours.
I mean, think about all the people that were like, you know, stoked about looking at, you know, Patrick Stevens and what he represented back in the day here in Dallas. Mm-hmm. I mean, this dude was like
Tony Hawk. He's a legend.
Yeah, he's a Tony Hawk. That's the best analogy, because he really was a very technical rider who did the things that wowed the crowd. Yeah. You know, and there's that thing. It's like, you said it before. It's like you could do the most complicated trick on the market, and every stunt rider is like, holy shit. But then you do a burnout, and the crowd's like, fuck yeah, tits.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Like,
you could do high chair circles all day long, and nobody cares. They're cool. They're pumped for like 2 circles, and that's the end of that. Like, they don't understand. It would take you years and years of learning how to ride a sport bike to be able to do 10 high chair circles. Like, they don't have and then if you go the other direction, like, that's like could be another 5 or 10 years. Like, they don't even understand. You do it one direction, then do it the other. Like, they don't care. But if you like hop off the back of the bike and skitch behind it while it's rolling in neutral, like, you're the man, dude.
Yeah.
You're like the longest, loudest rolling burnout. Like, they love it. The crowd goes wild. Like, they just want.
When I was this year at Sturgis, I watched the Bell Brawl, and this is the first time. Like, I'll be honest with you, like, I tell people all the time, I don't give a fuck about stunt riding. Yeah. And it's not because I don't care about like guys like you and what's passionate about you. It's just like, I don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't do it. I don't know how to do it. And if I wanted to learn how to do it, I can't afford to do it.
Right.
I know the like you told me about your injuries. Like, dude, if I take one bad spill because I want to do a wheelie to impress another dude, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I fuck my hands up, I'm fucking out of work. Period. I'm fucking like selling podcast equipment to get my life back together. Like, this doesn't end well for me, right? But I do appreciate what's going on, and I want to shed light on it, having you on and talking about that stuff. And I don't know, when I was there watching these guys, like, there's a showmanship that takes place, but there's also like 15 dudes that come out and do the same trick on a Harley.
For sure. But how do they do it?
That's right. So we were talking about
Style
earlier.
Matters.
and it takes me back to the skateboard days, right? So everybody does an ollie, everybody does a kickflip, but for some fucking reason, this dude does a kickflip, and it's like sick.
Yeah, he catches it 3 feet in the air, where the other just barely dribbles it over. But they both did it down the stairs.
It's like,
he did it.
When I do a kickflip, it's like rolling over on the concrete, and I'm like 3 feet in the air, and I land on it, versus like that board is 3 feet in the air. So there's like this style that goes to it. And, you know, me and you kind of, you know, being at the shop, we've been kind of shooting the shit back and forth about how like the East Coast and West Coast and then West Coast style of like the Harley stunt scene, talking about Unknown and East Coasting and things like that. And it's like, you got these guys on the East Coast that are so fucking technical, man. Like, they're just like technical. Like, you feel like you're watching these fucking dirt bike kicks in fucking like Baltimore ripping dirt bikes down the streets. And then you got the West Coast where it's not as technical, but fuck, they look good doing it.
Yeah, I think on the West Coast, maybe it doesn't seem as technical because it's in a parking lot, and it seems more technical in the street. But that's just because you think the outsider thinks it's more technical because they're going faster and they're playing in traffic. But the technicality comes, the actual skill, the most skilled guys who can do it in the slowest speed. Mm-hmm. The slower you ride the wheelie, the more skill it takes than to do it at a higher speed. And so really the more technical guys, in my opinion, are the West Coast guys that are doing it from straight clutch up at 0 miles an hour, still hand dragging. Because, like, hand dragging at 30 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour, I have all that engine brake to work with. You know what I mean? But clutching it up and keeping it without stalling the bike or anything, like at 3 miles an hour, is way, 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 way harder.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's just you're controlling the weight at nothing, you know. So it's a lot heavier and it is harder. Easier to do it with the forward momentum. Just like standing, if you try to hop on the bike and balance on the 2 wheels at 0 miles an hour, like super fucking hard. But do it going 3 miles an hour, way easier, and then at 30, way easier. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing as on 1 wheel, but multiplied, you know.
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Realistically, yeah, it is. You're right, though. Same tricks. Like, and that's what everybody says, like, the guys, they'll be like, oh, but I don't want to ride a Dyna because it's all the same shit. Hand drags and burnouts. That's all it is. And it's like, kind of, but...
Well, like maybe you can shed light on this because I've been outside of the sport bike scene for 10 years now, right? And every once in a while I'll go down to like Fuel City here in Dallas and I'll go check it out and I'll see cats there. And then I catch all the glimpses on different Instagram channels and shit like that. How big is the sport bike stunt world? Because it seemed like it went from like sport bikes to Groms to these smaller bikes and people are still doing all these sport bike stuff.
Here's where I have to be humble and not be an arrogant asshole. But, like, so Groms are awesome.
Yeah.
Because I try to, like, see the silver lining in the Grom thing. I hate Groms as a sport bike rider because they clutch it up and they ride wheelies at such a slow speed that they're in my fucking way. You know what I mean? Like, get out of the way. Like, that's how I want to be with the Grom.
For the real men.
Fuck, dude, get a big bike, you know. And that's what I always clown around with. I'm like, man, get off that kid's bike, you know, or whatever. Yeah. So, but realistically, they're awesome. Groms are awesome because they've brought a whole new group of people into my sport, and that's kind of how, I don't know if it was Ian, but I thought it was that had said that. He's like, you know, the Groms are bringing people into stunt riding. It's already a small niche, you know what I mean? It's such a small niche.
Yeah.
And people don't want to do it because it's dangerous. It costs a lot of money. You're going to break bones, and the bikes are expensive. But like the Grom's $2,000, $3,000 fully set up, you know, and it's like people can wreck that, and it has no power at all, hardly. So it's not scary to learn on that. Like when people ask me, like, well, when do you go to the motorcycle safety course? They teach you on Grom's now, and because it's the easiest to ride. In Burleson, they do, and so it's putting a bunch of people into the scene. Good things and bads. Pros is like more people are getting into the stunt riding scene because they start out on the Grom and they learn on it. Then they get a supermoto, the ones that are kind of still scared. Then they learn that, and then they go to a sport bike. And so now we have more stunt riders. The problem is that there's like a cesspool of fucking 18 to 23-year-olds on Groms that
don't want to advance at the next level, or what?
A lot of guys, just like with anything, a lot of them, they get comfortable on the Grom and they don't ever advance it. I mean, they don't have to. Like, they're happy doing that, and that's what they like, then cool, you know. But they're just in the fucking way, man. They're in the way on the street rides, bro.
Get out of the way, nerds.
yeah. But, no, I don't know. They're good, man. But just, I think if they're riding, man, who cares, right?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, but
that's the hardest part about being into this stuff, right? Like, because that is a common thing. Like, if you go to any Facebook chat room, if you go to Stunt Riding chat room, you go to Dyna chat room, you go to FXR chat room, you go to a Big Wheel Bagger chat room, which is funny, we haven't talked about it, but you own a Big Wheel Bagger, a Performance Bagger, a Stunt Bagger. Like, you have
and a Dyna.
Like, you've like, hey, like, fuck all the stereotypes. Like, I want to ride, I want to be everything.
Yeah,
you should
have a little of everything, except
which is fucking cool. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's there's good things about all these different bikes, but everybody gets in there like and niche. I'm guilty. Yeah, you get in your niche and you get in your like your happiness riding bikes, right? Like, I'm so fucking happy riding across country that if you're not riding across country, then who the fuck are you? Like, are you a real biker?
Yeah.
And you can like dumb that down to even our concept of like, you know, hey, like, you guys just want to fucking ride on the weekend to do the bar.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to lump that guy into the same type of enthusiasm as we have for the things we do. Like you with stunt riding, me with cross country riding. it's hard to how much enthusiasm and passion and love I have for it. Yeah. It's hard to like look at some dude that only jumps on his bike on Saturday and Sunday on a nice weekend and be like, that dude has the same passion I do. It's just that he only gets to do it on nice fair weather days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's always a reason people are the way that they are, and like you say, who knows what the scenario could be, but yeah, it's hard to justify them being a real biker if they don't put in the seat time that you put in.
It's seat time. Yeah, it does boil down to seat time. So like that same dude's like, I fucking ride. I'm like, oh, really? Like, yeah, dude, I fucking ride all the time, man. Like, like my wife lets me out on Saturday and I come here, I see all my friends. And then, sometimes like, if she's not being a cunt, like I'll take the long way home. Yeah, T-Bar Tuesday or some shit, right? But it's like, realistically, it's like, man, like, I get that. One of the biggest questions, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, like I get a lot of people ask me like, man, how do you make time? Because a lot of people have, careers. They only get so many vacation days a year to be able to do a trip, right? And if they have a family, they got a wife, they got kids.
Yeah, then realistically, they get 1 or 2 a year.
Yeah, how are they going to spend 2 weeks like doing the shit that we do on bikes or that I do on bikes? How are they gonna justify that to their wife? Like, hey, babe, like, this year, fuck you guys.
No, it's, hey, this is what makes me happy, and I want to do what makes me happy.
I agree, but I'm literally trying to be the devil's advocate here. How do you justify that to a family? Happy. Dude, my kids don't fucking give a shit about my happiness because they don't understand what happiness means yet.
For sure.
Happiness to them is like, I got AirPods.
They'll learn that when they get there, just like you did when you got there. But that don't mean that you should stop because your kids.
The problem is, okay, so like with kids nowadays is like, you don't do that with them. You do be selfish. You go live a life that makes you happy, that they actually follow you on Instagram now, which is the weirdest thing in the world. Like, I think that so many generations before us got to like grow up and be parents in a way that now my generation, or at least my age, doesn't get to be.
Right.
I have more followers on Instagram than my kids do.
Of course.
Right. And so my kids get to see me the way people that I don't want to how do I word it? My kids see me in a way that I would prefer that people saw me, not the way I actually am.
Right.
Which I try to keep my social media and my Instagram as real as possible, but you don't want to put so much shit out there that you make people feel like you're woe is me. Like you're trying to get people to feel sorry for you for the things, because realistically all of our lives are up and down struggles of, shit, right?
People hate on you and like that, don't hate on them in their winning season. You don't know what they lost in their losing season, which is like me, like you could be like, oh, he has fucking, several bikes. He stunt rides, he does whatever he wants to. Like, that's cool, but the reason why my mentality is that way is because I also just got done doing 6 years in prison, and I didn't get to do anything at all. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, it looks
your reality is a little skewed.
It looks sunshine and rainbows. I lived in California on the beach. Like, that's cool, but
we haven't got to that yet. We'll get to that point.
When I lived in TDC, like, that shit sucked. So,
but it's a weird thing when you're trying to you're trying to like. Because social media for so many people is different things. Like my kids, social media is for like some kind of social stature. Like I want to be popular. I want to be somebody in my school or whatever. Social media for me, I don't give a fuck about that. Like I'm trying to show people what I do. I want to get like people to want my paint work or subscribe to this podcast or whatever the case may be. So I have to like try to be as real and honest as possible, but not to the point where I'm depressing them out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so the problem is that my kids don't see that.
They don't see your problems in life anyway.
No, they don't.
Parents, you don't let your kids see that. You try to shield them from that.
So when my kids are like living their life, like my son's too young, but my daughter's 18, and she knows everything. So just so we all know.
Yeah, well, of course, because she thinks she does. Because she does know everything about the life that she's lived.
Yeah.
She knows everything about living at y'all's place and going to school, and she has that figured out. She has it conquered. She's got it all figured out.
Well, there's the other thing about life that me and my wife been talking about a lot is that like It's very weird to say because in no way, shape, or form is what we do here at this podcast, who I am in this business, am I famous in the likes of what real fame is, right? But there's this weird thing that takes place where you have people calling you, want you to do this and do that, and you have these same like obligations and roles as somebody of some kind of famous stature,
right?
But it's in a world that where I'm famous to like 10,000 people versus like someone like Carrie Hart's famous to 10 million people.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? So it's a different level, like, and it's weird as fuck because it still feels the same. It feels the same as if like it was 3 million people going, fuck, dude, you're fucking rad, versus 3,000 people going, dude, like, you're fucking rad.
200 people on my Instagram or on Facebook and Instagram combined talking about like, dude, those Willies are badass. And to me, I'm fucking Evel Knievel. Like,
yeah, but like, I think the weird perspective is like, put 200 people in a room telling you, fuck you rock. Like, dude, I'm fucking one of your wives tonight, bro. Like, it's a different vibe than like if you... Like you take 3,000 people, you put them in a room, or you put them in a fucking parking lot, and you're like, everybody's like, yeah, dude, that fucking, like, if there was a button in the sky and everybody hit it at the same time, like, whoa, like, there's these numbers that you see on social media or on these like digital platforms that don't register in real life.
Yeah, that's why Instagram did away with the likes.
Have they done it?
They did. Well, I think they did.
I know that they talked about it, but I don't think
Maybe
they actually did it.
Gary Vee said they'd have, so I don't know if they have. Or
they talked about it, yeah.
Because it's making people insecure. People are basing their personal security and self-esteem off of likes and views, and that women are, they're caught up in they could be the most badass artist, painter ever in the world. They could paint Mona Lisa and get 182 or 18 likes. If they painted if they took a picture of them painting the Mona Lisa in a thong bikini, 10,000 likes.
Yeah,
and so
that's the truth. Yeah,
for sure. And so it's just because their ass is showing, and so it's kind of it's changed the way that we are. But
dude, me and my wife were having that conversation, and my wife, she kind of struggles with the whole concept of, like my wife is not a biker chick, right? Yeah. But she is in a different position than a lot of biker chicks are in because of my relationship with the industry.
Because you're a biker dude.
But then you meet so many girls that like might have a message, right? And I get asked this a lot. Why don't I bring more women on here? And I would love to have more women on the podcast, but I have to be real mindful of like, okay, like, are you as a guy, are you following this chick because she's actually representing something productive in motorcycling, or because she also does some like, risque photos around her bike? Probably it's two different things. Like there's chicks, like I'll say it, like there's a chick called Lady Lassen, which I heard about through the only other chick I've ever had on this podcast. She told me about this girl who, her dad was a Harley tech. They rode bikes across country together. She went to MMI. She came out. She's a Harley tech as well. And her dad go to Sturgis together on bike. She does cool shit. Dude, I fucking cannot wait for the opportunity to have this girl on because she represents something real for a woman in the industry.
Right. Same as shout out, Smash Stunts, Seabear's old lady.
Yeah.
But, yes, she has tens of thousands of followers that follow her because she's a good-looking chick. But it's on the same aspect, though, she's fucking riding a Harley Davidson.
I think it's okay. So, playing devil's advocate for that conversation, because Smash Stunts is a dope ass rider, but to not be a big hypocrite, she also does stunt riding in fucking clothes at Reveal.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, I guess the next question is it's pretty unfair that a girl has to get to that level. Fuck the fact that this chick is ripping willies better than most dudes, right?
Yeah.
But she has to do it in a fucking thong bikini, scene in some worlds.
Right. I did it butt naked for the same reason, though, and it worked.
We're gonna talk about that, by the way.
And it worked,
yeah.
And that whole thing kind of started with somebody was saying, we were kind of having a conversation about how guys can do, a high chair scrape 5th gear and get 10 likes. a chick can do a seat stander wheelie and get 10,000 likes because she's a chick.
Dude, you don't even want to get me going down that path with the paint and motorcycle
So I
world.
try to tell so I see guys hating on these girls that are like getting these likes like it's because they're doing seat standers. These other guys are hating on the guys that are complimenting them, but and I'm one of the guys complimenting these girls that are riding. Mainly for me personally because girls don't fucking do this shit. You know what I mean? Not what I do anyways, typically. And so when I see it, even if they're barely learning, I remember when I was doing seat stander wheelies, when somebody would comment on my picture whenever I was doing seat standers and barely learning, and they're like, fucking badass, you're doing good. It's cool, it's nice, it's good to know.
It's positive reinforcement.
And if we're hating on all the females that are doing what I'm doing, well then maybe eventually if everybody's doing it, they'll quit doing it. I don't want females to quit stunt riding.
Yeah.
I'd much rather there be 10 chicks.
It's the only reason why girls are hanging out. Yeah.
At the lot, fuck all that. And they're prettier to look at and they smell better, so that's all the way to win. But yeah, so I always try to congratulate them just because they're doing something dude, to be a guy and riding wheelies, that takes a lot. To be a chick and be I'm gonna get on a motorcycle, I'm gonna do fucking wheelies, I'm gonna wreck my shit, and they wreck worse because they don't have the strength to stay in it as well. So it's harder for them. They're weaker,
They can take they take harder shots because of
they don't really have the same strength. But the ones that get up and keep doing it, I applaud them. There's a girl Perla that rides, and she rides a Grom, and she's 4'11" maybe, and weighs maybe 90 pounds maybe, and she stunts. She just got on an F4i last weekend, and she's doing a seat stander or rear peg wheelie on a F4i, and people would hate on the guys complimenting her, but it's this chick's smaller than the bike is. She weighs 80 pounds and she's doing wheelies.
In that aspect, I would have to agree that there's a. I think that most people that would hate on something like that are somebody that feels demasculine from that.
Yeah, maybe. And a lot of guys they were hating on it. It's y'all don't be mad because they're making your seat stander wheelies look basic as fuck now because even girls can do it.
Or what about you see the people that or you see that taking place, you see some shit shared on Facebook, and I know we should never read comments, but we're not that famous where we can't. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you read comments, you read what people say, it's you're what?
How miserable must you be in life to get on a picture of somebody that's doing something that they love and make them happy, to where you are going to be in the comments talking shit to somebody doing something that they love?
You want to? I'll tell you guys what I do. Go in there, type out all the negative shit you want to say about that picture, and then read it after you finish and be delete.
Yeah, I sound like a complete douchebag.
No, yeah, it'll put yourself in perspective. Here's the deal: we see shit, no matter what it is, we see shit. It bothers us. That is it's inevitable. It's inevitable for us not to have an opinion about things, right? Especially in the world that we live in. Opinions are everywhere, and we have them. You have them. I have them. Everybody has them, and they all suck. They really do.
Basically.
So my opinions are not great,
unless they're positive.
Unless they're positive. So when I see some shit that bothers me and I want to say something, I like to write it out in the message. I like to write the shit out and be yeah, and fuck your mom too, right? And then I was step back, and I always do this, and I read it, and I'm and I read this, and then I reread the post I'm commenting on, and I look at that person, I look at what I said, I'm all right, I said what I had to say. I said it to the sense that I'm reading it, meaning that it's somewhere else, and I'm taking it in versus putting it out.
Right.
And, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna create. I'm not bringing any value to life.
Yeah, so I try to. It's kind of a little rough path for anybody, I would imagine, but maybe with my own experiences, it's easy for people to be negative towards things. But I'm a huge believer. Whatever you put out, you get what you give, is what I like for sayings, and basically just whatever you put out is what you're gonna get back in. So I feel if you're always talking about negative things, you're always thinking about negative things, you're always posting negative shit on people's shit, you're always negative. I feel that's what comes back to you. And
100%.
I feel in my own life, I try to be super positive and since I got out of my last relationship, like just positive, good mood, happy, like, and it works for me. Like, you know, it's just been, my life has been really good since I've been trying to do that and be positive and just try to be, you know, take shit lightly and be as happy as possible. And I feel like that's what's came back to me, you know, like good things have been coming my direction for a good while now. And I think it's mainly because I'm not being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Because when I was like 21, before I went to prison, I was like I was just young and I had a big chunk of money. So I thought I was the coolest human in the world, you know, and I was a complete douchebag. But once you go in there, then like, kind of what made me realize is like I thought I had hundreds of friends because we'd be at the club every weekend, you know, free drugs, free tab, whatever, like bar tab. I pay for all of it. I don't care because, you know, I had a good little lit going. And then when I went to jail, you know, this old guy, Mark Hornung, who's Rudy's cousin, you know, Rudy from the Notre Dame movie.
Really?
That guy's last name is Rudy. His last name is Hornung, and this guy was Mark Hornung. Anyways, he was a good artist, an older guy, probably like in his 60s. And me and him would draw together and talk and shit. And he was like, man, you get mail a lot, you know? Like, how many friends do you think you have out there in the world? And I was like, oh, I got fucking hundreds of friends, like probably like at least 100. And he was like, you know, how many of them are writing you? And I was like, oh, you know, maybe like a couple, you know, a couple of my friends. And like, how many are putting money on your books? Like, you know, none are just my family. Like, he's like, you know, how many are coming to visit you? Well, you know, my family comes and visits me. You know, he's like, how many friends do you really think you have? And I'm like, fuck, like.
Yeah, like I said, like I thought I was a friend to the guy that's in jail right now that keeps texting me. I'm like, yeah, I was his friend because I thought he was struggling, and now he's in jail. And I'm like, you're texting me, bro. Like, I don't know how much I care about this right now.
Yeah.
Like it's a weird thing. Like, it's an asshole thing for me to say, but like it's weird because like.
But if you really value that guy, I'll tell you like what you can do in life that would be a small gesture that would make his whole entire world. If you literally one time wrote him a letter and just was like, hey, man, this is what's going on. Send him some pictures of what you're doing. Like,
well,
even
okay.
if you never contacted him again until he got out,
so
20 years from now, he would remember that.
That's the thing, though. So I wrote him a letter, right? I wrote him when he first went in, and I wrote this big deal. I sent it to my buddy who sent it to him. And, like, it meant so much to write that letter. It meant so much to write how I felt but it meant so much to write something that wasn't about me, it was about him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I knew, like, you know what? Like, how selfish would it be for me to actually send a letter to somebody and they opened it up and it's just me talking about myself?
Yeah, but they want to view, to them it's a window.
They probably do, yeah. But I also want them to, I want them to feel when I wrote this letter to him, and I'm thinking about it, it's all popping back to me after we talked about this, but I'm thinking about what I wrote to him, and what I wrote was basically like, his role in my life, and how it's not the same because he's gone or not here, and how much I valued his friendship while I was here. And so I wrote that, and I felt great about it. I sent it to him, and he loved it. And then like 2 weeks later, like, hey bro, what's going on a text message? I'm like, who the fuck is this? He goes, oh, it's me. I'm like, dude, like, you know, the first time I was like, yo, like, fucking cool, man. Like, how you doing? Like, how's everything going? It's crazy, man. We're fucking getting abs. You know, like, awesome. And then, like, the next day he texts me, I'm like, all right, yeah, that's cool, man. Like, hey, how was day 2 in jail from you talking to me? Oh, that's cool, man. Like, same shit as yesterday. It's like, so the thing is, it becomes like, this is the assholest thing I could ever say, but like,
monotonous. It's the same
his
thing.
day is not changing much.
Yes. You just have to tell about your days because your days change, and he needs. That's
so maybe the selfishness in me is like, I just need to talk about myself and let him know what's going on. But
dude,
to me,
send him pictures. The best thing you do is send him pictures so he can show his friends and be like, bro, check out what my homeboy Jason's doing, man. He's got a fucking podcast. He's over here fucking building.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I totally got to do it, and I guess because I'm not used to having friends that are in jail that have cell phone abilities. Yeah, that it kind of made me want to punish him. Like, no, you don't get that. Like, I have to pay for my cell phone. You know what I mean?
For sure. It is different, but you could just, in there, the fact that somebody took any time at all. Yeah. So I made myself a little promise whenever I was in there. I was just like,
I'm an asshole.
There's certain people in my life that were there for me whenever I was incarcerated, and there were certain people that should have been that weren't, you know. And so I made myself a promise that the people that were there for me, even if it was in the slightest form at all. If they wrote me one fucking letter while I was locked up for 6 years, no matter what, I'd always try to be friends with those people whenever I get out. But the people that should have been there for me that weren't at all, like, I just see that, not that necessarily they weren't my real friend, but like it just put things into perspective, you know, and to where like, then you just realize that realistically at the end of the day, if you don't have anything to offer anybody, usually it's your family that's pretty much all you got. And what's crazy is most people spend the least amount of time and energy and money and care on people that would be there for you when shit hit the fan and you had nothing to offer. It's like you, like if you had nothing to offer anybody anymore, like no paint jobs, no money, nothing to offer anybody in the world, like who would be there for you? Like, you know, like
it's a scary thought to get
your
into.
Your old lady, your kids, your mom, dad, maybe if you're lucky.
You know what's sad? You know, my buddy Big Joe, we did a podcast for a long time, and he made a comment that made me realize that like those are the same people that take the worst of us.
Always, yeah, for sure. Like you just think about like, how about your aunts and uncles, cousins? When was the last time you seen them? Christmas, Thanksgiving. When was the next time you'll see them? Thanksgiving or Christmas? Like that's when you see your cousins.
It's like we share all our wins with the people that
won't
don't really care.
They won't be there whenever you're losing.
Yeah.
They're
and then like when we're losing, like all these other people come to bat, and there's this like epiphany of like, oh my God, like why haven't we ever talked? Like, oh dude, I've always been here. Like you're a fucking like famous bike painter, and you know.
No, same. You know, like my family, like, you know, you just see them at Christmas, and then it's like, oh, we'll see them next year at Christmas. But like, then when if you go to somewhere like that, like where you have nothing to offer anybody else, like those are the people who will write you a letter and stay in contact. And like, it's just weird that when you get out, and myself included, like I am not as close with my cousins and stuff, but like they weren't very close to me when I was in there for them. But like my grandma and grandpa, like I try to stay close with them. Like they were there for me the whole time. Like my younger brother, I told you he has 6 kids, and so he was there for me huge. He flew to El Paso to come visit and shit, you know. So like, since he has 6 kids, he's a little more financially strapped than the average American. And he's on disability, he's a disabled vet and stuff. So I just, you know, help him out any way that I ever can, no matter what. If it bites my ass, whatever, you know, like same thing with my grandpa. He used to come visit and hang out and stuff, and they'd come when they could. And he just had some surgeries and stuff. So like, instead of everybody was cool in the family, was, you know, send him to a nursing home for 2 weeks, inpatient nursing home. And I was like, I went home from the hospital, and I was like taking a shower, and I was like, man, like they were there for me. I was like, what would it be for me to take 2 weeks out of my life to take care of my grandpa at the house? So
you're touching a touchy subject with me, man.
Yeah, you know, it's like, so for me, it's like, so I did. I called up to my aunt, and I was like, hey, I was like, you know, I was like, what? My aunt's a nurse. I was like, what if PT would okay it with my grandpa? I mean, to release him to me, to where he could be in my care. I can take care of him. I can watch him, and to where at least he don't have to go to that, you know? And so they ended up and I did. And like, so now every single day, like forever that I ever see my grandparents, they're like, oh my God, we can't believe that you did that for us. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, you know, y'all were there for me whenever I needed it. So.
Yeah. Like I lost my grandfather last year. It's the only person I've ever lost.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that I wish I would have did differently, from learning he had cancer to the moment he died. And
yeah, you can't get back time. Yeah, you know, it's something that's kind of why also, you know, I'm like, I just hear people say that like all the time. Like, I wish I had more time, you know, like, and that's the only thing. And you just don't. And so I just tried to, in my life, he took care of me for a little bit when my mom was in college and stuff. And so I just tried to, I never have had an opportunity because he works construction 60 years or whatever. So, you know, he's a foreman. He does well financially.
Yeah.
He's good for himself, you know, but at one point he wasn't well off financially. He still took on the burden of me, my brother, my sister. And so I've never got an opportunity to show him that I appreciated it, you know, what he did for me and my mom and stuff. So that was my opportunity. You know, I finally got a chance. And so I was like, I can be like, fuck it, let him go to the nursing home and he'll be fine, you know, or I can be like, you know, wipe his shitty diapers and like take care of him for, you know, a couple weeks. And
that's what ended up happening. Like, so, like literally to this, like right now, today, is like a week so I'm getting like Facebook notifications of like 1 year ago today. So a year ago today, like I was on a motorcycle to Vegas to paint a bike, and I was gonna fly out there, but 2 weeks ago from this day, a year ago, my grandfather was loading up a table downstairs, and I don't even know if I could talk about it.
You totally don't have to. I get it. No. Hey, that's just tough, especially grandparents. But yeah,
This podcast is everything.
It's got love. We got smoking weed.
Nah, but like, no, I never dealt with loss, man. Like I've had friends commit suicide, but it was like never like somebody close to me. Like it'd be like, say me and you are cool, and then a year from now, like we haven't really talked or hung out, and then, like you fucking shot yourself. Like, oh fuck, like
Yeah, that's crazy.
it's
But
crazy,
that's
but it wasn't like it wasn't.
somebody you're completely physically attached to.
Yeah, and I
Have
mean
love
like
for them.
a family. I haven't
Right.
lost a family member.
That's
You know what I
crazy.
mean?
Good for you.
I was 36. Yeah, 36 whenever he died, and he was the first person in my family to pass that was close to me. So, it was real hard to navigate because when I found out he had cancer, like I didn't know what cancer was. Like I knew it was bad. You see the fuck cancer, you see all that shit, but you don't realize how quick it is,
Yeah.
you know? And so whenever I found out he had it, it was kind of one of those deals where like my uncle was a little bit of an extreme guy. So he was like, yeah, like it's 2 weeks is what they're giving him. I'm like, fuck, like I don't want to be here in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like I did not want to be here. So I had this job opportunity in Vegas. So I looked at it like, you know what? Like if I just leave now, then
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
yeah. So
But that's the way, some people deal with their problems that way. And it's not that that's like the wrong way, but
I feel like it was just a way of like, not to give myself credit because I'm not necessarily proud of it. I just know how to deal with it,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah. And so, people run from their problems sometimes.
True. Yeah, I totally ran because I felt like, you know what? It would be the happiest place in my life sometimes is on the open road.
Yeah.
And if it happened while I was gone, then I could be in the happiest place that I have
Yeah. Easiest to deal with it.
and not have to deal with everybody else's shit.
Yeah, which
You
that don't
know?
make it. That doesn't make it wrong. I don't think. Just everybody deals with grieving and grief in their own way. Like just because he writes a book about it, or she paints a picture about it, or you go ride your motorcycle about it, like that's how you deal with it. Like that doesn't make it wrong the way you do compared to the way I do or whatever. But
Yeah.
for me personally, I had an opportunity to just repay a favor, kind of. Not that he don't feel like I owe him shit, you know what I mean? But like, I don't know. I tried to maybe since I've got out of prison, I've tried to, when I get the opportunity to show somebody that I really am there for them, I try to do that. Like even if it's like I was saying, like when my friends want to help, when they need to move, I try to be the one to help them move. Because like the only time I almost ever need a friend, like really need somebody in life that I can't take care of my own issue, is like when I'm moving, And so I get it. And like the people that I really do care for, like my buddy Ryan just moved, I try to do that, even though it's like it's a pain in the bitch. Like I fucking hate it. I don't want to go help you move your shit. Like I hate that. Not especially on a nice
I think a lot of people nowadays don't even want to ask people to do it.
Yeah, because they hate it. They don't even want to be doing it. So like I don't want to ask somebody else.
I want
to
to put someone else in this fucking
But the good news is like, and because like if they ask you, like you don't want to fucking have to do that shit. So
Well, like I've been struggling with this, and we've been talking about it a little bit here and there. But like I feel like the type of loyalty that I create and I try to give my friends, I don't reciprocate 100% all the time. And it's a weird thing because like we don't live in a world where the reciprocation is life or death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's more like, hey, man, like, you know, that's kind of, did you think about me in this situation kind of deal? You know what I mean?
Right.
And
maybe you just suck at picking friends.
no. Well, I wouldn't say that. In my 30, almost 8 years of life, fuck, that's old, 37, I want to stay at 35 is where I think that's a comfortable medium. Yeah. I think that like more people are put it like this. I've been who I am since probably 29, and that's an honest thing that most people can't say to themselves.
Yeah,
I am who I am today for the last 8 years, right? So I'm on this path, this direction in life, the things I'm into, who I am, what I value, what I want out of life for 8 years. Everybody be like, "Oh, I'm fucking who I am since I was birth, bitch." You know what I mean? Like I'm who? No, it's not that. It's not true.
It takes
like
men a long time to realize who you are or who you want to be.
Yeah, you're like constantly evolving and turning into this person, right? And I'm who I am. But one thing I've always been is I've been an over-the-top loyal person to where I've never valued money over friendship. That's the reason why I had to sell off my business for fucking pennies on the dollar to friends that I thought were my best friends, you know? And, the other thing is, like, I'm very passionate about everything I do. And that's everything I do is I'm passionate about it so that it makes people want to be a part of it. But then it gives them anxiety or it gives them insecurities when they don't match my passion.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck, this dude's about riding bikes across country. He's about this. He's about this. And then they come around and they're around me. And I'm like, bitch, what are you doing right now? Eating Cheerios? We riding bikes, ho. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, shit, like this dude's like hardcore. I thought it was just a face, like an Instagram fucking thing. You know, like, no, I'm intense with this shit because it's like the thing that I love, right? And so you find people like me. I guess one of the biggest things that I do is I find people that want to be a part of it and they get a taste and it feels great. But then like, oh man, like that was fun, dude. That's great. I got to go back to being a fucking husband now.
Yeah, not everybody has the wife you have. Like you probably don't. I mean, you do.
I probably won't have the wife I have forever, but you do cheers to her for sticking with me.
You do though, because you don't realize it probably because that's just how you have it. So that's normal to you. So you think it's normal like that for everybody else. But again, with like the guys that go to the bar on the weekends, we can ride any day of the week pretty much that we want to.
Yeah.
But whereas most people can't. So I don't know. It's pretty cool that your old lady lets you go ride your bike. Not let you.
Yeah,
But she doesn't trip on you doing
It's a struggle. You know what? Because she does allow me to be who I want to be, it inspires me to want to like be
the same
helpful for her to find the same passions in life and the things she want to do, is because that's the biggest struggle that like I think a lot of women that are married to guys like us or in a relationship with guys like us is that they find themselves like their life is you, and then every other part of their life is you.
Right.
Not necessarily you, but like
that's another reason I struggle with the relationship thing, is because the girls that I've dated previously, they don't have their own hobbies. And so my hobby becomes their hobby, and then sometimes they end up spoiling my hobby for me. I don't let them spoil it. I end up ending it before they but it gets to that point to where they try to necessarily, but it just does. So,
no, it makes sense because like a lot of like, man,
what I do takes time, Dude, I go to the park like I was telling. We said I go to the park like.
Well, okay. 2 to 5 days. Let's be fair to women though. Like, what do women do other than the things that we also clown them for, that as a hobby is inspiring to us to want to fuck with them? Oh, this bitch bakes, bro.
To me, it's awesome if she bakes.
She probably does, but like, are you following baking pages to where she's like a fucking gangster in that?
Is
like,
she naked? I'm kidding. But
it's one of those things. Like
No, for
literally,
sure.
like women don't have the same hobbies that attract other men.
But not that you would follow them necessarily, but in the same sense, like not very many women give two fucks that I can ride a wheelie on a motorcycle.
True.
And not any of them hardly give a fuck that you can ride
So-
across country on one.
Yeah. So what is it that attracts women to guys that ride bikes? Because realistically, fair enough, it's fucking gay. It's gay. Like, dude, I ride. No, I think it's gay. I'm in a fucking truck with my wife. We're driving down the road and then a bunch of bikes packs. I'm like, God damn, we look gay.
Revving your fucking motor.
Yeah.
I want to hardly look at me.
Yeah, like it's not, there's nothing about it. If you're a bystander, you look at it and go like, fuck yeah. You know what's fuck yeah? When I see your post on fucking Instagram at dope ass place or some video riding for 2 seconds across a cool ass area. I'm like, fuck, that's the life I want to live. You show me 2 seconds of your life and I'm fucking like ready to fuck mine up to be a part of that, right? But realistically, you're
riding wheelies in the mountains of Montana.
yeah.
So gangster.
You drive around Dallas and like you see a fucking hog chapter pass you, you're like, that's not what I expected. You know, I thought you guys were gonna be way cooler with like comments coming behind you or some shit. You know, it's not the same. You know what I mean? But like with women, like all the shit they get into that defines most women. I'm sorry, I'm being judgmental here, but they find these little niches they want to be a part of. Like I would think that like something like the hair culture for women, like cosmetology, is the most for them. If they're not getting into the tattoo or the paint or the things that like are more men dominant, like the hair culture is the most.
The beauty industry.
The beauty industry is the most like.
That's what they're into.
It's the most known. It's the most famous they can be for doing a job like we would do for like paint or tattoos or something, you know. And
What
like
about the ones that paint and tattoo?
Well, that's the thing is like, well, they're so far and few. Like, I mean,
Hundreds and thousands.
far and few still.
You know, you're right. I feel a lot of young females' goal, and by brainwashed, or whatever it is, I don't know, but is to be, their goal is to be somebody's wife, not to have a life. You know, their goal is to be
it's
a
like
good wife.
it's like a shitty brainwashing thing where
But I
like
think
women have to figure out, oh wait, I want to create this own career. That's, you know, like with people, like I hope that you didn't just tune into that, but basically like that is the truth. Like we're all dealing with that, struggling. We're all struggling with this idea that we've been brainwashed. You're 34, I'm 37. It's the same. We grew up in the same generational area where the idea was get out of high school, get a career, or go to college, get married, have a kid, get a house. At no point was it experience the world, travel the world, try new shit, like figure out what kind of career you want to do. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a fucking accountant, or do you want to like learn how to fucking like fuse metal together and make Damascus? Like, what do you want to do?
At 18, you don't know.
You can't. There's no way you can know because you spent the last 10 years. You spent the last 10 years conforming to a system to learn how to do, the multiple choice questions, right? Yeah. There's no way you can understand what you really want in life because you have had no time to experience life.
Yeah,
you
but
did
you're not
this
successful if you're not married by 25 or 30.
That's the thing that I feel like is getting knocked down, just like the stereotypical thing about tattoos and people, right? As it becomes more mainstream, the idea that someone has a podcast as their career, or they travel, or they're doing all this shit, is a real viable thing, or an influencer. Like I joke all the time about the idea of being an influencer, but the truth is, like, if you ask me to be a salesman to you, I'm not going to be able to give you those tidbits that you need to make this purchase. But if you talk to me for about 30 minutes, I'll make you feel like you better fucking buy this bike or you're a fucking fag.
Yeah, for sure.
Said it. There you go, guys. Like, that's called an influencer. I'm not a salesman. I'm influencing you to love the shit that you're doing because I love it.
Yeah.
So I'm not lying to you. A salesman will lie to you. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you that I love this shit, and if you can just get into my wavelength and get into this groove that I'm trying to explain to you, you're going to fucking love it.
Yeah. Peer pressure.
How did I get there? We talked about women.
Yeah.
We went to
They
influencers.
don't have any kind of hobbies. What's going on with
Women.
What's going on with the women's world?
Well, no, I as a married guy, you know, I do love the fact whenever I finally sit down and me and my wife talk and she tells me all the things that she wants to do, you know what I mean? And it's so inspiring, man. Like I immediately get pumped up like, fuck, man. Like, dude, I got this following. I can pump you up and you can do this, but it's like you don't want to make it about you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. Well,
For me, at least.
if you give it to them though, then they didn't.
Well,
didn't
my wife
really-
wouldn't. I wouldn't be
Not
giving
that
it
she
to her.
would, I know,
but
But you
I
are
guess,
in a position to where you could put her on a quick route to success. Which
yeah,
that
and
doesn't dumb
that's
it down
what
enough.
sucks because like I think my wife is really good at what she does, but she has struggled with wanting to do it because it, you know, like I said
At the end
earlier.
of the day, does it make her happy? Whatever it is that she's doing.
Yeah.
Does doing hair?
I think any
Did
person
it used to make you happy, or does it not make you happy? It used to make you happy, like tattooing for me. As soon as it stopped making me happy, I stopped wanting to do it as much. Like, because my goal, number one goal from the time I wake up till the time I go to sleep is to be happy. And, like, I don't care if I'm making a bunch of money today. I don't care. Like, I'm trying to be happy today. And
Yeah,
like, so
I agree.
So that's why, again, for me personally, the relationship thing doesn't work great because, like, it gives somebody control of whether I can be happy today. Like, I want to be happy, and I'll be happy today for sure because I'll make sure I am. But, like, if I have somebody in my ass about the trash that didn't get taken out, like, it's not going to make me fucking happy.
that part's tough, man. And I won't lie, like all those little like more frivolous type
That's just
situations.
living with another human. And
Well, when I was single, whenever I lived alone, like everything was much more different because, and I fuck with my wife about this a lot because she might not like to hear this, but it's a joke to me. But when my wife came to live here in Texas, like I cooked, I cleaned, I did my own laundry, I did my own dishes. I did everything myself because there was nobody else.
yeah,
It's my
you're an
job.
adult and you have to.
And for the first couple of months of her moving here and living with me, I still was doing that until the point where she said, I'll do that. And I'm like, okay, thanks. And then I'm doing it again next time it's needed. I'll do that. And then 2 years go by and she's like, you never do this. I'm like, yo, like, babe, like I did that all the time. Like I just didn't know I was supposed to, like, I don't know when it's time for me to do it again. Like you said, you'll do it. And then
If there's dishes in the sink, it's time to do them.
yeah, like, yeah, true.
If there's laundry in the
But
hamper,
there's just like this weird thing. It's like it's weird how men, I think, and I'm being general here, but I feel like men are very easily self-sustained when we have to fend for ourselves in every aspect. But as soon as someone comes along and provides that little service, like, hey, I'll take care of the laundry.
oh, we take it for granted.
Yeah, it's just like second nature. Like, fuck it. Like, she's always doing laundry now. And then now, you know, I expect women to do laundry, you know, and that's
Forever.
now that's my political standpoint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. No, and I was telling somebody that's because like our generation of men is we kind of fucked though because
Yeah, we
what
are.
we grew up seeing, like you only know what you grew up seeing, and so like what we grew up seeing was grandma and grandpa. That's who we first saw.
True.
Grandma did do the laundry. She did cook. She did clean, whether she worked or not, whatever. Probably not because she couldn't whenever she was a kid. But grandpa did, and he took care of the bills and the shit, and she took care of the house shit. Well, that's cool. But mom and dad's generation, like dad still expected mom to cook, and mom probably did cook, and she did clean, and she did do the housework. But also mom went to work
Yeah.
because mom had a job. Like when
Yeah.
we got the right to work, and so now mom went to work. And so we saw mom go to work and cook and clean. So like we expect our females to go to work full time and come home and cook and clean because we expect that we should just be able to come home after our work day. Which is no more
Realistically.
stressful than theirs. We should just be able to sit down and watch TV and chill and play on our phones or whatever.
Yeah, but realistically, now we're in that like third generation of that basically, where like.
And so the women are fed up with it. Like they're tired of it. Like they're like, I have
But
to go
so
to work too.
women have 3 generations of getting to the point where they're doing more, and men are 3 generations deep.
Yeah, and
More
it's-
than 3 generations
and
deep
the
of
third
just.
generation's a straw that breaks the camel's back. Like they're not trying to hear that shit no more. Like I went to work today too. You went to work. Let's split the housework. But then you're like, I do the outside work. You do the inside work.
Yeah.
But the inside work's every day. The outside work's only once a week.
Yeah, that's a weird thing, like, right? And that, I think that all puts us, that all kind of feeds into the same concept that we were talking about.
If you can, or a male partner, if you could just, all you'd have to really do is, if you did the laundry, let's pretend like you went home tonight and you just did the laundry. Like, you didn't even say nothing. You just went and did the laundry. Whatever laundry is in the house, go pick up the kids' shit, everybody's shit, and just did the laundry. Your wife would be like, why are you doing the laundry? Like, oh, to help out. That it's just a little gesture, and it means, and it's like no energy at all. If you were single, you'd do that. Like, so
Yeah.
If you just went and pulled the sheets off your bed and fucking washed the sheets and went and put the sheets on the bed before you went to bed, like, it's such a little gesture, but makes such a huge difference.
That's the weirdest thing, right? My wife washes sheets all the time, and I think that, like, between the fact of her moving in my house and the last chick that was in my house, 4 months, I didn't wash the sheets.
Yeah, because you're a guy.
Yeah, I was just like, you have to wash these things.
I wash the sheets when you can see the cum stains on them. I'm kidding, but
well, yeah,
that's when guys.
No, I had towels for that because they're usually coming out. So. But no, I, you know, what you just said is really true, and it's like there's sometimes when I come home from here, even as stressful as my day is, and I'm in this motivative state where I want to come home and help, you know. But it goes back to what we were talking about, and I'm not trying. I'm saying this in more of a question form and more of like I don't understand it, but like I think we feed off the energy of the people that we hold closest to us. So like if I go home and my wife's energy is like fucking stressful and shitty and blah blah blah, it sucks and drains the fucking enthusiasm directly out of me. Therefore, I'm like, my next goal is like, you know, I was planning on doing all this other stuff, but now you're stressed out. So what's wrong? Oh, it's about me. Now I'm in defensive mode. Like, what did I do? And now I'm thinking about all the things I've been doing to why I couldn't do that one thing. So I'm in defensive mode, right? Yeah. It's a relationship. It sucks. It sucks that you get in all these places where you just can't like. And a lot of times you can't be as honest as if men and women could be as honest as they actually are and be taking it as the same way that it actually means. Like, because I'll say something about like how I feel, but my wife takes it so more harder than I actually meant it to sound. But it's just because of the way I say it, because I don't have the delicate words to say these things, you know?
You know why? It's because men don't communicate very well. We just don't. Naturally, we don't. And so because we don't, they don't take it well because we don't say it well. We don't practice it. Like, you know, like anything else, the more you practice it, the better you get at it. If you just practice an open line of communication, supposedly, it'll be easier over time. Yeah,
I mean, I feel like me and my wife go through phases where we talk a lot more and we're a lot more in tune with each other, but it really is like a phase. Like, you go through it. Like, sometimes, like, I get so much going on in my life, in my career, and where I'm going that, like, there's literally no time in the day to even consider what's going on outside of this shop or outside of Instagram, as gay as that sounds. But that is the weird thing about the world we live in, where, like, this generation, my generation, us right here, we're on the cusp of this weird thing where tradesmen are becoming internet men.
You have to evolve with it.
You know, like this is the custom paint industry, so there's some kind of glory in it. But think about the guys that do like welding, right? There's this world of welders that like do these fucking, you know, they walk the cup, do these crazy things. And all of a sudden now they're famous on Instagram because they fucking weld pipes together. Yeah. And which, not trying to make that sound like shit. It's fucking a skill and it's talent. It's something that a tradesman earns. But now they're gonna have to learn how do I be the guy that works on the line and does this shit just like everybody else before me and with me right now. But now I'm an internet sensation and I have to be this guy and navigate the waters of what it's like to be some kind of fucking weird-ass celebrity in this world. Yeah. When I say celebrity, it's such a fucking weird thing to say in our industries. Right. But you could be a celebrity as doing wheelies, as tattoos, as being in the motorcycle industry and small industries, of course, but still a celebrity. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, so I try to keep people, because stunt riders get real arrogant. They think that because you can, not all, but not the ones that really get it, that I call dudes, you know. But the other ones, you know, they think that they could learn how to do a wheelie, and they think that, you know, they're the coolest motherfucker in the world right now. And I try to keep it in context in my posts and stuff, like, you know, like, just because you can do wheelies doesn't mean you're cool, because I can do wheelies and do tattoos, and I'm still not cool. So
yeah,
you couldn't possibly be. But, you know, just I don't know. It's crazy. The world's wild. I don't know.
Fucking nerds.
What about
Well,
the deep element I did? Can we?
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that before we wrap this up. So
3 minutes. I don't want to get too far in detail because that would be incriminating myself. Maybe.
So, and you got to understand, like I at the early days of this podcast, I brought it up that like you know, CJ Barham did the fucking Naked Willie, right?
Yep.
And I was like, but this also took place at the same time that the dude jumped the FXR over the fucking like igloo fucking homemade ramp in the front.
Oh yeah.
And he cased it.
Oh
or
yeah.
he overshot it.
Awesome. Smashed it.
Right. And we were talking about how like when that dude did that, he did that wheelie, or not that wheelie, but he did that jump and he overshot it. How I literally caught it because I'm in the Dyna FXR world, so I saw it as soon as it happened. I looked on this page. This dude had like 3,000 followers, and by the end of 3 days later, he had 20,000 people following him. Right?
Yeah, because it's what's he gonna do next?
Yeah, like dude, fucking die, right? Like what's you know, like we thought he died.
Watch that guy send it.
Yeah, and so like as a stunt rider, as someone that's like trying to up the bar, I mean, I'll be honest with you, like I had been getting like, hey, you should know, or you probably know this guy on Facebook, and I'm like, here's a dude holding his dick with a fucking window, like on his doing a wheelie, because you're butt ass naked doing a wheelie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay.
You should know me for sure. Facebook knows who you should know.
Yeah, fucking get with the program, dude. For sure. So what drove you to do all that shit?
I was sick. It was my birthday, November the 18th, and my mom had texted me, and she just was like, you know, happy birthday.
Brought your mom into it? Okay.
What are you doing? And I was like, she said, are you riding today? And I was like, no, I'm not feeling very good. And she was like, and that was the end of that. Well, then somebody else messaged me right after that, and they were like, hey, are you riding today? And I was like, no. They're like, you ought to be doing them in your birthday suit. And like in my head, I was like, that's fucking genius. I ought to go do some, because I had just learned the trick where, you know, clutch the bike up, let the bike slide on the 12 bar, and then let go completely of the bike and let the bike slide by itself. And Joe, Highside Joe, had given me, or we had got some gloves, and I was trying to think of a creative way to do a glove. What would be a good advertising aspect for gloves? I saw a paintball chick. You know, she was sitting with her legs spread and just covering her hoo-ha with the damn paintball gloves on. It like made you look at that. And so in my head, I was like, well, whenever I get these gloves, I'm gonna do a little shot for Joe. That'll be a good advertisement for him, maybe. And I'll do that trick, butt naked, on the bike, covering it with his glove, you know. And so then when the birthday wheelie came up, you should be doing your birthday suit. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to the parking lot. I'm sick, but I'm still gonna go. So I went out there and, you know, did it a few times to where I felt like I could do it, you know. And I went to On the Border in Burleson, this little parking lot. There's a Marriott right there. So I set up my GoPro on top of a speaker, like a little portable speaker, and I went and got in the van, and I just stripped butt naked down, and I just looked around, waited till nobody was looking, I thought, and jumped on the bike. And I gave it 2 passes, I think. I did 2 times, and I felt like the second time I got it good. So went back, looked at the footage, and it was gold. So that was that. Well, then it was just that one trick. That's all I did. Jumped back in there, got my clothes on, and that was it. Well, then maybe like a day later or 2 days later after I'd posted it, people were going crazy about it, whatever, you know. And somebody was like, I'm trying to see those high chair scrapes, butt naked high chair scrapes. And I was like, I can do that, you know. So a couple days later, I went back out there and I did it. Same thing, same scenario. Did it again. Scraped high chair, scraped 50-50, scraped everything. Did all the tricks that I wanted to butt naked, and, you know, started posting those. And it was kind of like the natural progression of it, you know.
Yeah.
Then I was like, I should do this in the fucking street, like for sure, like butt naked wheelies through town. And so typically we go to Dallas to ride, and so because the cops don't care there, you know. And one of my buddies used to live on the north end of Deep Ellum, and so it was a good parking spot. So in my head, we drove. I had called my buddy Jared, and I was like, "Hey man, you want to do some videoing today?" He's like, "Well, what you got?" I was like, "I'm gonna do some butt naked wheelies through Dallas," and he's like, "I'm fucking down." He's like, "If I come pick you up, or if I come drive the van out there with you, though," he's like, "I'm gonna make you do it. You know that?" And I was like, "I'm down. Let's do it. Let's get the footage." So I got my street bob. He rode the street bob. We went, and so I had a whole plan. You know, like if shit hits the fan, this is where I'm gonna go hide. You can pick me up here because this is downtown, so I can get away. You know, and so we drove to the north end of Deep Ellum. Came down came down Main Street till I got to the bridges right there. Went left. When I came underneath the bridge, there was a cop sitting at the red light going northbound on Commerce. And so I just sat there, and Jared stopped behind me. So I'm like sitting at the red light, butt naked on my bike, and the cop is at this light. And he like looked over, but I guess he didn't notice that I was naked.
Yeah.
Because their light turned green, and he like looked over at the last second, and then he kind of saw me, and he like looked, he just like shook his head and just like kept on going. I guess he saw my white ass legs. So then I hit, you know, Commerce, rode wheelies, and did the thing down there like you see in the video, and loaded up in the van real quick, jumped in there, put my clothes on, and
that's fucking awesome.
that was that. So
That's got to be like, what drove you to do that though? It was just like I mean, I guess you kind of just explained that, but like
mainly because it's funny, you know, like, and it was.
Does it not become like this like progression of like pushing the envelope kind of thing with stunt riding?
Yeah,
dude,
everybody's trying to one up the bar.
I gotta piss so bad.
And yeah, I mean, go piss.
You gotta like look at the camera.
I'll talk it right
Talk
now.
it. There you go.
I'll finish my conversation.
I'll piss off the balcony.
Dude, damn it. I'll finish my little story without you, bro.
Tell the story.
All right, so essentially, what pushes you to do that? You know, you kind of got to like one up the bar. That's the way that it goes in the stunt riding scene. So I seen the guy CJ do it butt naked tandem on the Harleys, and of course I wanted to, but my Harley's not done yet. The bagger wasn't, so sport bike's what I could do it on. And so, yeah, I thought it would be funny. I thought people would laugh at it because people were already laughing and getting a good kick out of my parking lot shenanigans butt naked. And, yeah, so we did it. The whole time that I was butt naked riding down through town, riding wheelies through Deep Ellum, everybody was laughing. The cars around me were laughing. People on the sidewalk were taking pictures and laughing. Like, you know, everybody was just having a good old time with it, which is what I was trying to do. I was trying to make sure, I just trying to make people laugh and be entertaining. You know, like I think most of us stunt rider guys, like we're entertainers of sorts. Like we like that, you know, we like entertaining people, and I like making people laugh. And so in my head, that's where I was at with it. I wanted to make people laugh and be entertaining, and it was so that. Everybody was laughing, everybody was entertained.
You want?
Yeah, I'll take one more. And so yeah, that's why I did it. I did it because it was funny. I knew that when I posted the video, everybody's gonna be laughing and it'll be a good time, you know, like it shit's funny.
I think that's probably like one of the things about I ran upstairs. That's one of the things that's actually refreshing about the younger generation, the stunt riding, and that more progressive movement that's there. Fuck. I'm out of shape.
You're old.
37 and some change. This is what you guys look forward to. It's refreshing to see people that are like riding Harleys and have all this enthusiasm and this like vigor and energy to do things like that you would normally see. Like I know you did on a sport bike, but
Yeah.
it's still something that like is a part of the Harley scene. You know what I mean?
Still two wheels.
Yeah. So, fuck. Dude, I ran down pissed, ran to the thing. Yeah, that's a fucking nightmare. But no, man, it's actually at first, you know, I was like fucking attention whore, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then getting to know you, getting to know deeper into the the stunt world and like how that thing is progressing, I get it.
Yeah.
You know, like
For me, it was just, it's really more, when I first did it, it was just to, because I was like, when they talked about, man, you should do them in your birthday suit. And I was like, you know how funny that shit would be from like, just to see somebody butt getting rolling through the streets, you know, like that's funny. I would laugh.
It's funny because like we're hanging out down, not that we were, but like say we're hanging out down there and like you do a wheelie ripping past Anvil Pub one night, we were sitting at a bike night with your balls hanging out the back, flapping in the wind.
Right, and that's
and we're like,
doing.
Holy shit! Like who's that guy? It's like a blip in the fucking radar to us, but
and it was so
on
fast.
social media, it's everywhere.
Yeah. So funny story is whenever I did it, we GoPro'd it obviously, you know, and we were on the way home, and I got it. My phone was just bing, 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 blowing up. Like, and I was like, "What the fuck?" So I look at it, and it's Instagram. It's one of my homegirls, Wendy. She's tagging me in the video. So Nines Bar, I don't even know where that's at, but it's somewhere down there in Deep Ellum. I guess somebody that works there saw us go by, obviously, and they went up there and got the security footage of the camera facing the street, and so they posted on their Instagram. They're like, you know. Noon on a Tuesday, naked wheelies down through Deep Ellum, like, you know, Deep Ellum, please don't change or something like that. Keep it weird. Or
Keep it weird, yeah.
And so before I even got home, I was like, so I didn't post the video for like probably 5 days because I was like, fuck, dude, I'm not even home yet, and it's already on bars and it's already getting posted, you know. So I was like, maybe I'll wait and see how hot it gets. But you know, I didn't want to go viral.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of its own little danger.
But that's kind of what I was getting at, though. Is like it's not weird, but it's like strange or different for someone like me that's not into it. When you're talking about progression, a lot of people are looking at that as a alternative to progressing the sport, not necessarily a skill, but a balls level.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You know, it is. It's now. What are you gonna do? You know? And so. I got some things up my sleeve, you know.
What sleeve? You circumcised?
Yeah, completely. Something in the old foreskin. No?
Yeah.
Like the forecast.
But that's what I was kind of like wondering is like, so is, you know, and I'm being, like I said, just subjective here, like not knowing, but like, what's 10 years now from what's 10 years later in the stunt world now?
Who knows?
You know what I mean?
Who knows? Electric bikes, I'd imagine. Fuck. I don't know.
Being like those dudes at IMS shows with the fucking zero bikes fucking coming up.
I tried. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Those bikes, they just don't have no balls, so they're really difficult. But originally, though, kind of like, probably the reason why I actually did it was because of, have you ever seen McConkey? You know who Shane McConkey was?
No.
Listen, when you get home, get on Amazon Video and buy McConkey. It's a video. It's about Shane McConkey. He was a X Games gold medalist. He's a snowboarder. Excuse me. He was a skier, then a snowboarder. And he was the first person, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. He was one of the first people to do a wingsuit ski base jump like on skis.
Wow.
So he skis down the mountain, hits a ramp, pulls the skis off, and then flies in a wingsuit down the mountain. It's a base jump, but from skis. And so he's one of the first people to do that. And but he was like a real comedic kind of guy. And he was always doing things butt naked, like when people didn't expect it. Like, you know, he was at some race up in Aspen, and he got disqualified from the race because he went over the line or whatever. So the next run, it was just like a fuck-off run, basically. He couldn't win no matter what. So he did it butt naked, you know. And,
yeah.
And it was just funny, you know. Like, when I watched the video, it's funny. Like, so in my head, when I was like, dude, I should do that.
But there is that point of, like, somebody being that vulnerable going out. It's like it's a, like, I don't know. Like, there's this weird thing that I think some people have. I mean, put it like this, like sports, right? You grow up playing sports, and you're in locker rooms. Like, you're supposed to be, as a male, you're supposed to be subjected to being naked around other males, right? But then I felt like in the generation that I grew up, more men were kind of more subconscious being in that place, and it made them more like only certain types of men were able to be that vulnerable around other men.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I never was growing up.
You know what I mean?
I
Well, I mean,
wasn't
you went to
gonna be-
prison, so you had to be naked in front of the guys, right?
That kind of changed it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, because you don't have a choice in there. And so then once you are around that, then you're like, it's kind of no big deal, you know? Like,
Yeah, but like
Everybody's
it's like that
okay.
one thing. You're at the gym, right? You're fucking working out. You go in the fucking locker
that
room.
one guy's
There's
naked
that
in there.
old fucking dude.
Ah,
It's
you
like,
little
God
bastard.
damn, I didn't want to see
Fuck
that
outta here
today.
with that.
But it's like it's so far and few because he grew up in this generation where it was like very common to be like that, and there's a whole
think
new
it's-
generation
I think
that's
it's more
not.
so that we grew up in Texas.
Maybe, yeah.
You know, where the Bible Belt down here, and people are very like in Colorado and Oregon. I've
Mm-hmm.
experienced like, especially in Oregon, like it's no big deal. Guys, are, California,
Just
same.
get
like,
dicks everywhere, huh?
people get no, but like
Dude, no, I will say this. Like,
people are more comfortable.
I took my daughter to I took her through California last year, and we went to Venice, which is where my wife's aunt lives, and we were staying there. I was like, "Hey, you want to go see Venice Beach today?" She's like, "Yeah." Took her there, skate park, all the Venice experience. We're out at the ocean. She finally gets to go see the Pacific Ocean for the first time and get in it. And didn't plan this. Right next to me, some bitch with her tits out, sunbathing, and I'm like, typical male.
yeah, you can't help.
Trying to selfie with her tits in it.
Yeah, of course.
My daughter's out there experiencing the Pacific Ocean for the first time in her life, and here is her pervy ass dad
yeah,
at trying to
trying to
catch.
show my biker buddies.
Yeah, like exactly what I did. I posted in a chat room.
Of course. Check out this chick with her tits out.
But yeah, it's a different thing that like it all kind of creates this like social anxiety that I think a lot of men have where they're not willing to do that. So now when you see a guy like yourself or CJ Barham that goes out and exposes himself that way, it's so much more extravagant than what we would ever consider doing. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You hear people like, yeah, dude, we used to do this thing. Like I've heard it in bike clubs where like they had to fucking do
A naked lap or
yeah, they had to do
Whatever.
some like super vulnerable things, and you never really understood the idea, but it really does kind of liberate you as a male, which I could kind of understand as a female. But at the same time, like when you see a bunch of naked dudes, like women aren't fucking flocking, like, dude, I need those dicks right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to like if it was us, and there was a fucking like a low of fucking or a line.
lining
Low, like I'm trying to say
like a
row
row
and
and
line, but same thing. Like guys are like, fuck, man, look at all these fucking bad bitches. Like it's not the same thing for you know what I mean.
No,
So I don't,
they're not predators about it.
yeah, we were talking earlier about the
We see them and we're like, like laser vision, because we're made to reproduce.
yeah. I think we were talking earlier today, and I think it's funny to bring up, but question to the world: would as a female, which none listen to this, but ask your old lady, would she buy a premium Snapchat from a dude?
Yeah. So yeah, would the females?
Yeah.
And my opinion, I said it. Well, no, I said it would just depend on the guy and their
Yeah.
body. I see a lot of girls share that one tattoo guy, and so if he had one, probably.
Which tattoo guy?
I don't know. I don't know his name or nothing. But
I want to follow this guy. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get on his
exactly.
premium.
I don't know.
What
he's
are you
just covered
doing
in
that I need to
tattoos,
do?
and,
Yeah.
he's like Dan Bilzerian Bill. It's just like a fucking
Was it Joseph the Tattooer or some
Greek
shit?
god or something. I don't know who he is. No.
Oh, I follow him on premium. Wasn't that one? Okay.
But yeah, he whoever he is, I'm sure they would. But me and you, like, absolutely not. Like,
Yeah. That's the thing that's like strange about the bike world is like it's so small. It really is super fucking tiny. Like compared to the tattoo industry, how many people get tattoos versus how many people ride bikes?
true. But how many people own motorcycles and how many people do tattoos?
How many people own motorcycles and how many people own tattoos? So you're susceptible, like your audience is
Because they're
susceptible.
cheaper. It's cost.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that's more like, I mean,
There's no danger in
put it like
getting a
this,
tattoo.
like motorcycles compared to fishing or compared to golf, like we don't even stand a chance because motorcycles is, you're not very likely to get fucking killed fishing
or golfing.
or golfing or a lot of other things that
Yeah.
are like,
No, the danger aspect for sure.
yeah, so it like
so maybe
breeds.
That's what brings the chicks to the motorcycle guys is danger.
It is a danger
Real
thing,
excitement.
but
You're a bad boy.
What is the thing that like made motorcycling so dangerous? Like, I think it was something that was created back when motorcycling became a part of.
Let me tell you what made it fucking dangerous is you fucking idiots on your damn Harleys without your fucking helmets on, riding all over town, drinking at the bar all fucking day,
Yeah.
and you wreck drinking with no helmet on, and you fucking die because you hit your little watermelon.
I was thinking about that actually either yesterday. I think I'm drunk, so I can't remember my days right now. But I was thinking about that because I am an advocate for both. Like totally now, like I never ride my bike without a helmet, right? Never. But there was a point in time whenever I went from sport bikes to Harleys where that was not a concern
It's
of mine.
not cool. It's not cool to be on a Harley and have a helmet on. It's not cool.
It wasn't. And so, like, there was this part where we were riding around doing all this shit, and it became, like, this get-up of, like, my hat and a bandana so my hat would stay on and look this cool while I'm riding. And it was never – it felt cool at the time, but now looking back at pictures, I'm like, yeah, this fucking shit was gay, right?
Yeah, super gay.
But it's really hard to convince somebody else that feels good and how they feel when they do that. Like, think about, like – This is the
bitches can't see you if you got a helmet on.
No, it's not even that. This is the self-reflection that I'm having to do with myself to understand different people's place in motorcycling, right? So you got to think, like, maybe not me and you because we're more accustomed to riding bikes, so we don't really care as much about, like, how it looks to you, right? Or the viewer. But how many dudes, like, buy Dixon flannels and then buy their Harley jacket, and then buy this and buy that, and then they think they're like me. I'm like, fuck, dude, I look sick riding with that fucking hoodie on, so I do it. I don't know if I am or not, but I just assume because I like the hoodie and I know I'm fucking badass, so I'm gonna look good on the bike, right? Some dudes are like, fuck, like, okay, so yeah, oh yeah, fuck yeah, hell yeah, I felt good. And they feel good in their head, and they get on the bike, and then like they get that thumbs up because they're a Harley guy from a fucking Kia or some shit on the road. Like, hell yeah, this must be the outfit. You know what I mean? And so, like, to them, like, you can't go up to that guy like, dude, you're gay. Put a fucking helmet on. Like, what? These are Versace. Or, you know what I mean? Like whatever makes them feel cool doing this shit. It's hard to be the guy that comes up and goes, you're a fucking nerd. You know?
I've had them do it to me with a helmet, though. The guy leaving the Point restaurant in Lake Worth, the guy came up to me, he's like, you know you don't have to wear one of those in the state of Texas, right? And I was like, yeah, I know, dude. And he's like, helmets are for pussies. And I was like, well, I've rashed up enough helmets in my lifetime to know that if any of those were my face, I'd be fucking dead right now. Or
See,
way uglier.
That's why I like to avoid biker bars.
Yeah.
I don't like going, like, I don't enjoy being around places where there's lots of that male masculinity of biker people, because it's the worst. Like the biker dudes who are weekend biker dudes.
Yeah.
Like you don't like, you just don't click with these guys. Like, you know, like I show up in my hoodie, a backwards hat, and some Vans, and some fucking
that's the Dynabro fucking code.
Exactly. But realistically, it's just me being comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have to buy $100 Harley boots.
Right.
I bought some $60 fucking Vans that I also work in and fuck up and don't feel bad about it versus a $200 pair of boots. Or the fact that it's not cold enough to wear a leather jacket, and I did not plan on wrecking today. Which is the weirdest thing about the world. That's like, hey, you know what? You're a biker. You need to plan to wreck every day. I'm like, fuck no. If I had to do that, I wouldn't fucking ride bikes, dude. I'm planning to be fucking chill when I get off this bitch. You know what I mean? But, you know, like, it's just that they give and take. But you get around these bikers, like these fucking dudes everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're at a cafe racer spot or a goddamn Harley spot. There's some fucking biker with a fucking code that he has in mind that's like, you should have a helmet or you shouldn't have a helmet. Like, we were at Neptune's Net on our Cali bike ride we did last year, and we pulled up. We all got Vans on, and I guess Big Will Cody had Converse because that's still the Big Will shoe of choice. And this dude's like, did y'all wear those shoes here today? I'm like, what the fuck kind of stupid-ass, gay-ass, nerd-ass question is that? Like, yes, dude, We wore them today. You see the fucking
way
packs on the back of our bike? You see the license plate that says Texas? Yeah, we rode these fucking nerdy-ass shoes that we should have broken ankles on all the way here from Texas, right? He's like, we just picked 2 people off the highway today that had those same shoes on, and they had no feet protection, and now their feet are gone. I'm like, well,
they should learn how to ride better.
that is a risk we all take doing this shit, right? Like, I don't want to lose my feet, and if you have motorcycling, brother, I feel for you.
That guy got on his motorcycle with no helmet on.
No, this was a venture rider dude, which I had a lot of respect for venture riders because I like the bikes. But him and his son, this is like some weird role-playing thing that these fucking nerds were doing. So they created like this like ambulance system for motorcycles. And I guess they're like police scanner, like chasing like accidents down to be the fucking biker on the scene to help out with the other bikers that have wrecks. I'm like, in theory, you sound like a great TV show. Like,
Could be.
like a not a real TV show.
On the podcast.
The thing about, there's so many people that you could think like, oh man, you should have these fucking dumbasses on the podcast, but like you got to think like,
Nobody wants to
how long before I have to expose their dumbassness,
Yeah.
and then how awkward is it going to be? Like, we can turn the cameras off now. I still got to deal with your ass for the next fucking 20 minutes so you leave the shop or we leave this premises, but no, it's fucking strange. Like there's so many people that have like ideas of what should be considered like biker.
Well, it's what they learn.
And so
safety course.
but not even at the same time, right? Because there's that same dude that will never put a helmet on no matter where he goes, and he bitches about the fact that as soon as he goes to Oklahoma or Louisiana, he has to put a helmet on. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But why? What is it in us? Because I'm guilty of this as well. What is it in us that we feel the need to share to other people doing motorcycling how we do motorcycling?
Maybe we just want them to like it the way we like it.
I agree to that.
Maybe.
Like, why is it so important to me whenever I see some goofy motherfucker pull up that I feel so compelled to tell him how he should be doing what he's doing, instead of being like, hey, right on, brother, and just going on about my day.
Well, you could be like, right on, brother.
Brother. Hell yeah, brother.
That Bump Cherry on the radio? Hell
Turn that shit up, motherfucker.
Crazy bitch. Love that one.
Yeah, I had a crazy bitch, but no, like I don't really understand, because I'm guilty of that. Just like that dude that doesn't understand the Dyna culture, it doesn't understand any of the stunt culture. He doesn't understand anything else but the small world he lives in.
Yeah.
And
For
we
me,
all
I
talk
don't
shit about
understand
it.
Any of the cultures, and that's the truth. Like for Harleys.
Yeah.
Because I'm not in that, haven't been around it maybe, but like for me personally, and this is gonna kill people, but the Dyna thing, like I wear Vans because I've skated and I've just wore Vans before I was even riding Harley.
Yeah.
You know, and so like I was wearing Vans on my sport bike. So like I didn't start wearing Vans because I started riding Dynas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so many are. Like I don't own any Dixon flannels. Like, are they awesome? Probably. Like I have Vans flannels, but I don't have Dixon flannels. But like, you know, some guys are like, they collect all of them, which badass. Collect them all if that's what you want. Like, but
So weird.
yeah, it's like the same thing as the starter pack. You know, like what I call at first when I got into the road glide, because I got my bagger and I got into the road glide and I was making memes, and you know, old men, they don't even know what memes are.
Yeah.
You know. So I did the
Okay,
Harley-
boomer.
Yeah, I did the Harley starter pack, you know, with the assless chaps and the rings, and all the rings and the bandana and the,
Yeah.
you know, that shit. And they didn't like it, but it's the same thing. Like, you know, you got the Dickies and the tall socks and the Vans and the half sleeveless vest and that's like the Dyna
It is.
starter pack.
You know, the
But
other.
it's weird though. Why do we do that? Like, why does everybody want to wear the same clothes to ride their motorcycles? It's so weird.
It's weird how like one set of clothes feels the most right. Right?
Because that's what you see, I guess.
I guess, I
That's what
mean-
you always see everybody on Dynas wearing, so you're like,
Well,
is it?
like you just said, like the Dickie thing was pretty easy transition because
Mechanics wore Dickies.
yeah, I've been wearing
Right.
Dickies my whole life. So like, oh fuck, like these are cool now. It's like cool, you know. But to the point now where everybody wears Dickies, so like I'm all into Levi's and shit. You know what I mean? Like I just want to wear. I literally like today. I had Dickies on all day, and I'm like, hey babe, or not babe. Hey dude, hey babe, I gotta go to the house and do some shit. And I did have to go feed the cat and other things. So I was like, I just want to be in jeans. I spend so much of my life in wet shoes and dusty sanding residue clothes that I just want to go change and feel like I'm clean. I'm in, you know what I mean, a spot where I can go do something else. But that's what's weird about all the culture is like there is this like this standard of like, the clothing, it defines you, the uniform, it defines what type of bike you're in. But realistically, what's kind of, if I'm being a fucking liberal here, what's kind of unfair is that we live in a world now where everything's exposed, where you could be a biker in the 90s and look like you were straight off of fucking like a Queen album and we're perfectly masculine and cool as shit. And now, like, there's these kits that there's these memes about you, and like you can't just be like, you just can't be anything, right?
Yeah, you can't have a line glide.
You can't have shit
a
like.
bagel bagger. You can't
Could you imagine being like some dude that just like finally got a Harley and just wasn't in tune with the Instagram culture, and he bought a wide glide, and there's more memes about how gay this dude has to be
because he has a wide glide.
Yeah.
It's still a
Or
dime.
think about fuck the wide glass. Think about how all the poor souls that bought fucking V rods, man.
Yeah, because it was fast. Like I wanted to go fast, but I still wanted to have a Harley to be cool.
Yeah.
The Harley crowd, you got it, and they're like, fag.
You got a Harley.
And then you got the sport bike group, and they're like, fag.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I can't win. Like, yeah, don't
They
win.
want a $30,000
Slit your
Harley
wrists.
to be
Yeah.
a fag.
Yeah. So it's a weird culture, and it goes back to the whole parenting thing I was telling you about. It's like we live in a world where, as much as we feed into the culture that we live in, making memes and talking shit and having a good time, we're still subjective and subjecting the fact that like we're changing the culture of how everything is viewed, and we're struggling to deal with it, even though we're the reason. I've made a couple memes in my life. I know you have.
Stay making memes.
So it's like we're constantly evolving what it is to be made fun of, and we're pushing the boundaries. So deeper, like we're getting into high talk right now, but like how much of like anxiety in youth is because of real struggles, or the fact that like it's a fun thing to do to be a shit talking person on the internet now?
I don't know. Trolling is where it's at.
I mean, trolling is an actual like
It's like a sport.
it might even be a fucking occupation on Tinder. You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? Troll. Yeah, I'm kind of into it. He's a troll.
If you got paid for it, you could.
Like your job, like your goal. I mean, and there's no loss for a troll.
If I can get you riled up, it's a win.
Yeah, and you don't even have to see the fucking results. Like, you just like got a real good troll is a guy that just drops a fucking comment and fucking walks away and never knows where it takes you. Yeah. You could die the next day because of that comment, and they're like, well, had to be said. That's a fucking scary world that we live in, man. Like, what scares me, okay, to reel it back into motorcycles, what scares me is that I want people to I genuinely want people to find happiness in motorcycles. Like, if you try it and you can just feel what I try to explain, how I feel when I'm riding a bike, or how you feel when you doing what you do on them, you just want people to get that experience. But I've earned that experience, and you've earned that experience, so it's not going to be something you just jump on the bike and fucking get. It's an earned thing.
I think when I got on it the first time, I loved it though.
Yeah, no, agreed.
And I thought I was gonna die and like probably break an arm, like.
But what I'm talking about is that like there's that like, yeah, you get that like great feeling because you got on it, but there's that feeling of like after time and effort put into it that you're like, fuck, dude, I'm so proud of this. I'm so proud of where I'm at on this.
Oh, for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
there's that thing that you can't, it's impossible to experience on the first time you jump over the bike. But after you do it for so long, then you're like, fuck, man, like this is me. This is my life. This is who I am. And, you know, this, some kind of weird, like, I'm gay now. You know what I mean? I got to tell the world, like, you got to do this too, you know?
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Try to convert them all.
Yeah, we're going to get them all doing this shit. We're going to be all in South Park. Yeah. I mean, no, riding bikes.
Yeah, I mean, bikes, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a weird way to tell your wife.
Yeah. Come out of the closet. All right, dude. We've been doing this for too long.
Shut up.
Exactly. I'm going to have to, like, break this down into, like, a smaller tidbit.
Yeah, you have to, like, cut out the first hour.
True.
Then you have to reintroduce me in, like, a dub voiceover or something.
We got Zack.
Lot Lizard, naked ass Haley.
Well, you'll be around a lot more. You're kind of a part of the shop now, so
Fuck.
yeah, good luck with that.
Damn it, dude. I'm
A lot of free labor coming your way.
Hey, it's been fun, dude.
Cool.
I'm learning every day. Like, my friend's like, oh, are you excited to go sand all day today? And I'm like, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I am. Yeah, for sure. Like, how do you like that? Like, you tattoo? How do you like sanding?
Well,
I'm like, well, because first off, I love motorcycles, and so
yeah.
I don't know. It's just another thing that I love that I can do something.
You know,
contribute, I guess. Or
when I go to Strokers, like, so, you know, Rick there at Strokers has a bunch of bikes. And I've painted some of them, and I've sanded some of them. So I've been in your shoes in this shop on some of those bikes, and I've been in my shoes in this shop in some of those bikes. And so as much as I go look at, like, so one of the, not my best work ever, but one of the most, he has a bike in the very back of his shop. It's in a cage. It's called Pam, right? I airbrushed every square inch of that bike. Every square inch. The transmission, the motor, everything. There's shit everywhere. My name is on the bottom of the transmission. I wrote it because I was like, fuck this guy. Yeah. Put my name on this, right? But there's also other bikes, if you go around the corner, that I sanded. And so every time I go to Strokers, I always walk through there, and it's like this weird fucking, like,
started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah, no, it's like the fucking, that walk hard thing where he's like, he has to think about his whole life before fucking out. You know, I walk in there, I'm like, you know what? This thing in the cage is like supposed to be this epitome of like where I became, and this over here is supposed to be where I started, you know? And I have as much pride knowing that I sanded that bike over there and some other dude airbrushed it and painted it as I do with this one that I actually did all the artwork on.
Oh yeah, just this gray bike, silver, gray, gold bike. Like, dude, I showed my mom. I was like, dude, check out this fucking bike right here. He's painted. It's fucking dope. She's like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. I like the gold on it. I'm like, dude, I sanded those. You know what I'm saying? Same shit.
I fucking stroked that, dude.
He could have never done that without me sanding it. Not really, but no, I understand what you're saying. Like,
cool. It's a progression thing. So you see, you're a part of this like beginning thing that. At the time, like, there's no way, 15 years ago, whenever I sanded that bike, that I could have give a fuck, because I had so much going on in my life that it was just a job. I needed that $400 check, right? But now where I'm at in my career and looking at the motorcycle life I've lived over 15 years, I look at that bike, I'm like, fuck, man. Wow. I sanded that bike. It's still here. Yeah. The strokes I made created the platform for this other airbrush artist who is not in our industry anymore. He's not dead, but he's just not in this anymore. Did his artwork. And so no matter how known I become in what I do, my effort on this job for this other guy is where I started. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, to me, seeing that, like, I wish I had the opportunity to like get my hands on some paint jobs I did, in 2004 when I first started. They're not out there anymore. There wasn't a bunch of them to begin with, but that bike is one of the ones, working at Other Side Customs, sanding those parts while, everybody else was on TV and I'm sitting there fucking sanding it. Now I'm on YouTube.
Look at you,
Yeah. No, it's weird, man. Like it's a super weird thing. But you know what's weird about you is like you don't really like you're here to do this because you want to learn how to do it, but you're not like some 20-year-old kid that's looking for a career.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
So I get to be a little more honest with you. I'm like, hey, you know, you're not gonna fucking make money here. You're doing better off on your own what you're doing. But
yeah,
if you want to do this shit for the love of being creative, there is reward in that though. For
sure. Just the same thing as me doing a tattoo, and at the end of it, I'm like, you know, I did that. It looks badass.
Yeah.
It's the same shit.
It's
Cut that thing off.
Huh?
We can still talk.
What?
Fuck them. They don't get all of it. You get a part of this. Y'all didn't hear what happened behind the scenes.
Dude, I got a little more beer left.
Dude, I don't. I got beer here. Probably got no. Oh, look at me, great.
That's your. You said you weren't a beer drinker. You're a smoker, so.
Big time.
Yeah.
I'll smoke 20 blunts, but these 4 beers. No.
Yeah, you got to have this.
Yeah, well, dude, I got a little bit of, so I used to weigh like 170 pounds.
So how long have you been on a Harley?
Like, stunt riding one?
Just been rocking them.
Maybe like a year and a half.
That's a year's worth of belly right there, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Well, I stay away from the bar drinking Harley crowd, so it helps.
Yeah, you know, the worst ones are the garage drinking bar crowd.
Yeah, I stay away from them assholes.
We're worse. We're not allowed to leave the house, right? Our wives won't let us go to the bar, so we have to bring the bar home.
Yeah.
And we stay in the garage, drink beer, talk about bikes.
Whatever
you know,
you gotta do to stay away from doing
turn the dryer on. Maybe fold some towels.
Are you doing a lot of laundry now?
Maybe you might have to. You know, you gotta play to win. You know. I mean.
Fuck no, you're not. You're going home, go to bed, lazy piece of shit.
Am I?
Yeah.
No, like I did laundry with my wife the other night.
Sweep the floor. What you got? Come on. I'm encouraging you. Here's the challenge. I'm challenging you to do one random act of honeydew kindness tonight. It don't matter what it is. Something.
Well, last night I talked to my wife.
I actually talked to her yesterday, so that pretty much counts. I'm good for
So
the week.
I asked her questions that I was generally into.
Do you pretend?
No, I was like, I really want to know. And so that amount of honesty is worth so much in gold. No. It's weird when like you have a career and she has a career and you like go down paths.
Yeah, you're on 2 different paths.
You're on 2
But you bring it back together at the house?
Yeah, at the same time, but like there's this part of the day like my day sometimes is great. It's all good. I mean, like last Thursday, right? I get back from Phoenix, you show up. We pull this fairing upstairs and it's fucking riddled with fucking issues, right?
Hell yeah.
We had to strip half the fairing and fix this problem that set us behind in work. So like my day sucked. You know, it wasn't the end of the world. I mean, realistically, like one thing about owning your own business that kind of gives you a better perspective of life is that like you can dwell on it and end your career or fix it and move on. Yeah. Right. And that's one thing that like I try to like distill in. If you work for somebody every day where you wake up and you go to somebody's job and your role in that business isn't like a decision-making job, you're usually like the person that doesn't solve problems, right?
You don't have to, right?
You don't have to. It's not your role.
Your problems are all solved by somebody else.
So there's something about like problems coming and then them becoming solved or getting resolved or getting moved past that like can really validate you in what you do every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What happens, I can fix it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're the fucking man, dude. You fixed them chicken pox. I saw it.
Whatever, dude. We got to go.
Go, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Turn that shit off.
What's your name again?
Lot Lizard.
Is there any like underscores or like
Lot _ Lizard.
There you go. Got to be specific.
There's only one Lot Lizard on Instagram.
My phone's dead, so.
Oh, mine is too.
We've done this is 4 hours and 13 minutes.
Holy, the first 2 hours was
No, the first hour. I think once Jesse left, we were good.
Yeah.
All right.
Once you sobered up a little bit.
Yeah, dude. I was bad.
No more liquor for you.
Yeah, I got to do it. We're done.
Turn it off.
Hold on. Let me show your face one more time. All right, we're
Is that
done.
where you want to be when God comes back?
All right, we're out.